Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Thursday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning. I'm Sean Pendergast.
Yay.
He is Seth Payne. I have good energy today, Seth. I think you got good energy today because I want to thank the Rockets for running the Nuggets off the floor by the end of the third quarter. I didn't have to stay up and watch the game last night because tonight's game starts at 9 against the Kings. So
the Rockets, you know what? My big complaint and criticism was they turned that into a boring game.
Yeah,
you've got the top scoring team in the league out there with a couple minutes left in the second quarter. They had 32 points, and then the Nuggets did, and then they rattled off a few. But I think the most encouraging thing about that was, the Rockets had a nice lead. They were playing great defense, as they tend to do, and the Nuggets never threatened.
Nope.
Jokic or no Jokic, it's it was just a steady bludgeoning at altitude all night long.
Yeah,
and it was a gratifyingly boring game.
Yes, that was these. Anytime the game is in the Mountain or Pacific time zone, I'm here for boring. If boring means that one team or the other is up by 20 in the third quarter, I am here for that. Just based solely on sleep patterns.
Okay, let's just go with our gut feel. I'm curious what the listeners think of this.
Okay.
Yeah, there have been times this year where the Rockets have squandered huge leads.
Yes.
I think we're at a point. I think we're at a point where I wasn't nervous or worried about it.
No.
I just felt like, all right, no, they've got these guys locked. Whenever Russell Westbrook is hitting threes, I'm like, yep. Just keep up with it. They're like, okay, good. Yeah. We got him right where we want him.
Sustainable.
I was hoping Russell was going to attempt like 10 more threes.
Yeah.
Because we'll just sit back and we'll play we'll keep the paint nice and packed and go do your thing, Russell Westbrook.
I think it's been fun watching this team kind of evolve and learn as the first half of the season. We're almost halfway through the season already, and they're 27-12 now, and they play the Kings tonight. They play Portland on Saturday. Like, these are two winnable games. Back-to-back's always tricky on the road, regardless of who you're playing. But they're the better team tonight, at least. We'll see what happens. And then they got Detroit coming up at home next week, and Detroit's better than they've been lately. They're a 500 team now. And then those two Cleveland games. So it'll be a whole lot of fun. But it's been fun. Like, early in the season, they were losing. They started to win, but they had lost some games to teams you shouldn't lose to. They've started to be really good at taking care of business against bad teams, really taking care of business. And then you're right. They lost those two back-to-back leads against it was Minnesota and Miami. I think that they lost those two games to at home, and that I think they're going to learn from that. Like, I think Ime Udoka is a really good coach. I think he's really hard on these guys. I think he keeps them accountable. So I think we're not going to see, as this team matures, I don't think we're going to see really disturbing patterns in their play like we did earlier in the year. I think they're going to button it down.
Yeah, that might be the biggest pleasant surprise of this team is that they seem to be ahead of schedule, or at least ahead of where I thought they would be in terms of being a mature basketball team.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe for the last couple of years we've just been kind of thinking like, well, you got this young core, and you'll see how they develop, but you always figure you're going to lose a few along the way. You don't really know if Jaylen Green is going to do what he is, the Şengün, etc. And yet, there they are.
Yeah.
And credit to Udoka once again. I mean, he's really one of the more underrated coups in sports over the last several years was the Rockets kind of just sliding that one in under the table.
Yeah.
All the other teams in the league were kind of like, I don't know, there's some smoke here. I don't know if we want to take I don't know if it's right for us to take a shot at Udoka right now. And the Rockets like, what are you guys doing? All right, it makes too much sense.
Yeah.
And then boom, there you go.
And you and I talked about this. Like, they inside the building, they involved everybody in that decision too. So there was buy-in from top down throughout the organization on that decision, and it's worked out great. He's been amazing. I think it's a young team. And I know Fred VanVleet takes a lot of heat for his shooting. He's very streaky. But I think his maturity as sort of the floor general on that team is definitely something that Udoka buys into. Like Udoka. This is going to be a little bit of a awkward analogy because I think Fred VanVleet is a better player than this player, but it's a little bit like Dusty Baker was with Martin Maldonado. You know what I mean? Like he just feels better having him out there on the field because he feels like he's a leader. He sees things going on out there. I think it's similar to D'Amico Ryans and Aziz Al-Shire, if you want to know the truth. Like I think those coaches like having some version of themselves out on the field. Like a coach on the field kind of. I think every coach probably would love to have that sort of thing. And so maybe Aziz than Maldonado, just because Aziz is on the level of a player as Fred VanVleet is.
The aging floor general in football and baseball. That's an interesting comparison. Yeah. Probably more of a podcast topic.
Yeah.
Let's do 3 hours after the show where we go through who are the aging floor, because that's the other problem. Like Aziz isn't aging, he's still very much in his athletic prime.
Yeah.
So somewhere some combination of Aziz Al-Shire and Martin Maldonado. I feel like both Aziz and Fred VanVleet would be better at the plate, like right now
than Maldonado
in Major League Baseball. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just thinking of coaches like having those eyes and ears that they feel confident in. Out there. So that was good. That was good last night. Rockets tonight against the Kings. 9 o'clock tip-off tonight. So this is fun. Somebody texted in yesterday that as long as we're talking about the Aziz and Fred VanVleet thing, someone texted yesterday, I really like having the two teams that are playing right now for, the Astros aren't playing right now. The Rockets and the Texans, I really like that these are defensive-oriented, dog kind of teams, Which is interesting in this day and age where offense seems to sell more.
It's supposedly, yet in the NBA, they're having all kinds of conversations about how do we limit all this scoring?
It's the way they're doing it. It's so boring watching everybody just chuck threes all the time.
Everybody. This is what, in general, people say they want what they want, but we know science tells us that people don't actually know what they want. So you try to look at what they actually respond to.
Yeah.
I think ideally, most people what they really want is. You want an exciting as scoring, but A, you want your team to score more than the other team.
Correct.
And B, you want your defense to be the one that makes the league boring, but nobody else's.
Yes.
As long as we're making things boring, I can enjoy that.
That's right.
That's a problem with defensive anything. Only that one team's fans really appreciate it and enjoy it.
Yeah.
Everybody else is like, this is a snooze fest.
All right. Well, let's hope that the Texans make the NFL playoffs super boring for everybody.
Now this is an exception where if the Texans defense were to assassinate the king,
the dictator,
the peasants around the USA would be just ecstatic. They would embrace Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter and Danico Autry. And they'd be like, who are these other guys? Yeah, we like them too.
Hail, Sting, the wicked
Mario Edwards.
The wicked Kermit is dead. That's right. That's right.
The wicked Kermit?
Mahomes. Yeah.
Yeah. I thought maybe there was a Muppets where Kermit
died?
He went dark.
No.
He
probably is somewhere on the internet.
Kermit the Dark Knight.
People taking a lot of liberties with Kermit through the years. Look,
Pat Mahomes, he's never lost a divisional game, which makes sense. I had never really thought about it or heard it when people said it, but all right, he's never lost a divisional game. The closest margin they ever had was they did rest Mahomes for a good chunk, and they ended up winning a squeaker versus the Browns in the divisional round.
He got hurt in that game.
Yeah, he got hurt. Well, he got hurt in that game, but in the fourth quarter, it was still a close game in the fourth quarter.
No, it wasn't. Chad Henne was in there for the Chiefs. You're right.
Yeah, but he'd also – it was the longest rest Mahomes had before that round.
Oh, okay.
So because one of the themes this week is there's rust. These guys, a lot of the starters for the Chiefs won't have played for 23 days by the time they play in that game. So the last time they actually went into a game where you might think there was a rust factor, they played a bit of a squeaker to the Browns.
Yeah. No, it was a close game when Mahomes was in. I thought you meant they rested him in that game. I'm like, no, That would be weird.
Yeah, you thought I was wrong, is what you're saying.
No,
typically.
no,
Yeah, I got you.
That's not. I thought I misunderstood.
There goes
you.
Seth again, not knowing what he's talking about.
I misunderstood you. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. I was listening on the way into some national radio, and if disrespect is a thing, I was thinking about this, Seth. If disrespect is a theme, which it seemed to be with the Texans on Saturday, I think Mahomes probably has a little bit of that fuel going as well. This other AFC divisional round game is providing, I think, probably a little fuel for Mahomes with as much attention as the Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson storyline is getting. You know, people saying like, "Hey, this might be the de facto AFC title game. The winner of this it should be the MVP of the league." I would imagine Patrick Mahomes, who routinely makes it to the Super Bowl, and those guys is probably looking at this going, "Hey guys, I'm right over here." You know.
Yeah,
I would like. There's like if the Texans are certainly getting their share of disrespect again if they want to fuel it that way. I think Mahomes is actually getting some this week too, just based on that other game. You know.
I think the other thing too is people are just looking at it like, well, okay, it's going to be a boring game because the Chiefs are going to roll over the Texans. The one thing I guess where maybe the Chiefs look at it is, hey man, you guys aren't really paying attention. Is the fact that the receiving core for the Chiefs is a much different one than he had for much of the season, just because Hollywood Brown is healthy in there. Xavier Worthy he's played his entire rookie season. DeAndre Hopkins has had time to acclimate and get into it. Mahomes hasn't thrown an interception since, I believe, the month of November. Like, they've become a more efficient team and more like the old Mahomes offense. And I think just because of narratives being set and everything, I don't think a lot of people realize that. As far as the rust factor goes, here's the actual stat. They've clinched the number 1 seed 4 times. This is just the second time when they've clinched early enough to rest their starters. The other time was in 2020, and they came off that bye week to beat the Browns 22-17. That was the narrowest playoff opening victory in Mahomes' career.
That's good news.
Maybe rust was a factor.
Yeah.
And now this is like a double bye week for the Chiefs. They're going to have had 2 full weeks off. Let's hope that's a thing.
I think it needs to be, and I think the Texans need to get off to a fast game. I think it has the dual effect of not only actually taking a lead on the scoreboard, but maybe dulling the crowd a little bit too. That's gonna be a nasty crowd in Kansas City. All right,
dull them.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast text message. There is an evil Kermit. Look it up. Evil Kermit meme. Oh, I'm sure there's evil everything on the internet for sure. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's keep it moving. Deontay Johnson got picked up yesterday. This was maybe, at least headline wise, the wildest story that I saw yesterday. And then you see the story behind it. And I think a lot of Texan fans are wondering, why did the Texans let Deontay Johnson go in the first place? Well, I think there's good reasons. We'll explain, we'll discuss, and we'll hear from the Chiefs as well we'll hear from some of the national pundits, the disrespect on this game maybe, or respect the Texans are getting. We'll do that next. Stay there.
Hey, Texas sports fans, I've got good news. Underdog is available to
Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, if you're into weird headlines, the one that got pushed to my phone yesterday afternoon, Deontay Johnson. Well, first of all, just merely Deontay Johnson picked up off waivers was a weird headline. I'm like, really? He's getting a fifth opportunity this year?
Well, and immediately I thought, well, is somebody the Texans are going to see in the playoffs?
Yes.
And what are the rules on this anyway? I don't quite know.
The Texans, or the Texans, or it could be the Bills because he was on the Ravens this year. Right.
Somebody the Texans might see in the playoffs.
No, but I'm saying even like the Bills might pick him up because they play the Ravens this week.
Right.
And it could, yeah.
Yeah. But then the rules are you pick him up off of waivers. You're not allowed to play him in the playoffs.
Right.
So that's the first thing.
Right.
So don't worry, everybody. We're not Deontay Johnson's formidable and impressive understanding of the Texans playbook will not be used against us.
Right.
They haven't captured a bunch of our Apache helicopters.
Nope.
And then figured out how to fly them. Okay.
Yeah. So it was a weird headline to begin with, just because. Who's picking him? Right, he can't play. The Ravens are picking him up. That made the headline even weirder because they were one of the teams that waived him. They were the team that waived him a few weeks ago. You dig a little deeper on this, and I guess some might say like, okay, well this is what makes the Ravens the Ravens. They're playing chess here. They're bringing him in. They're signing him basically, or they're picking him back up. So that if and when he leaves to go somewhere in free agency next year, and this is very wishful thinking on behalf of the Ravens, that they'd get a compensatory pick for him. And I don't think he's going to sign a big enough deal to where it's a third rounder, which is the biggest compensatory pick you can get.
Right.
Probably a sixth.
Oh, definitely didn't.
Yeah, he ain't getting 4 years, $100 million or anything like that.
The Ravens are really good at picking up compensatory picks.
Yeah.
Adding them up over time. They're awesome at it.
So if he signs somewhere, even for a minimum level deal, and the compensatory formula works out, they can pick up a day 3 pick for him, maybe, if a team wants him. I think that's questionable to begin with. I think the question that Texan fans would have would be like, well, why didn't you just keep him, Texans, and get a compensatory pick for him when he left? I think there's 2 answers to that. I think one is they just don't want him in the building. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like there would be too many questions about like why'd you pick him up if you're just going to make him inactive every week? And number 2, and I think this is the big one, they're a banged up football team. They need the roster spot right now. If he's not going to get on the field and they don't want him in the building, they don't want to be operating in the playoffs with a 52-man roster. Like they need guys. The Ravens have been a remarkably healthy team this year. They're guys that are out and inactive every week are guys that are actually healthy scratches at this stage of the season. The Texans' inactive list is by and large guys that are super banged up or literally unable to play in the football game,
Yeah.
So I think that's why.
That's neither here nor there. I guess the real question just becomes, all right, what is this Texans receiving core? And Deontay Johnson isn't the X factor that I was hoping that he could be. It really comes down to, man, we saw Xavier Hutchinson with a big time. It wasn't like it was a hard catch or anything. It was wide open, but a big time moment in that game.
Yeah.
John Mechie had opportunities, and on that 99-yard touchdown, he's an integral part of that. But is there anything that could click in John Mechie to where all of a sudden he's got good hands between last week and this week?
Yes, because did he come into the league with bad hands? Like he was drafted in the second round.
He's had issues with drops and everything the entire time he's been here.
Right.
So I don't know. Whatever the issue is and whatever the knock on him was at Alabama or anything else, it's been an issue.
Yeah.
And he's past the point where his ordeal and his recovery from cancer was obviously a very justifiable excuse for a lot of underperformance early on. I mean, in the game the other day, he's getting open. He's physically doing it. He's just got to hold on to the football.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the answer is to it, Seth, except that they don't have a choice.
Right.
This is who they've got to roll with Nico Collins, who is a clear-cut number 1 wide receiver, and then John Mechie, Xavier Hutchinson, and Robert Woods, who I don't think would crack the top 3 or 4 on Kansas City. DeAndre Hopkins is better than those guys. Xavier Worthy is better than those guys, or at least more dangerous. Hollywood Brown, more dangerous for sure, and probably better than those guys. And then you add in that their tight end, even aging, is light years better than what the Texans are trotting out there at tight end.
Oh, goodness.
You know
Especially
what I mean?
in the playoffs. Right, given that we've already seen Kelsey, whose year wasn't as bad as I feel like it's being framed by a lot of people.
Like 90 catches.
I know, yeah, I know. It's
it's wild.
Again, the narratives that are set like in the first half of the season, they tend to stick the entire time too. And I'm like trying to jog my memory on things, and I'm going through. It's like, oh yeah, he had 9 catches in this game. He had 8 in this one. I think that it's funny with the Texans because the offense never really clicked and gelled the entire time, even when you had 3 really good wide receivers on the roster. You almost forget that, oh yeah, they were struggling, but now they also don't have 2 of the top 3 receivers with whom they were struggling. And after Stephon Diggs got injured, the offense really started to nosedive.
Yeah.
So, but because the offense was never quite where you wanted it to be, it almost doesn't feel like that you're that damaged right now because you didn't fall from that lofty a perch. And yet, yeah, it's a factor when you just don't have the speed of Tank Dell and the route running savvy of Stephon Diggs out there.
They've got to be able to run the football in this game. It's non-negotiable. They have to be able to competently run the football in this game to open things up for these guys. Nico's the only guy they have right now that can really get open and beat guys in front of him. You know what I mean?
And especially also, I think using Mixon as a wide receiver, or as a receiver, and a Gumbawale as a receiver. However you come by it. One of the things they did well last week was, okay, they utilized their short game. They did a lot of stuff, and they've done it in the last couple weeks where you feel like, okay, yeah, where was this earlier in the year? Why did it? Yeah, sure. Have Nico Collins attack every field, not just screens as him getting involved in the short game. That was good. You're doing it against a very good defense, and a defense that's been more battle-tested in the playoffs than the Ravens guys you were seeing last week. So, or at least I guess more battle-proven in the playoffs. And but I think Mixon as a receiver, Dameon Pierce perhaps as a guy that can come in and give Mixon a blow as a runner. Because that was one of the things Slowick said yesterday. It was frustrating. He said, yeah, Mixon, yeah, he's really good as a receiver. We kind of moved away from it because we wanted to keep him fresh as a runner. And there's a part of me that wondered, like, okay, yeah, but the run game really wasn't working.
No.
And maybe it could have been helped out by using Mixon as a receiver a little bit more.
Yeah.
Or, hey, when I asked Caserio how come Dameon, if he had this in him, why weren't they able to get him the ball throughout the season? Nick said that, well, because Mixon's really good, so you're going to have Mixon out there. All right, but the offense sucked. So if it meant Dameon or somebody else getting more carries, but then you could loosen Mixon up and use him more as a receiver at times, I would have preferred that. I would have preferred good offense. And then instead of at times giving Mixon the ball so we could run into a brick wall against teams like the Lions over and over and over again.
Yeah, I just don't think this has been an offense this season. I heard the same cut you did. We'll play it in the next segment. Bobby Slowick said it in his press conference yesterday. And my feeling is, like, you're not an offense that can be choosy about how you go about moving down the field.
I was like, yeah, well, we got to get Mixon his touches in the run game, even when we're doing nothing with those touches in the run game.
Yeah, it made no sense.
Just go ahead, let him explore the space a little bit. Get him out there.
Yeah, it made no sense.
He's like a border collie. You can't keep him pent up behind the line of scrimmage all day long. You got to let him go run in an open field.
That's right.
Throw a Frisbee to him.
That's right. Tennis ball, something. Text message, how does Noah Brown sound right now? He sounds injured. I get what you're saying. Like, Noah Brown is a receiver that actually had a couple big games for the Texans last year when they were undermanned at receiver, and he's done some good things for Washington this year. But like always, Noah Brown is on injured reserve at the end of the year.
Yeah, that's how Noah Brown sounds. He's unavailable because of injury.
Yeah, that's how he sounds. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So what are the same talking heads that disrespected the Texans last week? Have they come around on the Texans now? Is anybody providing any fuel for a cigar party in the Kansas City, in the visitors' locker room in Arrowhead Stadium after the game on Saturday? Rex Ryan was the chief perpetrator amongst national voices last week. The Rex Ryan bye-week pack is what Mixon was smoking. What does Rex Ryan think about the Texans this week?
Well, it's certainly not a bye week, is it? Oh, my goodness. I think Houston has a chance here, and because I'm not going to ignore what I just saw. I'm not going to ignore it. That pass rush was absolutely ferocious, and it wasn't just against the 5 offensive linemen. They kept shipping, you know, your superstar right tackle for the Chargers. I can't stand. But anyway, they couldn't block them. They could not block them. And so to me, yes, that's a problem. What's the Achilles heel for Kansas City's offense? Pass protection. This team, and I get it. I know they beat them by 8 points in the regular season in a game. I get it. But they look different. For some reason, something clicked to that football team, and they look different.
Azeez Al-Shaair is one of the reasons they clicked. And this is where it's critical to have Azeez Al-Shaair out there versus Pat Mahomes. Yes, the Texans got a really good pass rush in terms of winning their one-on-one matchups in the game versus the Chiefs a few weeks ago. They just couldn't get Mahomes on the ground. And then Mahomes does what he does, which is it's not when he scrambles, when he's running towards the perimeter, that's where he's really dangerous in the pass game. The scary thing about him as a runner is when he just hits it right up the middle. Because, as D'Amico pointed out, it's because he's got yardage instantaneously there. It's not dragging things out. Guys don't have time to rally to him if they're out of position. He's getting yardage immediately. Azeez Al-Shaair, A, is smart, B, can run and is a better matchup, you know, in the open field or anticipating Mahomes coming up to the line of scrimmage. But also C, Mahomes saw what happened to Trevor Lawrence. I think Mahomes is going to make business decisions, wisely so, not in a cowardly fashion, but the menacing presence of number 0, which is what everybody calls him because it kind of A, I don't think they know how to pronounce his last name, and B, it shows up. You're like, well, that 0 is everywhere. I keep seeing that 0 on the sidelines and then in coverage and then up in the defensive backfield. I think just the psychological menace, the threat of Azeez right there, hopefully dampens Mahomes' ability to run a little bit.
Somebody texted in earlier about the Texans. Oh, here it is. The Texans can win against the Chiefs if Azeez works his magic, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, but we can't lose him for the game, though. We got to be sure we don't lose him for
that's a pretty good trade-off. Azeez gets ejected and Mahomes gets, Well,
if that were the case.
I think that's his magic they're referring to.
Sean, in this age of sound bites and the
Trevor
internet,
Lawrence,
I'm not even going to. I'm not going there, man. Okay. Not going there. I think, though, that what if Mahomes starts trying to, like, bait him? Like, try to,
he will
lure him into an illegal.
He will. I was most angry after that whole Azeez Trevor Lawrence thing at Patrick Mahomes because of how he uses the rules to his advantage and how he fakes the slide and then just starts taking off and he turns around. He's like, "Ha ha, gotcha." I don't like that. I don't like using a rule that's used to protect you. Right. You know, like you're taking advantage of it.
Yeah, that's a tough one too because you just can't. But you can't mess with. It's not like you can't make you can't have like a protest by hitting him even though he faked the slide if it means that you're ejected again and gone for the playoffs.
And gone for the playoffs. Like if Azeez, in all seriousness, like if Azeez has another episode like that, and especially if it's against Mahomes. Who knows what the punishment is? You know, forget about the rest of the playoffs. You're probably starting the regular season without him next year.
That would be, if you want to fuel conspiracy theories and everything, if Mahomes got away with faking a slide and Azeez had to pull off and then Mahomes takes off, okay, then now I'm starting to get a feel for why they haven't made it illegal necessarily. Okay,
yeah.
fine.
Yeah. No wonder they keep tabling this fake slide that everybody wants to get legislated out of the game.
College has done it, but the NFL seems like, oh no,
right.
it was just yeah.
If you're looking for somebody to direct your hatred towards, I guess so far this week, maybe Teddy Bruschi.
They were rushing a statue in Herbert that was sitting there the whole time. This is Patrick Mahomes we're talking about. He's going to convert on every 3rd and 3 where you got man coverage and those guys are rushing up the field trying to get Mahomes. He'll get out of there. That's going to be the difference. Herbert had 0 yards rushing. He did not use his legs at all. This is a different beast at quarterback.
All right, okay, for one, yes, it's a different beast at quarterback. Nobody's going to compare Herbert to Pat Mahomes. But, all right, listen, Brewski, you're old enough now, man. You got to start being careful about just labeling the white guy as a statue, all right? Herbert can freaking run. And I think part of the problem now maybe means he was playing like a statue. Herbert can run. We know that. That's one of the scary things about him is he's like Roethlisberger, but way more athletic or faster than Roethlisberger. I think that was a really good sign for the Texans that they were able to get Herbert down as much as he did, because in the Chiefs game, again, the Texans' defensive line was winning a lot of one-on-one matchups. They just didn't get Mahomes on the ground. Yep. You gotta figure out a way to get him on the ground.
All right, we'll get to headlines. We'll play that cut from Bobby Slowick about Joe Mixon that Seth was talking about. We'll get you up to speed on the injury report. And the Rockets get a big win last night. We'll do some headlines coming up next. But first, if you are looking to
Today's headlines.
All right, let's start with the Texans injury report yesterday. The only one still out on the Texans from practice yesterday was Robert Woods, who's dealing with a hip, which feels like he's one of the oldest guys on the team. And when it's a hip, it always
it's kind of like when Ed Reed had a hip,
yeah.
And he ended up never, at least with the Texans, wasn't the same guy. He knowingly went on to play pretty well for the Jets after that.
Did he? I know he played for the Jets. I couldn't recall if he actually played decently.
I think
for
he
the
went
Jets.
to the wherever he went, he played pretty well for.
He definitely went to the Jets.
He did with the Texans.
Yeah, he went to the Jets for sure. I just don't remember if he played well. That was Rex. Rex picked him up. Rex was his. They had that history in Baltimore together back in the day. So Robert Woods out with the hip, limited in practice. Azeez Al-Shire, so he's back practice. That's good news, actually. He didn't practice the day before, so he's practicing again. He's going to play. Juice Scruggs practicing again. Joe Mixon actually went from full participant to limited with an ankle. I'm hoping that's just managing his. It's been an issue at times this year. The interesting one was Shaq Mason, who for the first time since he hurt his knee back, it's been 3-4 weeks now. It's been a while.
Yeah.
Shaq Mason is back practicing again. Hey, Ben, let's skip to Slowick 7 here real quick. When Bobby Slowick was asked yesterday, was Shaq practicing again, what offensive line configuration do you plan on going with?
We'll see how Shaq looked as we go through this week. We'll see how Juice looks, and we'll see what we think is the best combination of the 5 to have out there to help us go win that game. But that really is going to be an ongoing process through the rest of this week up until the game.
It's not like Juice Scruggs or Shaq Mason have been rock-solid solutions at any point this year. They've both struggled. You might think, okay, well, Shaq Mason has more experience, et cetera, et cetera. There's an element to the offensive line right now where Juice Scruggs has been playing right guard. I feel better about the overall play on the offensive line in some respects over these last few weeks. I'm still not happy with it, but they're at least having positive moments. They're still also having their negative moments, but there is something that, okay, sometimes it's working, which is more than what we had earlier in the year for vast swaths of time. So I almost feel like this is how I feel about the offensive line right now. And kids, you're gonna have to hang in with me on this metaphor. But everybody remembers when you were like the 12 that had to go grab the rabbit ears antenna and move it. Okay, no, hold it. Okay, now hold it up above your head.
Stay there.
Yeah, stay there. Touch the lamp.
Yep.
Touch the lamp with your other hand. Okay.
Stay right there.
We can watch the last. We can watch the last 5 minutes of Archie Bunker. It's not the perfect solution,
right?
But we've got the antenna position just right for now.
I love that.
It'll work as long as there's no lightning.
Yeah.
That's how I feel about the O-line. Don't jostle things around. Don't mess with it. We don't need to tinker. There's no time to tinker. Our tinkering previously had not been working. Just hold the antenna right where it is. Don't put Shaq Mason back in.
It's a fantastic analogy. I would just say quite simply, your best and most important drive of the year was the last drive of the previous game with those 5 guys out there.
Yeah.
Those 5 guys were out there, and you ran the ball 13 straight times and closed out the game with a touchdown on 4th and 1. Like, why would you like that? Like, honestly, and it's not like you're disrupting it to bring in Will Shields to play guard or something like that. It's Shaq Mason, who's not been good this year.
Sean, the Texans actually being able to run the ball 13 times in a row against a very good NFL defense.
Yeah.
It might as well, given the level of difficulty and adjusting for skill level, that was like Lance McCullers' 24 straight curveballs.
Right.
It's like, you're like, what? You shouldn't be able to get away with that, should you? The Texans are running the ball?
Yeah.
How many straight times?
13 straight times.
13 straight. My God. It's a broke-ass version of 24 straight curveballs.
That's it. And so if you put Shaq Mason back in there, it's just veteran privilege to me at that point. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like it is like Maldi getting in there instead of Yiner in a way. Shaq's the guy we're comfortable with in there. It's
It feels almost like overthinking it.
Very much so.
or just kind of going from the rule book or the guidebook, like, okay, veteran experience, cool name. They both have cool names.
They do both have cool names.
Shaq and Juice are very cool names.
Very cool names. Yeah, very cool name. I ultimately think this is, you and I talking about this will be much ado about nothing. I think it is going to be the same 5 guys that they put out there.
Yeah, not slow.
He doesn't need to answer the question. Yeah, he doesn't have to answer the question. So Joe Mixon,
master strategist,
chess player, man. He's a chess player.
Yeah.
Joe Mixon. This was Bobby Slowick yesterday on their use, explaining the use of Joe Mixon, or maybe lack thereof, in the passing game.
I think he's a really good receiver, actually. I know, we worked it a lot in camp. Like I'm sure all you guys saw that. We did a good amount of it in camp. We did some of it early in the year. And I think as the year has gone, probably have gotten away from that a little bit. Wanted to make sure he was fresh for some of his carries, but without a question, that's something that's on my mind and been on my mind. Like, how can we make sure we make use of a guy that we think is an excellent player?
Yeah, it's been on my mind almost like it's a song lyric or something. Hey, like he's thinking, he's off in a meadow thinking about Joe Mixon running. Yeah, he needs to have a revelation where he goes to sit in that, and in his mind he sees Joe Mixon galloping towards him on a wheel route and catching the football. Yes, yeah.
Specifically on a wheel route.
Give me a little angle route, something like that. This is exactly where it bothers me. It's all right. How about in those games where you guys could not pee a drop versus good run defenses? Yeah. Maybe then would be a time to not save him so he can be fresh to run into a brick wall. Maybe then you can explore the space a little bit. This is everything about a young offensive coordinator, I think, compared to a guy like, say, Andy Reid. I was thinking about that this morning. How much coaching and coordinating matters. Take Pat Mahomes, and in his first full year as a starter, his second year, or let's say his second year as a full-time starter, Bobby Slowick is his offensive coordinator instead of Andy Reid.
Right.
And it's a different scenario. It's a much different scenario, I think.
Yeah, no, Andy Reid, he's the best. No question.
So there's another question for the offseason, obviously. Unless they can go out and trade for Andy Reid as the offensive coordinator, you either gotta wonder, okay, is somebody else better, or is it Bobby just the growing pains?
Well, or if the offense looks the way it did in the second half on Saturday and they win the game. Yeah, and then they go to Buffalo. I mean,
I just want. Yeah, you're right. I should even table any of that kind of stuff because it's kind of depressing to think about the offseason decisions. Like, right? Yeah. Hopefully, this is when Bobby. This is a stretch when Bobby catches lightning in a bottle as an offensive coordinator and he figures it all out.
Absolutely. That's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping what we saw on Saturday is maybe everybody growing a little bit here.
I hope we come in here on Monday and you are just a complete fraud and you're like, I've been telling everybody all year long. Yeah. It's just a matter of time. Just a matter of time until boy genius Bobby Slowick grows into that hat of his.
That's a good idea. Mm-hmm. You think anybody will go back and fact check me on that? If I do that, if I come in? Yeah.
No, don't worry. If there's anything I've learned from some people who are wildly successful in media, don't worry about it.
Right.
Just go ahead.
Right.
You don't flip and flop enough, Sean.
I know.
You got to go coward on this thing. It's just flop right over.
Stop being so honest. Yeah.
People are going to fact check you. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, if they do, big deal. Yeah. You know who's not fact checking me? My employer.
My bank.
That's right. Chase
Hopefully
Bank.
The IRS, as you were telling me during the break.
Yeah, they haven't fact checked me yet.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
A little selfish here. I got to write down a note.
Okay.
There was some correspondence I was supposed to return to the IRS 5 weeks ago that I have not.
They're very forgiving. Don't worry about it. Yeah, they're very flexible.
You know what, though? They kind of are.
Are they?
When it comes to administrative stuff, it's like they're like, listen, we're a bloated bureaucracy. We get it. Okay.
And let's be real. Like, look around society. Even forgetful Seth is probably in the top 10% of, like, people they deal with, in terms of, ease of doing business.
Well, the first correspondence they sent me, it was sent via first-class mail. So it wasn't like, stuff gets lost in the mail and everything all the time. If I had gotten a registered letter, I would have been more expedient.
Right. Rockets win last night, 128-108 over the Denver Nuggets. No Jokic for the Nuggets, but who cares? The Rockets boat raced these guys from the first quarter on. They were up by 20 in the second half. They allowed those of us with early rising jobs to go to bed early in the fourth quarter. That was really cool. And Jaylen Green, now we saw this last year with Jaylen Green's been amazing the last few weeks. He scored 34 again last night, and he was putting on a show. We saw this in March of last year where he was in the running for Player of the Month, if you remember that. He had that huge month, and then in April he kind of turned back into the old Jaylen Green again. That month in March last year was not against good competition. That was the big caveat with all of it, was like, all right, this is a pretty weak schedule you're playing. They're playing good teams on this stretch right here. I mean, they Denver, I know no Jokic, but but it's Denver in Denver, altitude and all that. You beat the Grizzlies a couple of times. You got some nice tests coming up here with Cleveland next week, a couple of games. This feels more real with Jaylen Green now than the big March he had last year felt like.
Yeah. I think that he's coming into his own. And I think the surroundings, the environment, him just aging, getting older.
Buying in.
And maturing, buying in.
Yeah.
Taking care of a kid, all that stuff.
Yeah,
it's feeling like the way you would have written it and hoped for. All right, it seems to be clicking. And I do think, the fact that you and I both felt comfortable checking out and going to bed with a quarter remaining.
Yeah,
that's how it felt. I was not worried that somehow, especially without Jokic, that somehow they were just the Nuggets were going to make a turnaround.
Agreed. All right, so the Texans and the Chiefs on Saturday, 3:30 kick here on Sports Radio 610. We know the stars need to show up. Who are the others that need to? I've got 6 names here of guys that need to play their best game of the season if the Texans are going to beat the Chiefs on Saturday. See if you agree. We'll do that coming up next. I think we can all agree on this, especially if you've done business.
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Rockets game is on in our studio here, the replay of it, and Russell Westbrook is at the line right now, and I'm just looking at him in a Denver uniform, and I'm thinking to myself, how many teams has Russ been on?
How many is it? It's 7.
It's let me check here real quick. Got it pulled up. So he was obviously OKC all those years, and he was with Houston for a year, Washington for a year, the Lakers for a year and change, and the Clippers for a year and change. I think he even got kind of laundered through Utah in one of these deals where his contract was used
briefly,
to facilitate
he was briefly
it.
at Jazz.
yeah, but he never played for them, and now he's on Denver. So if we count the Jazz, that's 7 teams total, but actually got on the floor for 6 teams. But here's the crazy part. It's all been since 2019.
Right,
he was with OKC for over a decade, and now he just gets passed around like a cheap Brandon Cooks. He's just getting passed around the league.
He was 2 for 3 on threes last night. Maybe he's reinventing himself.
Maybe.
You know?
Yeah.
He's one of these classic guys that develops his outside shot.
Like Jason Kidd.
Yeah.
Yeah, that ain't happening.
It would have been cool, if that had been the career arc. If somehow, like many other NBA players who had horrible shots, early in his career that developed it. He hasn't done that.
Hey, remember the time the Rockets traded Chris Paul and a bunch of ones for Russell Westbrook, then had to completely reconstruct their team because he couldn't shoot and he needed more space to operate?
Harden was distraught over the fact that, you're left with this team that I forced you to create. Yeah. And I got to get out of here. I can't be here while I'm here destroying the composition of the team.
And Russ, to his credit, realized like a month after being here, like, oh, this is how James operates behind the scenes. Yeah, because say what you will about Russell Westbrook and his inability to knock down anything outside of 15 feet consistently. He's a hard worker. He does work hard.
Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He's a hard worker.
Plays his ass off.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, I was thinking about this yesterday, Seth. It's going to take a team effort here to win this game city. I think I'm breaking any news there, and I think the stars need to show up for sure. Like you can't see, like CJ can't bring his C game to this. Now, I don't know that his A game is even a possibility in this game, given the environment, the weather, the opposition, and just where this team is overall offensively right now.
Right, and especially given, Bobby, I enjoyed Bobby's answer to the question about, I think the opening question was something like, what challenges does what are the challenges of the Chiefs defense? And he basically said Chris Jones. Like that's
the first thing he said. Yeah,
it starts with Chris Jones, really. And I think their defensive line in general, the hard thing about the Chiefs is that, yes, Spagnuolo does a lot of really cool exotic stuff and they confuse quarterbacks, but one of the big reasons that it all works is that they've got defensive linemen who can make it, they can do things that a lot of defensive linemen can't do that allow you to be creative with your back 7 players. So, and Chris Jones is one of the biggest guys amongst them, that they can basically 2-gap or have multiple responsibilities at times, but they can also get upfield. They're just an extreme headache. And the tough thing with Chris Jones is that he lines up all over the defensive line. Chris Jones really gave Blake Fisher some rookie moments in that first game when Chris Jones was lined up as a deep, but then he go down inside and take advantage of your weak Texans interior. So there's going to be times where we talk about CJ's willingness to run. Yes, and it's another good point that Bobby made was it's when you run and you just hit it up the middle, when you threaten the line of scrimmage, stepping up into the pocket when there's pressure, instead of some of these bad habits CJ started to show during the year when he's bailing out the back of the pocket.
Running backwards,
Yeah, like that makes it easier on your defensive backs. Yeah, you're extending the play, but they're not worried about you running. So if Chris Jones is destroying the offensive tackle, especially, that's when you might have opportunities to run up the middle. And I think he's just got to be maybe a little bit quicker to pull the ball down and run against this team this week.
These are the guys I think, I'll call them the others, like supporting cast guys, not Nico, not Mixon, not either of the defensive ends, like guys who are role players on this team that I think need to play their best game of the season if the Texans are going to win. First one is John Mechie. He is clearly your number 2 receiver now. I think just in terms of targets, I think the obviously the Deontay Johnson dream has dissipated into dust. He's no longer here. And when I say John Mechie needs to play his best game of the season, what I really mean is he needs to catch the football. He can't have drops, can't be putting it on the ground like he did on the first play of the game. His stats don't need to be eye-popping, but when the ball's thrown to him, catch it. Like I think a good box score for John Mechie in this game, Seth, be something like 5 catches for 55 to 65 yards and moving the chains a few times.
Yeah. John Mechie's catch rate is about 50% in any given game. Yeah. I don't know what it is on the season, but I'll just go over the last 2 games. The Chargers, the Titans, he had a 50% catch rate. The week before that against Baltimore was 62%. The week before that against Miami, it was 50%. The average catch rate in the NFL is about 70%. Like, it's just this is where I don't know. I can't expect that all of a sudden John Mechie turns into a sure-handed receiver. I guess the biggest thing is at the very least he can, for damn sure, after he does every now and then catch the ball, hold on to the ball.
Right.
Don't fumble it. Don't give it immediately back to the opponent like he did last week.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a roll of the dice as to whether it's a sure-handed type of day or a 50% catch rate.
He needs to play his best game of the season, and that's not asking much. It's not like the bar is set real high for John Mechie right now, but he has to play his best game. He can't make mistakes. Number 2, Jarrett Patterson. Jarrett Patterson has to have his best game of the year. He's a center. It's going to be tough sledding, communicating in that environment, but he's the one that's getting everybody kind of set up. He's going to be somebody who's got Chris Jones lined up over him from time to time, I'm sure, or he's at least got to help out with Chris Jones. Really, the interior of the offensive line, you could put the whole group in there, Seth, and say they need to have their best game of the season. But if I'm putting a face on it, I'll pick Jarrett Patterson. He's the veins of the operation. So the Jarrett Patterson.
And Jarrett Patterson is... by the way, average catch rate's about 60%,
okay.
Not 70%, sorry. As far as Jarrett Patterson goes, it's really I think his play has improved with Titus Howard at left guard, and that's his classic with centers. It's that they're kind of limited by what their guards can do, and some of it's the communication and the coordination. Some of it's just simply that, man, the job of a center sometimes is just to feed guys to the guard. But it's just looked better since Titus has been there. I don't know if he's the long-term answer or solution at center. I think athletically in this scheme, especially for what they want to do, he might be a little bit limited. But he can't whiff. He's got to be really, really sound in his responsibilities. And that's what I'm looking for with the offensive line. I don't expect them to all of a sudden look like the 1990 Cowboys offensive line. They've got to take advantage of those times where they do have things right and be less bad than they've been previously. And that's what they were. They had some bad reps and snaps across the board last week, but they had way more positive snaps than they typically do.
Yep.
So that, like, a performance like that is way above and beyond what they had done before. It's really tough versus the Chiefs, but just a passable performance.
Yep. So Jarrett Patterson is on my list of guys who need to play their best game of the season. Next one, Henry To'oTo'o. And To'oTo'o has been much improved this year. So, his best game, if he gives them their best game, that's going to be a pretty good game. He's had some really this year. Particular to this one, though, Seth, I think there's a few things that cross my mind when it comes to To'oTo'o. One is we don't know what Christian Harris is right now. All we know is he only played 7 snaps against the Chargers, and the answers we've been getting about him is, well, he's still coming back, and he's going to do whatever we ask of him. And we're not getting a lot of clarity on what Christian Harris's role is going to be here and how healthy or unhealthy he is. So that's number one. So Henry To'oTo'o is probably going to be on the field a ton. Maybe the whole game like he's done at times this year. Number two, where To'oTo'o
most of the year,
where To'oTo'o has struggled has been at times in pass coverage, and the Chiefs are really good at finding soft spots in your defense and exploiting that. And so I think that's like he's going to need to be sound there, and obviously tackling and containing Mahomes in the scramble game is going to be key. And I think toe-to-toe is a big part of that. I trust Azeez Al-Shaair is going to play a really, really good game in this game. Toa needs to bring his aid. They need to be sound at the linebacker position.
Yeah, they have to be sound at the linebacker position. Having all three linebackers healthy, it's you'd love to be able to play your actual base 4-3 when you have to. This team and the Chiefs, as good as they are, it's not like they're a ferocious rushing attack. I think you'd probably be out there in nickel a lot more anyway. So hopefully it's not as big a factor. Aziz's influence on Henry To'oTo'o and his ability to alert him to things and to just give him the tendencies and just to keep him on the right page. I feel a lot better about Henry To'oTo'o. He's alongside Azeez Al-Shaair now. There were instances in the game last week where you could see the pre-snap adjustments and adjusting to pre-snap motion. It was really important to have Azeez out there. Yeah. There was a lot more directing of traffic going on with Azeez out there than there has been when Henry To'oTo'o has been the guy in charge. So that's I feel reasonably confident you're going to get the best version of To'oTo'o.
Yeah, and that's a great point about Azeez getting guys set up. You're right. Like the Texans' ability to play the pre-snap chess game with Azeez out there is just it's next level with him out there. So To'oTo'o is number 3. Number 4. Eric Murray needs to bring whatever he brought last week to the Chargers game. Whatever game that was, do that again. And if it can include a pick 6, that would be amazing if he could do that. But I'm talking about definitely in the coverage game and forcing a turnover. But he was great up near the line of scrimmage as well. He was tackling really well. He had a big play behind the line of scrimmage in that game. And the other thing with Murray is like where he needs to bring his game he had last week. Eric Murray's bad games can be really bad. I think that Titans game was like his low point of the season with those huge plays.
I would add Kalen Bullock into that in terms of, okay, your bad plays, you got to really minimize your bad plays because Kalen Bullock's been awesome, but as it's been with the Texans defense all year long, both those rookie defensive backs have played very, very well for rookies, but there's glitches at times. There's rookie moments, and there's only so much you can do about it. That's out to happen. They've gotten a lot better. Both of them have improved a lot in terms of just understanding the game and minimizing some of those mistakes. You got to keep getting better at it. You can't ever lose sight of the fact that, man, you got to be dialed in mentally and not give Pat Mahomes, especially when he's scrambling and extending plays, you got to stay attached is the terminology they use. Stay attached. If you're in zone, if you're in man, whatever it is, these receivers are all really good at figuring out a way to get lost in the coverage. And you just can't do that. You got to have really, really good discipline. You got to hammer at it. Go ahead and go A.J. Brown on it and read a motivational book on the sideline about just staying focused and in the moment.
So Mechie, Jarrett Patterson, these are the Texans I think need to play their best game of the season. The non-star players, supporting players. Mechie, Patterson, To'oTo'o, Murray. The next one, number 5, I'll put a face to it, but I initially typed in the rundown, Seth, interior D-line. But I'm trying to keep it specific to players, and I'll put Foley Fatukasi in here because he did not play, similar to Azeez Al-Shaair, he did not play in the earlier Chiefs game. He did not play in that Ravens game. They were missing Foley Fatukasi, and he was the one who made the big play early in the game against the Chargers. That was one of the more underrated plays, I think, in that game on Saturday, was the first third down the Chargers had, 3rd and 1 in the red zone.
Yeah.
And Foley Fatukasi comes up and stuffs the run. I forget who carried the ball, if it was Dobbins or Edwards, but he comes up, not only stuffed the run and forces a 4th down, but it's a tackle for loss. That turns it into a no-brainer field goal for the Chargers instead. And so and Foley, so he made that play. He made other plays out there. The team themselves made a big deal about Foley Fatukasi being back in this last game.
Yeah, and a lot of it is we've seen over the last few weeks, teams have been running a lot of traps and whams and taking advantage of the Texans' defense where the defensive linemen are very aggressive upfield. And the one fatal flaw when you run a defense like that is that it makes you susceptible to traps and whams. and some of the younger defensive tackles haven't been great at recognizing it. A lot of it is just simply understanding the read, the formation, everything where you got to be alert to the potential for a wham. Fatukasi's just a lot better at it than some of those other guys. And and they weren't doing a great job of it on that first series, but they figured it out and fixed it by the end. That part of it was the really encouraging thing about that game.
They ran him on that 3rd and 1. They ran him in there late, Fatukasi. I was just watching watching the substitutions being made, and he ran in there late on that play, and he's the one who made the play on that 3rd and 1.
This is the one stat that I saw that is daunting looking, Sean, just to tap into what the defensive backs we were talking about.
Yeah.
So Justin Herbert goes in last week, hasn't thrown more than one interception in a game all year long. He'd only thrown 3 interceptions in the game, and I'm thinking, all right, well, hopefully you can pick him off a couple of times. That would be his worst performance of the season. They pick him off 4 times. This is the one daunting stat for the Chiefs. Mahomes has never thrown an interception in the divisional round. So for this Texans extremely opportunistic defense, they're facing a quarterback who's been very, very good at not throwing interceptions in the divisional round. Hasn't thrown an interception this year since November 17th. If they can pull it off versus Mahomes, who's gotten a lot better than he was early in the season at taking care of the football, that would be the coup of the century.
Well, especially given that this game's on the road. Like all these performances that we've talked about with the Texans forcing all these turnovers, pick sixes, 5 interceptions, Jared Goff, 4 interceptions, Justin Herbert, 3 interceptions, Tua, pick 6, Will Levis throws a lot of picks, but you know what I mean. Those have been at NRG Stadium. Like if they do it against Mahomes and you're absolutely right, man. Like if this game were at NRG Stadium, it'd be like, well, they're going to pick him off. I don't care if he hasn't thrown an interception since before the pandemic. They get 3. It's NRG Stadium, man. But it's not. It's Arrowhead.
I'm just glad they're not playing at the Giants-Jets Stadium, at MetLife Stadium. Just because for whatever it is versus the Jets. I was just thinking of the Jets game where they're on the road, they're playing the Jets. They had opportunities for interceptions where I just wonder, is it as simple as that? It's like, because some of those big plays by the Jets were like they were an eighth of an inch away from being an interception.
Yeah.
And like would those have been at NRG Stadium?
That's right.
I don't know.
That's right. Last one. So Fatukasi, number 5, guys who need to play their best game of the season. This is a pretty simple one. Kaimi Fairbairn. Kaimi Fairbairn needs to play his best game of the season. He can't be missing extra points like he did after the Tank Dell injury. He can't be missing chip shot field goals like he did late in the Titans game. Like Kaimi Fairbairn, second half of the season, Kaimi Fairbairn has not been the same as he was when he was winning 2 special teams Player of the Week awards in the first 5 weeks of the season.
I feel confident because, look, these kickers, no matter who they are, the greatest of all kickers, they go through little stretches where they have some weird little blips. You know, because there'll always be some guy who's top 5 in career field goal percentage or something. Then he hits a stretch of a month where he's awful and people want to kick him out of the league in the country altogether. He's been through that now, and it's good. We got over that. We got over the little glitch that Kaimi Fairbairn would have.
He's going
to be just fine.
He's the one I'm most nervous about on this list.
Yeah, you shouldn't be. You don't understand math or history.
Do you understand weather and outdoors?
It's not going to be the weather's not going to be that bad. It's going to be winds of 15 miles per hour, and
30. It's going to be 30.
What?
30 degrees.
But that's not super cold. It's not until you get into the teens.
He's from Hawaii. It's super cold for him.
But he has not been kicking in Hawaii for a long. It's been a long time since he kicked a field goal in a game in Hawaii. Sean.
Okay, well, NRG Stadium last week was very.
So let me finish my point.
Okay,
it's when you get into the below that you're like below 20.
Yeah.
That's when your appendages start to lose their normal touch and feel.
Sure.
Anything in the high 20s. You can feel your fingers. You can feel your toes. If anything, it's a super comfortable temperature to play at because you don't get really cold, but you don't get tired nearly as easily. You've just got a natural radiator all around you. So I'm not worried about the weather in this game.
I'm going to need at least 3 more drinks before I get with you on the side of this debate. It's outside.
That's how you get your appendages.
He's not kicked well in outdoors, regardless of the temperature. But
I'm afraid he's going to have whiskey foot.
A little bit. Had that many times.
Not that accurate, but I can do it for a long time.
yeah, exactly. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Text message. If the Texans even get close to Mahomes, okay, it's voice to text. It says my homes. That's funny to me. If the Texans get even close to Mahomes, they're going to get called for roughing the passer. And if that's going to happen, they need to make sure they make every one of those penalties worthwhile. Rough him up. If you're going to get called for it, do it big.
Look, when the Ravens won their first Super Bowl, Sean, I bring this up all the time because I just had such an admiration for it. Noted pass rusher.
Tony Siragusa. Yeah.
Tony Siragusa landed with all of his body weight on Rich Gannon. And I don't think he was even flagged. I think he got fined for it later, but Gannon was done for it. This was in the championship game.
Yes.
It was either the divisional round or the championship.
Yeah.
And Gannon was a mess after that. So, yeah, something like that.
That play wound up on my Twitter timeline like 2 days ago. And I'm like, oh, this is the play. I didn't recall that play. I recall the play happening, but I don't recall the visual of it. And I'm like, oh, yeah, this is the play Seth was talking about. And I watched it. I'm like, oh, my God, I hurt watching that. I hurt for Gannon watching that. I
remember that play because that was the thing that sparked Tom Coughlin wanting me to gain like 30 pounds as a three technique. And I'm like, I'm not athletic enough to carry that weight as a three technique, man.
Yeah.
I would end up playing at the body weight Coughlin wanted me at when I played in Houston. Mm-hmm. But if I was a nose tackle in a 3-4 defense.
Made sense.
You're trying to play three tech. You got to be super athletic to be able to carry 340 pounds as a three technique.
Yes.
It's just like a lot of those guys that are like the huge fat guys like Keith Traylor. A lot of those guys ran track in high school.
You gotta be.
Like to be able to carry that much weight and still have some twitch to you, you got to be an incredible athlete. And that wasn't me.
You got to be super athletic to carry 340 pounds around society, just around town.
That's why those big guys have such impressive calves.
Yeah.
When you're waiting in line at Disney World and you're behind some poor sap that's just he's losing 5 pounds of water weight every 3 minutes.
Yes.
But his calves are immense. It's impressive. I always feel like if you take a guy like that walking around in nature with who weighs 350 pounds, he doesn't even realize just how sick his vertical would be if he would lose the weight.
Right.
Screw your heart health. Just get your vert up, man.
Oh, dude.
You've developed those calves through 40 years of, I'll call it training.
Yeah.
And you've got them. It's like you've been wearing strength shoes around.
Yes.
Those old platform strength shoes.
You could dunk. Yeah, you could dunk. I felt bad for Gannon with Siragusa landing on top of him till I remembered Rich Gannon, the color analyst, who talked about carrying his 2-point conversion decision card around in his pocket with him.
Yeah, carries it right around in his pocket. Just like with the other pocket, he's got a copy of the Constitution. These are the rules I live by.
I'm like, all right. If Siragusa were alive, I wish he'd go flatten him again. Yeah.
He did. It was so far like the extreme of analytics versus like, nope, I've got all the old school sentiments right here in this book.
Oh, my God.
Which is fun. It's always funny to me because the people that'll rail against analytics, they're still using math.
Yeah.
It's just like they're acting like, no, I go by feel, except for all this math. It's just different math than the math you're using.
I hated that didn't work, too. That was a Texans game during the COVID year against the Titans where the Texans went up by 7, and they had the conversion, and they decided to go for 2 to make it a 2-possession game, and they didn't make it. The Titans came back, tied the game, won in overtime. Oh, God. If you had just gone for the PAT there, you would have forced them to go for 2. And I'm like, they have Derrick Henry. They just would have handed it to him, and he would have waltzed into the end zone for 2 points. That's what would have happened, Gannon, all right?
No, but you play in these game management situations. You play the parlay game.
Yeah.
Just like with small ball and baseball. You're like, all we have to do is lay down a perfect bunt and then steal second and then steal third and then get a base hit from a guy who sucks at hitting baseballs. That's all you got to do.
Yeah.
That's all you got to do.
That's it. If you don't do that, and if you don't try it, you're stupid.
Yeah. I can't believe you turned down the opportunity to have Altuve steal second and steal third and then have Maldonado hit a single to get him home.
How could you possibly turn down doing something where there's a 10-1 chance of succeeding? Why would you? Yeah. Will Anderson Jr. sat down with J.J. Watt on CBS for the pregame show. They did an interview. J.J. flew to Houston, did a sit-down with Will. Really good interview. They only ran like 3 or 4 minutes of it on the telecast, but the full interview is up on YouTube. And to me, it's just cool. Like, the Texans are now an old enough franchise to where they've got multiple eras of all-pro players, like, sitting down with each other now. Like, that's really cool to me, you know?
I also, the very beginning of that interview, Sean, you can see in the video that JJ gives a hug to Will Anderson.
Mm-hmm.
And I knew right then for sure. I mean, now it's obviously JJ's not coming back to play football this year. But JJ's pants were a little too baggy in the seat. I'm like, nope, he's not. This is not JJ squatting 600 pounds on the weekend or anything. Yeah.
No,
he's done. He's done.
He actually just looks like a really big reporter. You know,
he does.
He's well dressed and he's asking good questions. Handsome,
but looking a little. No, it's just like
No, you can't go speed to power anymore. But
by defensive line standards,
right.
Normal people standards.
This was fun. Here was Will Anderson Jr. talking about draft night. And if we remember, the Texans took C.J. Stroud at 2. And then made the trade of the draft, one of the biggest trades in draft history, in my opinion.
I kind of remember.
Moving up from 12 to 3 to get Will Anderson. Here was Will Anderson taking us in his shoes on draft night.
My agent, Nicole, she already had told me, like, the Texans, they're taking CJ, obviously. Like, they're not going to get you or whatever like that. So she already gave me the heads up. But I was like, I don't care. Like, tell D'Amico I don't care. Like, he needs to do whatever he needs to do to get me to Houston. And on the board, it said they had, switched the pick with the Cardinals. But on the back, like in the green room, it still said the Cardinals was up. So I get a phone call from the Texans, and I'm like, what are they calling me for? And I'm like thinking they just calling me, like, because we had a really good relationship, like, oh, we sorry we couldn't get you, but good luck. And it was D'Amico on the phone saying, we're drafting you, we want you. And I was so happy, like, I didn't want to go nowhere else but here.
My favorite part of that is bright-eyed, wide-eyed, naivete, Will Anderson on draft night, thinking that an NFL team would take 2 minutes out of the war room to call to say, hey, sorry we're not taking you.
Work out.
Wish you the best of luck. Now, if anybody would do it, it would be D'Amico Ryans probably. But
they do that.
Do they?
Teams will do that. Yeah.
Okay.
Look, they'll do it even for, I was a 4th-round pick, but the Cowboys defensive line coach had told me they wanted to draft me at the end of the 3rd round.
Okay.
So, like, the day before, I was having a conversation with him, and he called me the second day of the draft. Is that how we would do it?
You had a 2-day draft. You had a 2. The draft was rounds 1 through 3, and then 4 through whatever.
And he called me again, if I remember correctly, before that round started, and said that he was really hoping that they were going to. And then he told me specifically that I was the only defensive lineman left that they would draft. So first pick in the 4th round, they draft a defensive tackle.
Yeah.
I'm like, whoa, I see this is how the Cowboys operate. So to his credit, he called afterwards and said, hey, man, I'm really sorry. And tell me if this sounds like classic Jerry Jones. Hey, man, I'm sorry. We had, was it Antonio,
Anderson.
Whoever it is. What's that?
Antonio Anderson, I think.
Antonio Anderson.
Yeah.
We had Antonio Anderson. We had crossed him off because of injury concerns, but Jerry wanted him. So, and so I appreciated the gesture, and I'm just a jamoke, nobody had ever heard of. So they called me, the defensive line coach at least called me to say, hey, good luck and everything.
Yeah, that's cool.
So Jerry had stepped in and took a defensive tackle who came from a bigger school and would go on to play, 2 or 3 years in the NFL?
I'm trying to.
Go die, Jerry. Go die.
I'm trying to look up. So you are on the long list of people who had been jilted by Jerry Jones in your career.
I wasn't. I was just happy to go anywhere. I didn't. Let's be honest. If I'd gone to Dallas, I would have been done in 2 years too. It'd have been a long time. A lot of my money would be left in some club somewhere. Yeah, I wasn't mature enough to handle playing in Dallas.
Do you know? Yeah. Do you care to take the? You want to guess how many games Antonio Anderson played in the NFL? Care to take a stab
12?
at it? 21.
21. Okay.
21. Whereas Seth C. Payne, who would go 13 picks later, went on to play 121 games.
Well, Jerry wisely, in all his wisdom, He overlooked all the advice of all of his actual football people, and he made the decision on that one.
That would be
really
great.
Smart by Jerry.
If, like, Jerry finally does, like, this all-encompassing interview when he finally retires, and he's like, what are the moves that you regret? He's like, we could have had that Seth Payne.
Well, no, but honestly, though, think about that. Right. Like, nobody's thinking about that or talking about it in the grand total of sum of things. But it is, like, that's a pattern that's played out when it's played out over and over and over again. To the point where he's trying to draft Johnny Manziel, and they basically have to pry his finger off the nuclear button because he wanted Johnny Manziel when all his football people are telling him, like, no, we don't want Johnny Manziel. Like, yeah, that's why the Cowboys aren't as good as they should be.
The people are all saying, don't draft Johnny Manziel. We need to draft Zach Martin, which is who they picked. With that pick, who's going to be a Hall of Famer.
That was a time that it worked out because they were able to fight against his instincts.
Correct.
But then, okay, when you get down into the later rounds in the draft and everything, and he's still doing all that stuff, like how many times has Jerry Jones subverted his own staff for to worsen his team?
Tons.
It's a damn shame.
Tons.
I cry every morning thinking about these poor Cowboys.
Yeah, it's too bad.
And their
really
delusional fantasies about ever actually winning a Super Bowl with him as their owner.
Yeah,
sad.
That's a shame. That's a shame. Draft night for the Texans, though, in 2023, one of the greatest nights ever. I go back and watch the YouTube all the time. I'm not even joking. Here was Will Anderson Jr. with J.J. Watt talking about DeMeco Ryans.
I knew his coaching style, how he wanted to run his program, how he wanted his players to play, and he's exceeded everything that I ever could imagine, man. I mean, the way he cares for us, the way he coaches us, I think it's perfect. Like, he still has that player-like mentality. Like, this is how I was as a player, and I need y'all to understand that. And I understand it 100%. I know the guys in the locker room understand it, and I think that's what makes us so good.
I try and explain to people what he's like because they always ask, like, how did he turn the program around? I'm like, you have to understand, he knows how to handle the people, his personalities, but he's also brilliant.
Yeah.
Like, he's a really good football mind, and in those meetings, you guys can see that and feel that, right?
Most definitely. I feel like more like when we're in a team meeting, and I think you see it more like when he knows every level of each, special teams, offense and defense. I think that just shows, how far ahead he is. Like, he's able to break down what the special teams need to do, break down what the offense need to do, what looks they're going to get, defense, what's our keys to victory, how are we going to go in and win this game. And I think that's what makes him really special. And then just like seeing him coach on the sideline, coaching the offense, coaching the defense, it makes him really special.
I think and that's the thing about coaching in the NFL is I would be kind of alarmed at how many NFL coaches there are who forget that they're coaches and become more what's the word I'm looking for?
Strategist?
Strategist, thank you.
Yeah.
Like, they get so enamored of the X's and O's and everything else like that they forget about the very basics of coaching the techniques of football. And I'm serious with this. Like, there are a lot of NFL position coaches who really don't coach much technique, and it's disgusting. And when you watch highlights or watch mic'd up Bill Belichick in the way he operated with the Patriots for so many years, there's just a lot of actual football coaching going on. Like, you would see guys, I've told you before, I would watch their defense every year. And at the beginning of some years, I'd be like, oh, they can't do anything with these defensive linemen. And then midway through the year, I'd watch them again, and I'm like, who the hell are these guys? Mm-hmm. Like, oh, they've gotten better at football because they're getting coached on actual technique. And I think long-term with DeMeco, that's the really encouraging thing. There's all those personality things and everything else that go into it for sure. But I think at the base of it all, he understands the value of just genuine coaching and teaching. And we've seen it on defense. At some point, okay, how does he have his influence on the offensive side of the ball? Because the defense just looks like a better coached unit. Just the way they operate, it's a better coached unit. How does DeMeco really utilize all of his ability to do all those things on the offensive side of the ball? And really, it's coaching as coaches at that point.
Yep, no doubt. Text message, Texans should use Devin White this week. He would know how to slow down Mahomes from experience with the Bucs in the Super Bowl. That was 5 years ago.
It was 5 years ago, and like Devin White, there's no big secret about Devin White. Yeah. He's not consistent.
Right.
He's incredibly athletic. and they can use him in spells and in specific moments, but it's just there's a reason that the Texans were able to get him for what they did. There's a reason he was out there. It's just that he's not a consistent player. So he has brilliant flashes and the highlights look incredible, but it's not like the Texans forgot that Devin White is on the roster.
Right.
So now, yes, in certain moments and in certain packages, he might play one of these playoff games. Yeah, he might play a big role in it, but you can't go into the game, expecting him to be the X factor. The way I was, and I knew it was foolish, but I was kind of foolishly hoping for Deontay Johnson to be an X factor. But let's remember the reality of it. He's been pushed around from team to team this year because nobody's figured out how to make him an X factor.
I was going back through yesterday, and Seth and I, for the pregame show, we have a home rundown and an away rundown. So the last away game was the Titans game in Week 18, and back in cleaning that document out so we can use it for the Chiefs game. So it's got all of our old notes in there from the game, and I'm like, damn, Seth and I were hoping for big things from Deontay Johnson in this game.
Well, part of that's just born of desperation.
Yes,
same way really with Devin White. We were feeling the same way with Devin White when all the linebackers were injured. So likewise with Deontay Johnson, it was a matter of when I say it was foolish, I recognized that it was foolish, but I was desperate.
Yeah.
Because they've been a different offense since Stephon Diggs went down. And it wasn't like it was great when Stephon Diggs was here, but they got a lot worse after Stephon Diggs went down. And then when Tank goes down, I'm like, okay, yeah, we're desperate.
Right.
We're really, really desperate here. We need something.
Right. If you need fire, and I'm looking over at you, and you're rubbing two sticks together, and I'm like, well, why are you doing that? All I have are two sticks. This is all I can do. And I'd be like, okay, well, keep trying, man. Keep trying. Well, Deontay Johnson was two sticks. That's what it was.
And that's where with the offense, it was great that they figured it out with how much time was left on the clock when that 99-yard drive started? Was it 6 minutes left on the clock?
About 6 minutes and change, yeah.
So if the defense hadn't been playing the way they had been, you can't get away with the offense playing the way they were playing.
Yep.
It was it's awesome that they clicked, but man, you just can't live that way every week in the playoffs.
Definitely not this week.
So yeah, I was foolishly desperate that Deontay Johnson would work out, and it's highly unlikely now that he's not on the roster.
Correct. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on Football Friday tomorrow. Game on Saturday. It's gonna be a fun next couple of days here on Sports Radio 610. Up next, Matt Burke met with the media yesterday. Does this sound like the D-line rooms that Seth Payne used to play in? I liked his description of this Texans D-line room, man. We'll get to that coming up next.
Mo Karam Injury Lawyers, they are there for you 24 hours a day.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Matt Burke he's a good quote. He's a fun press conference. I enjoy listening to him talk. He was great yesterday, talking obviously about the matchup with the Chiefs, but I thought this is a moment in the press conference where I texted Seth, and I'm like, hey, I really like Matt Burke. He's very funny today.
He really does. I think it's because it's, we look at it as, hey, it's DeMeco's defense, and Matt Burke has the title of defensive coordinator, but it's DeMeco's defense that he probably gets short shrift, and Burke might end up being kind of like various offensive coordinators in Kansas City, where he kind of has to, people are going to question, like, all right, well, are you really the defensive coordinator? Do we really give you? But he's a really bright guy, and he's got a personality.
Yes.
These coaches' press conferences can get kind of dry. Burke will actually have fun with it and give you some things.
These are by far the best coordinator days. This trio of coordinators is the best coordinator press conference day that we've had since I've been covering the team. Because Slowick we've looked forward to every week just because he's been a very polarizing figure for the fans this year, I think. So we've looked forward to his just to see what the answers are. And I think sometimes the answers are really good, and at times the answers can be somewhat infuriating to people. So that's good. Like, he drives emotion one way or the other. But then Burke and Frank Ross are just such energy guys,
They've got actual personalities.
Yes.
Not like, what's his name? Bill O'Brien's old
Tim
lackey
Kelly.
There. Tim Kelly was, oh my gosh, it was like a hostage video every time he was up there.
Brutal.
Oh, how bad for the guy. I genuinely felt bad. He looked like he was terrified that he was going to say the wrong thing.
He looked terrified. He looked tired all the time.
Bill O'Brien is treating me well.
Yeah.
Death to capitalism. He's like, meanwhile, he's trying to do Morse code with his eyes.
Blinky. Yes. So here was Matt Burke yesterday talking. He was asked about the D-line, and he brought up this anecdote about the D-line meeting room.
The D-line, they have more meeting time separate, because a lot of times the back end is getting together and doing stuff. So they have more meeting time together, and they have more individual time together, right? Because we're doing group installs, we're doing pass stuff. So it's hard sometimes to coach and to keep the energy level up and to keep the interest up, especially where we are a front that's sort of like, this is our techniques, and we kind of like do the same things. We want to be really good at what we do. So to coach, for those two guys, to coach that style and to keep the energy as high as it is and as it's been all year, like it's week, whatever we're going on. And like literally this morning's meeting, like I walked down the hallway, I'm like, good Lord, man, it's wild in there. So I feel like it starts with the energy and keeping those guys engaged and keeping it fresh week in and week out. Like those guys have done a really good job, and Rod's really led that room to a good spot.
Rod is Rod Wright, the D-line coach. Yes.
Yeah, and Rod Wright, Rod Wright was a defensive lineman for UT, and I think I brought this up yesterday before Burke ever even talked about Rod Wright, which is the Texans D-line is doing some things this year that really see that the drill work is paying off. Their ability to get their hand on the throwing arm of the quarterback and the way they're rushing with discipline for the most part, a lot of that is just simple drill work. But what Burke is talking about there is, they don't ask the D-line to do a whole lot of things different. So there's not necessarily actually a whole lot to talk about in films. And yet, this is true about the D-line. You're in there together. Well, usually the linebackers are working on high-level coverage concepts and all this other stuff. And they're like, meanwhile, all right, let's take the position group, which has the most guys with ADHD on the team, and expect them to meet for 3 hours in a dark room. And it sucks. It sucks. I'm one of them. Like, it was so a lot of good defensive line coaches, they recognize it. Like, okay, we've got the least to actually go over. You're watching the offensive line, you got to work on tendencies and everything, but you also got to recognize that, like, all right, this is not a group that, like, your D-line, usually you want guys who are kind of agitated all the time. And sitting in a room for 3 hours watching film and everything, you're not going to get out of it what you think you're going to get out of it. So a lot of really good defensive line coaches know that you want to do it in short bursts of like, hey, we're going to focus on this real hard for 10 minutes. And, this is what we're going to I'm going to put somebody up and I'm going to ask them their questions. And you have fun with it. You don't turn it into a stressful thing or anything. And then we're going to take a break and we're going to do something almost like preschoolers. But that's how we're wired, Sean.
Right.
We don't operate right, you see? So keeping guys engaged. I always like the coaches that would do a lot of walkthroughs. Like, all right, we're going to watch film for 20 minutes, then we're going to go out and we're going to do, a 20-minute walkthrough, and you just and then you take a break, and then you do that. There are a lot of coaches that don't get that.
Yeah.
They just want to sit in there and watch film and roll through, and it becomes like the Bueller teacher there.
Yeah.
And I think they play like that. These guys are highly engaged.
And that's funny you say that. Anthony Weaver said Rex Ryan, when he was their D-line coach in Baltimore, used to use game shows as the way they would play Family Feud or they would play Jeopardy or whatever to teach the concepts because it was fun. You're more likely to internalize it.
It's honestly a lot of stuff. Like anybody that does presentations or anything knows. I hate it when I see that research has shown that people have shorter attention spans these days, so you need to make your message shorter. Like, no, that's how it's been. They've known that since before the internet. Yeah. It's just that it's never been. People have never really been able to pay attention for 2 hours to one person talking. It's always best to break it up, but especially for guys like us, defensive linemen, on average, we tend to be maybe even a little bit shorter attention span.
Yeah.
So you gotta manage it, because I think there's something about D-line that's kind of like see ball, chase ball, and you want guys who are wired kind of like on a really short dopamine cycle of like, all right, I gotta get that sack, I gotta get that tackle. Mike Waffle was a coach for the Giants back when they won their Super Bowls, and I met with him once. And it didn't end up working out. I didn't accept their offer to go play the year that they ended up winning a Super Bowl.
07, yeah.
Really stupid of me. But I loved his message, which was that I was talking to him about all this stuff, and he kind of went through, and he's like, listen, honestly, I tell you, I know you're a bright guy, but I just, from knowing your history and all this other stuff and just my conversation with you, you've probably got ADHD. I'm not a doctor, but a lot of defensive linemen are like this. So I recognize this. He's an old Marine, like tough as nails.
Yep.
But he had a system for how he would operate with his defensive line and how he'd conduct the meetings. There was a whole lot of like, all right, I'm going to get you up in front of the meeting. We're going to show you all these different looks. Like, you're in the hot box right now. You're in the hot box. You're right. You're like, but you're making it look like, oh, that's awful. Like, no, they make it fun. It's like, okay, this is a test.
Okay.
But like, we're not going to. I'm not going to scream at you if you don't get it right. But you're going to be under pressure, and we're going to do it for 2 minutes, and then you're done, and then we'll do it with somebody else.
What do they call it? Like, it's called the Socratic method, right? Where you
Well, Socratic is where you would kind of ask questions to allow people to process through and come to the conclusion on themselves.
Okay.
Instead of saying
That's not what I'm thinking of then. I'm thinking of the one where you can get called on at any time and you have to stand up in front of everybody. And
that might be a Socratic method, too.
Yeah.
It's a teaching technique that involves asking open-ended questions to help students explore ideas and develop critical thinking skills.
Dude, I had a teacher.
At least that's the way I remember it. If I were reading it off the internet, it might sound more succinct.
It just dawned on me that that's what the Socratic method is.
Right. Maybe if I Googled that and then read it would sound different.
Right, sure. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you as we head into the 8 o'clock hour. Hey, simple question. Is this version of the Texans going to Kansas City on Saturday better than the version that went up to Baltimore this same weekend a year ago? It's our confidence level in this group compared to last year. We'll discuss that coming up next. What's your confidence level that you've got a proper
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Game Saturday, 3:30. Kickoff time here on Sports Radio 610. Seth and I have you for Texans Countdown, 12:30. Texans Countdown. The big watch there and a big watch party at the Rustic. If you're a Texan fan, you're looking to watch with other Texan fans. I know there's a big watch party. The team's having a watch party at the Rustic. The team is doing the send-off tomorrow at the stadium at noon when the buses leave. So if you want to wave to the team, send them off in style, be part of that, hang out with some other Texan fans, and take the rest of the day off tomorrow, I would say.
In 2019, they had a watch party at the Rustic for the Chiefs divisional round game.
Yep.
And it was fun. I was there for the first half, and it was a lot of fun. It was a really cool environment. I don't know what it was like in the environment in the second half, but because I left, I watched the second half at home. And because I I mean, hey, it's 24-0. It's just, it'll be no big. Well,
at halftime it wasn't.
Right, yeah. I think when it was 24-0, it was like, all right, I'm going to listen on the radio and get home by halftime.
Yeah,
and that was
this is your fault.
It was a miserable drive home.
We now know whose fault it was that they gave up the 24-0 lead. It was Seth.
I remember walking out to the parking lot, getting in my car, just figuring this is going to be an awesome drive to my place, and then it's just going to be nothing but no, it wasn't that way.
Can you imagine getting in your car, like it's 24-0, you get in your car, and like 24-0, and you're listening to the game, commercial comes on, you're like, I'm going to listen to a little music for a little bit, and then you can just kind of forget about the game. That happens sometimes. Even an off game, you probably wouldn't. But like a regular season game, you get in, you're like, oh, yeah, it's right there. Winning. I forgot to flip it back over. I was enjoying this, hip-hop or classic rock I was listening to. And you flip back. You're gone for 15 minutes, and you flip back over, and it's 28-24 Chiefs.
Sean, it was the exact same feeling I had when, I try to just stay away from following my investments closely. Like a lot of times, I would just kind of reallocate once a year. And in 2008, I was like, all right, time to reallocate. Hey, who stole all my money?
Yeah. Dude.
What the hell's going on here?
Oh, my God.
Hey.
Oh, my God. Don't talk about that ever again.
That was the Great Recession.
Yes.
Sean, that was the beginning of the Great Recession. The loss to the Chiefs was the beginning of the Great Texans recession.
That's true. That's 100% true. Yes.
It just felt like, oh my gosh, I don't even know if hey, maybe David Culley can resurrect this economy.
Right. No. Well, fortunately, we've got better financial advisors now for the Texans. For that analogy. Now things are good. They're trending in the right direction. I feel like we're holding on to some good stocks.
There are a lot of good financial advisors that get fired during the Great Recession for
Fair.
No fault of their own.
Fair.
I feel all those guys, like people who are angry that their financial advisor didn't just somehow guide them through this the most classic. Yeah. Anyway, Sorry, it's a little scar tissue here.
I can tell.
My joints are popping.
So my question is, to your point, we know this version of the Texans headed to Kansas City for this game is better version of the Texans that came after that last Kansas City loss. They've improved for sure. This version going up to Kansas City versus last year's version going up to Baltimore. If you can tap into a year ago and recall how we felt. Last year was a lot of found money and gravy and wow, we didn't even expect to be here kind of stuff. So the vibe is different. Is the team better, though, going into Kansas City? Is this a better team?
The defense is better.
Substantially better, I would say.
In terms of especially the ability to just take the ball away and to make some plays that could really help in ailing offense. As far as offensively, I'd say they're a on the sum total of it over the second half of the season, they've been a worse offense than they were last year.
Yes.
And they weren't actually a good offense last year. They were a promising offense.
Yeah.
That's been the really disturbing part of all of it. Do you recall what the spread was going into the Ravens game last year?
It was like 10, I think. I'll look it up.
It was pretty healthy.
It was a pretty like this. And for those who don't know, this spread, when I last checked this morning, Seth, the spread was 8.5. So it's kind of settled into that 8-9. It's not going to get under a touchdown. It's not going to get over 10. It's going to hover around 8 or 9 probably all week long.
I do feel at the very least, I think this Texans, let's start with a very low standard.
Okay.
I think this Texans team is much better equipped to not get blown out in the divisional round the way they did last year.
That's a start.
Partly because of the team they're playing too.
Yes.
I think Baltimore just simply has more ability to blow teams out right now if they keep playing the way they were in the regular season, as we have experienced.
Indeed.
But I think but I feel less confident that the Texans offense can scrap their way into a performance, even despite last week, and it was really, really good. I credit the offensive line for doing some of the good things they did. There are a lot of good things. I don't feel confident right now that they can build their way back into it. The really, I guess the part that bothers me the most is that after the Ravens game, we saw that clearly they needed to bolster their interior offensive line. A lot of our listeners were really upset that it wasn't aggressively addressed in the offseason. I'm guilty of I wasn't asleep at the switch, but I thought, well, they feel like they like the future of Juice Scruggs. They think they see something in Kenyon Green, all of that. And I definitely was way too patient with all of that because it remains an issue. So when it comes to what can the Chiefs do to the Texans offense and how can they really screw up their day, it's almost the exact same issue that it was last year versus the Ravens. We left that Ravens game, we thought, I think probably after the Ravens game last year, even though it was a really embarrassing loss, you probably felt a lot like what the Chargers feel like now, which is, all right, yeah, that sucked and all, but you know what? We're probably ahead of schedule
Year
from
one.
where we thought they'd be. Next year, of course we'll be better next year. So offensively, I don't feel much different than I did going into that Ravens game.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's a very similar group that's going into this game, except you've got Joe Mixon at running back instead of Devin Singletary at running back.
Right, and the same issue last year was, you only had Nico Collins out there. If only you had Tank Dell.
Yeah.
And, Robert Woods is your second guy. What are you going to do? That's what it was last year.
Yeah, Mechie actually had his best game as a pro, other than the Detroit game this year. His best game to that point in that Baltimore playoff game. He was actually pretty good in that game.
So that's the difference this year is okay, now Mechie is the guy where you're kind of like, oh, this is our second guy, and Robert Woods is the guy that is also there, but it's not your premier wide receiving group.
No.
It feels very, very similar to last year.
9.5.
I'm less worried about a blowout just because the Chiefs' offense doesn't present the same type of challenge as the Ravens' offense.
Yeah, I'm more confident in this team solely based on the ceiling this defense has.
Yeah,
that defense last year was improved for sure. Everything was improved over the previous year. You couldn't find a stat, offensive or defensive, on that in that Lovie Smith year that the Texans were even below average. They were at the bottom of the league in everything. So the defense was expectedly improved last year with DeMeco Ryans as a coach and with an influx of talent and so forth. This defense, the ceiling for this defense is, if they play to that ceiling for the rest of the postseason, is they can win the Super Bowl. You can win the Super Bowl with this defense and with the offense playing average, just not turning the ball over. I
mean, the biggest thing is last year they were the Texans were they had the 16th most interceptions in the league. This year they were second in interceptions.
Yeah.
The Vikings really pulled away at the end. They had because the Texans and the Vikings were kind of right up there at 1 and 2 for a while. The Vikings ended up with 24 interceptions. The Texans with 19.
Well, I guess the big difference would be then, because they were middle of the pack in interceptions last year. They're near the top of the pack. But last year they were at or near the top in turnover margin, and I think that's the difference this year is that. Yeah, they're intercepting all these passes. They're forcing all these turnovers, but they ain't near the top of the league in turnover margin anymore because CJ's thrown 12 interceptions this year. 13 now with the playoff interception there. So he's got to protect the football. By the way, 9.5 was the spread last year going into Baltimore. So it's a similar it would be a similar upset, in terms of just the overall.
If they pulled it off.
If they pulled it off,
pulled it off.
Yeah.
I think I know the gamblers and hence Sean T. Pendergast really like the yards per play.
Yes.
Last year the Texans defense was 15th in yards per play.
Mm-hmm.
They allowed 5.2 yards per play.
Yeah.
This year I believe they were in the top 3 of yards per play.
Okay.
It's just that's just on it, and it meets the eyeball test on a down by down basis. They were fourth in yards.
Well,
per play.
and they're fourth in yards per play, and they give up the most chunk play, the most chunk. If they could eliminate the chunk plays, we are taught I won't say historic because you got to win big games. You got to get further than the divisional round. But they're bringing a lot of these guys back next year and the year after that, man. Their nucleus is pretty built with this thing right now, and the head coach ain't going anywhere. And that's the biggest thing out of all this, So, wow, that surprises me that they're that good in yards per play, just given all the chunk plays that they give up.
Well, but it's the chunk plays, I just kind of casually throw out there. They're really, really good 95% of the time.
Yeah.
I don't know what the actual number or percentage would be. They're very, very good on a down-in, down-out basis.
No
it's
doubt.
just these huge chunk plays that they allow, these glitches, which isn't, a complete fluke. Some of the being good on the 95% of the plays is because you're playing aggressively in certain situations.
Yeah.
It's when
correlated.
that aggressiveness does you in. And I'm not even talking about blitzing or anything, but just on an individual level.
Yeah.
Sometimes those, if Kamari Lassiter as a rookie cornerback bites on a double move, hey, it works out a lot of the times when he's aggressive like that. But when he gets burned by a double move, it's not so hot.
Right. Yeah, like how you're wired is never perfect. And that's one of the glitches in how they're wired. So will this be the last year? And I'm just injecting my opinion into this. I personally feel, Seth, that if they go up to Kansas City, and unless they somehow blow it, unless they have a 24-0 lead and lose 30-27, to me, if this is a close game, if they go up there and they're trading blows with Kansas City and it comes down to the end of the fourth quarter, team that has the ball last wins, and it just so happens that it's Mahomes that has the ball last. That's how the season ends. I view this as a successful season overall. Like, you won the division again. You won 10 games. You blew out as an underdog. You blew out a wild card opponent at home again, and you went up to Kansas City and you almost killed the king. I'm curious what other people think, because I know there's going to be people that are like, no, the expectation was to get further than this. It's just with all the injuries, I feel like the expectations changed somewhere along the way.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is, and that's where it gets dicey when you start talking about, was it a failure of a season, was it successful? You could come up with 2,900 different definitions for what success is. Yeah. So you're going to have succeeded in some areas, you're going to have failed in other areas. I think for me, it won't have been successful in that you did not see any progression or development, at least statistically, out of your quarterback. Yeah. And that the offense, in a lot of ways, feels like it took a step back. You're stagnant at the offensive line. You're stagnant at the quarterback position. Yes, the injuries matter, and I would excuse it because of injuries more easily if they had ever looked like a genuinely good offense when they had their receivers, even just two of them. Hey, Nico Collins and Tank Dell in their second year, if they're both healthy, or Nico Collins and Stephon Diggs on the field together. Mm-hmm. You don't even without all three of them. You added Joe Mixon as a running back, and there was no part of Joe Mixon that looked like, he's physically starting to degrade or something. Yeah. It just was not talent level on the offense. They took a step backwards, and that's bad. Yeah, it was a failure offensively, unless they continue this momentum from the last week's game. If something genuinely clicked, then that might change everything. Right.
Obviously, there's still games to be played here. They've still got time for it to click.
Yeah, so I'll give the offense, if they were to end even with a competitive game against the Chiefs, but the offense doesn't really produce, they would end up as, if we're just doing pass-fail, it was a fail for the offense this season.
Yeah, and I guess maybe this is a separate question. Whether it's a success or failure, that's just report card stuff. It's really comes down more to two things. How do you feel going into next season? Like, what's your hope level? I'm talking from a fan perspective. Like, how do you feel about the direction of this team, the direction of the quarterback, the direction of the head coach, but really of the overall franchise? And number two, what's your confidence level in Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans to fix the things that you're talking about, right?
Right.
What are their resources to do it, and what are their capabilities of doing it?
I think then where you get into is, are you stuck in kind of a purgatory of the first few years of Gary Kubiak, where you're making progress offensively, and yet by 2010, what are you going to do about this defense? Like, it's not, why? And at least at that point, they had, dabbled and made a couple of changes at defensive coordinator. But it would feel like we're just stuck here. Like, what are we really going to accomplish unless we figure out how to do things on defense back then? It's the opposite problem, which would be, all right, you're going to keep rolling with Bobby. Mm-hmm. Like, what's going to be different? What's going to change? How is next year going to be different? There'll be a lot of malaise. And I think right now, if I had to handicap it, feels like about 78% chance that Bobby's still the offensive coordinator.
It's the favorite for sure, I think.
Yeah, so there's going to be a whole lot of hand-wringing all offseason long if that's the case. And there's and it's funny because I don't think I think very few people, other than people who are going to be trolling for comments on the internet, I don't think anybody has lost faith in DeMeco Ryans. Mm-mm. But it would be like, okay, well, what are you doing about the offense?
Mm-hmm.
Because you did some things last year to fix the offense, and it ended up being worse. So what are we really doing here?
Yeah. So far, the early return on the text page, people are not grading as kindly, hypothetically grading kindly as I am right now. Losing this weekend would be par for the course. Well, that's actually literally true. I mean, they're 0-5 in the divisional round. Like that's not even shade. Like they have yet to win one of these games. I think they can do it.
This team is like back in the heyday of as the Astros were starting to turn it around, where they had all these quadruple A players, guys that would get called, John Singleton, guys would just be destroying triple A, and then they'd get up to the majors and fall apart, and you're like, what the hell is going on here? That's it. That's the Texans between the wild card and the divisional rounds.
That's where they are.
Destroy the wild card round.
They are, yeah.
They do not. They take no prisoners.
Yes.
They get up to the majors in the divisional round, and they're like, oh, dang it.
Yeah. Hopefully not this weekend.
So this needs to be the Carlos Correa year.
This does.
Where one of your guys who's been destroying the minors actually comes up and really shows out.
Yes. All right.
I guess Springer would be the first,
Which teams in the NFL right now are going to be in the QB market this offseason? How glad are we that we are not one of these? I've got 7 teams, I think, that are going to be in that market. So we'll go through these. Take a look outside of Houston for a little bit. We'll do that coming up next. But first, snoring.
American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, Seth and I are just doing a little fancy geometry during the break. In case anybody's wondering what happens during the breaks on this show, Seth and I were just talking trapezoids and rhombuses, rhombi. I don't know. Yeah.
yeah. I don't know.
It's a really scintillating conversation. Actually,
we were talking about how little we actually remember of geometry.
Mm-hmm.
Just Euclidean geometry.
Yeah.
Any other type
sure.
of is there another geometry other than Euclidean?
Know.
I don't know.
I'm not comfortable with this. All right. So which teams are in the QB market? Look, we can say all we want about the Texans' uneven season offensively, and CJ's numbers weren't as good as last year, and he was not as great in terms of decision making this year as he was last year, at least in terms of interceptions. You know, he had some throws last year that he got lucky with. Who knows? Maybe he had the same number of turnover-worthy throws this year, and teams just caught him instead of dropping him a year ago. But I think to the point we were discussing in the previous segment, like, it hasn't been great offensively, right? That it's nice to be off the hamster wheel that is, like, who's our quarterback going to be this year?
Yeah, no, and I don't think that, like I like to do, especially with quarterbacks, fact check myself and check my bias and everything. You go around the league and you find people that are smart people who are film watchers and everything. And I've yet to find anybody who has long-term doubts about C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
I think guys like the Greg Cassells of the world and whomever else just say that there's a lot about his game this year where, A, you have to account for the fact that he's under a whole lot of pressure because of inadequate pass protection. And that, B, it looks like it's affected him, and that there's parts of his game where he just, maybe when he's a veteran, he would be able to handle it better. But there's shifting sands when it comes to trying to figure out exactly, like, all right, well, should he just be handling it better and not make this throw but make that throw? Just everything's a little bit off. The clock in his head has been disrupted in a lot of games because of the poor pass protection. But he's still, I guess, on the other side of it, he's still making a lot of really impressive throws that are coming where, like, he is doing a really good job mentally and diagnosing things. Mm-hmm. It's just that the timing isn't always there. So, like, nobody's felt like, oh, it was all an illusion last year and it's not going to happen again. I haven't found anybody yet, like any serious person yet outside that feels that way.
I count 7 teams that are on that hamster wheel right now that I think definitively are. Maybe not definitive. Who knows? Maybe the Saints run it back with Derek Carr for another year. Maybe the Jets bring back Aaron Rodgers for another year. Maybe the Steelers saw something in Justin Fields or Russell Wilson that lead them to go, all right, well, this is better than Sam Darnold, like that kind of thing. Cleveland, who knows what they do? We know Deshaun probably won't be back next year. These are all teams that have some veteran guys that they've been trying to do it with. And then you got Las Vegas, who just has nobody. Like, they've been trotting Aiden O'Connell out there. The Giants.
Just to be clear, when you say Deshaun Watson probably won't be back next year, just unlikely that he comes back from that second Achilles. Tear.
That's right.
And he might be on the roster, but he's just probably not going to be their starting quarterback.
Oh, yeah, he'll for sure be on the roster. Nobody's picking up that contract. Yeah.
Well, other than that, they have that weird insurance policy situation where if, depending on what happens with his Achilles, they might be able to recapture a bunch of that salary cap stuff. So who knows? Yeah,
they will. They would, but he would need to be on the roster. And then they're still 26 and 27. Like, it's bad.
Yeah.
It's bad. Tennessee, Vegas, and the Giants, I think they're on the list also. Like, those are teams that just don't have a solution at quarterback right now.
You know what, man? In Tennessee, if you think about the missed opportunity there, is that they decided to really just see what they had in Will Levis. Even though Will Levis had some impressive performances last year, but man, having watched him in person and even in some of his good performances, there was something missing with him that I was not impressed with Will Levis. I know a lot of other people were, but I just wasn't. But in a year where there were some very promising young quarterbacks, the Titans decided to draft an offensive lineman ahead of guys like Bo Nix. And this year, I don't think there's as many promising quarterbacks.
No.
You never know. They passed up an opportunity to get a guy that is a lot more promising than Will Levis to now end up in a year where they know for sure they don't like Will Levis, and they're probably not going to have a crack at a guy they feel awesome about.
No, and they have the first overall pick in the draft. Like they got Texaned, like the Texans getting the first pick. The 3 times the Texans have had the first pick, they took David Carr, which was that's an expansion team doing a foundational thing. And then it's 2006 where they took Mario Williams, in 2014 where the best quarterback was Blake Bortles, and so that's, if you're Tennessee, I don't know, do you feel like, Seth, they almost have to draft either Shedeur Sanders or Cam Ward just to inject some hope there? Or
in an ideal world, they'd trade back and still draft one of those guys. But in a year when there's not a lot of good, and I shouldn't say, because either of those guys might work out. You know how it is. It's a 100% total crapshoot.
Totally.
I think because it's hard to trade back from that number 1 overall pick when there's not a slam dunk quarterback at the top, they probably draft one of those 2 guys.
Yeah.
And you kind of do what the Colts are doing with Anthony Richardson, which is, I don't really believe that the Colts ever felt awesome about Anthony Richardson, but you gotta keep taking swings at the plate if you're going to land a guy eventually. And so you take a swing at one of those 2 quarterbacks and just hope that it works out.
Do you think Indianapolis should be on this list, or they seem to be content to run it back another year with Anthony Richardson?
I think they're on that list. I don't think they feel great about Anthony Richardson.
So you think if they saw a quarterback in day 1 or 2 that they like, they would take him?
If there's one position in sports where I don't like the notion of, well, this guy just needs time to mature, it's quarterback.
Yeah. Mature. Like literally like how we define mature out in society, not mature as a quarterback.
I think most of the guys, like almost all of the guys that end up being good quarterbacks are those kinds of guys who are freakishly mature for their age.
Yeah.
And that's the opposite of what Anthony Richardson is.
No doubt. Getting a lot of people weighing in on the success or failure. Will this season, my question was, if the Texans go up to Kansas City and they get into a last team that has the ball wins the game dogfight.
A very, very competitive loss.
Yes.
If they lose, but it's not a blowout loss, is that a step forward?
Is that a step forward? And text message, failure. Green Bay won the Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers because Mike McCarthy had the starters and the depth well coached so that in the playoffs, all of their many, many injuries didn't matter. Yeah, well, I don't know that the Texans have that luxury right now.
Well, yeah, I guess that's, I almost feel, I want to say that feels to me, unless I'm not hearing it right, a little bit like an apples and oranges comparison, because I think part of that is also that was a fuller, deeper roster.
Correct.
Too.
Yeah.
Like they were able to do all of that because it was and most of their injuries, I guess the part of it too is the injuries were on defense that year.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't as much about the offense making do with a bunch of injuries. It was unless I'm misremembering it, but it was the defense had like 6 starters on injured reserve at that point.
They had 25 guys on injured reserve. I remember that.
So it was probably both sides of that.
Yeah.
Wait, they had what?
25 guys on injured reserve.
Okay.
Yeah, on injured reserve.
I thought you said 25 starters on injured reserve.
No,
that'd
be something I would say hungover. I would have
remembered that.
Yeah. Seeing as there's only 22 in a game. Text message, we're as healthy as we've been in the last few seasons. If we don't win Saturday, we've hit our ceiling as currently constructed.
That's interesting.
Are we as healthy as we've been the last few seasons, do you think?
I don't know. Are we really including 2021 and 2022?
Okay, maybe like the last few playoff seasons? I don't know.
Yeah, I guess so. Depending on they're not inordinately banged up. They were, for most of the season, they were about average. So it wasn't injuries. I really don't look at it. I do not look at injuries as the excuse for stagnancy on offense.
No.
Because they still, on paper, are better this year than last year, including with the injuries at wide receiver.
Yep.
The running back alone makes a big difference in all of that. So, I think offensively it'll be a failure of a season because they regressed in a lot of ways, and because your quarterback no matter how you want to parcel out the blame in the situation on CJ himself, on the offensive line or anything, CJ didn't take a step forward, really. That's the part that makes it feel like a failure. But it's really hard for me to ignore the fact that the defense is substantially better. And, you could totally win a Super Bowl with this defense as long as you had competent play on the offensive side of the
That's
ball.
it, just competent. Jets, Lions, Titans, and Packers are games that should have been wins. This puts us in a whole different position. So unless it's a win this week, it's a chips all-in loss of a season. That's an interesting notion in that, that ultimately – I kind of talked this through on my podcast yesterday, Seth, in the mailbag, because we were talking about if the Texans are going to get past this glass ceiling of the divisional round, what's it going to look like? It will probably include being a much better regular season team. If the Texans are going to get past the divisional round, the chances are that they've got to be the 1 or the 2 seed and guarantee themselves a home game in the divisional round like Buffalo is getting this year.
And I would include in that some of the disappointing performances by the defense. That the loss to the Jets and the loss to the Titans included the defense underperforming and not playing up to their standards. So that's very valid. So I guess the biggest thing right here is when you get into a conversation like this, you got to ask, what are your criteria for failure? Yeah. So if your question is, if it's as simple as, if you didn't win a divisional game, it's a failure, then it was a failure. That's simple enough. If your criterion is, did they improve as a football team regardless of the outcome of the divisional game, it's hard for me to say that they improved overall as a football team because, for one, the people who before the season were saying, well, look, last year the Texans won a bunch of one-score games, and that's a little bit of luck, a little bit of flukishness. Yep, this year they lost a bunch of one-score games. Then I would say, it was a failure of a season. Yeah. If it's, do you feel did they actually compete in the divisional round? If they there's it's just really I hate it when they make it binary and things like this, pass fail. Yeah. What is a success for a season? If you want to be super hardcore about it, if you don't win the Super Bowl, it's a failure of a season. Yeah, there's no dictionary definition for this. It's an opinion, and to me it comes down to how do I feel about the trajectory of the organization as a whole. Okay. And I feel like if they go to Kansas City and I know it's just 60 minutes of football. They could just have a bad day, and theoretically the trajectory could still be going up. They've got all their draft picks next year. They've got another year to fix whatever they want to fix within the coaching staff and the O-line. It would take a lot for me. It would take a lot of bad on Saturday for me to feel like this team is now going downward as an organization. Let's look at it. Considering that they're playing in, I'll take another societal institution that people sometimes talk about as either successes or failures. What makes a successful marriage? Is it simply staying together until you die, or until one of you dies? Usually, as my father once said in my sister's speech at my sister's wedding, which is and you guys, and you found somebody you love that you guys will love. For the rest of your lives, or at least till one of you dies. So, all right, a successful marriage versus a successful football team. It's hard to have a successful football or a successful marriage if maybe you stay together, but one of you is cheating on the other like crazy. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Not just one time when you were drunk on a work trip, but all the time. All the time, yeah. Hard to call that a successful marriage. Are the Texans the equivalent of a team right now that, if they play a competitive divisional game, but they're basically Bobby Sloak is out gallivanting about town, talking to the Jets today as he is. Right. All right, Payne and Pendergast. We don't get to do this very often, but the Rockets are good again. Would you do this trade that ESPN.com is proposing for the Houston Rockets? It would bring somebody here that is very polarizing among Rocket fans and NBA fans. But would you do it? We'll discuss that coming up next. Would you do the LASIK procedure? If I told
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. So would you do this deal? ESPN.com.
Yes.
Hold tight. Hang on. ESPN.com has 5 trades that 5 offers that would change the title race. Is the and this is talking about the NBA, not the obviously you can't make an NFL trade. NBA trade deadline coming up in a few weeks. The Rockets are on here. This would be a fascinating deal. Does it happen? Probably not. But it's fun to dream. It's fun. It's fun to have a team that is at this stage of their, I don't even call it a rebuild now. Like, they're just a really good basketball team. Like, now it's just a question, are they a title contender that should be looking at making finishing moves like this? Because this would, for sure, be more of a finishing move because the central figure in this trade is getting on in years, but he's still very effective and fills a definitive need for the Rockets, which is the ability to shoot outside of the three-point arc at an elite level.
He's the guy that many other teams before have looked at as, hey, maybe this guy is the missing piece and winning a championship.
Yeah.
Right.
And he was right in one of those stops twice. Granted, they'd already won a championship.
Could this guy be the missing piece in continuing a freakish run of championship runs? Yes.
Yeah. So the trade, if you can read the tea leaves here, the trade would involve Kevin Durant coming to the Houston Rockets. Here's the deal. This is ESPN.com, the author of the article, to give proper attribution. Oh, it just says NBA insiders. Okay. So the trade goes like this. The Rockets would get Kevin Durant and then center Bol, Manute Ball's kid, guard Monty Morris, guard Damian Lee. Obviously, Durant is the central figure. The rest of this stuff just is in there to make salaries work out. This is what the Rockets would have to ship out. Dylan Brooks, Cam Whitmore, Jayshawn Tate, Jeff Green, Jock Lawndale, and they would be giving Phoenix's 2 first-round picks in 2025 and 2027 back to the Suns.
Okay, that's right. Yeah. You confused me there for a second. Right. So Phoenix gets those picks back.
Yes.
So you're trading 2 first-round picks, which, the rule in Houston is whenever you trade away a first-round pick, you say, well, yeah, who cares?
Right.
They're always like a 29 or 30. Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, who hurts there? It does not. Even though Cam Whitmore, I know, look, Cam Whitmore has shown up more and more. He's got opportunities now. But I'm not going to cry a million tears for that. Dylan Brooks is the one, I guess, that I just – he's been such a core part of changing the core around the attitude plus his actual play. Dylan Brooks is the one that hurts. But then the basketball fan in me, when I hear the name Kevin Durant, my eyes get all googly. And I'm like, oh, yeah, you got to get Kevin Durant. Whenever you got a chance to get Kevin Durant, who the hell cares about anything else?
This is this would be a trade that if they were the 9 seed right now in the Western Conference, I would say don't do this. But we've got a half a season worth of evidence here. And this half a season worth of evidence where they've had to deal with some injuries. Like there have been guys who, like Amen Thompson missed some games suspended. Tari Eason is a big part of this team. He's been banged up quite a bit. I love this trade. I absolutely love this trade because, in essence, I don't know that Cam Whitmore is part of the future of this. I think Cam Whitmore might end up being a 20-point-a-game scorer somewhere. It's not going to be on the Houston Rockets. And the fact that he's got some Deontay Johnson in him is I could see. I said this, Seth, the day that we played that audio of him agitating about his playing time is that there's a little Deontay Johnson in Cam Whitmore. Like that I think whatever big trade they end up making, he'll be part of it just because he's expendable and his attitude makes him even more expendable. You've got young guys. The first round picks. I know you were joking about that just now, like, hey, he's first round pick. To the Rockets, they really don't mean anything. They don't need any more young guys,
Right. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, for different reasons now, though, too. Used to be that, not because, to be clear, these are Phoenix's picks. So it does, like, they're going to be better picks than whatever the Rockets' record puts them at. For different reasons, I don't want to say, act like you don't care about first-round picks, but It's a much different. You're not in a building environment right now as much as you have been in the past.
The one that you go, okay, this hurts. Like if you were just forget that it's a trade, let's just pretend you were to lose this guy for any period of time. Like Dylan Brooks brings something to this team. Dylan Brooks is an elite defender. He's not a great shooter, but he can knock shots down. He absolutely brings a swagger and a snarl to this team that it matters a whole lot more when you're in uniform than sitting in street clothes. Like that kind. Jayshawn Tate, Jeff Green, Jock Lawndale, like that's just chum to me. You know what I mean? Like this is a Kevin Durant for Dylan Brooks, Cam Whitmore, and those 2 first-round picks. And I would do that trade in a heartbeat, man. Can you imagine a starting lineup of Fred VanVleet, Jaylen Green in your backcourt, and your front court is Amen Thompson, Kevin Durant, and Alperen Şengün?
Yeah, I like the only thing I wonder about. Talk me
out of it, Seth.
My knee-jerk reaction and thought is this: that it is still a young team when you talk about a lot of the critical and crucial guys on the team. They're still very young. And Dylan Brooks has been part of a veteran core that's brought a very blue-collar mentality to it helped infuse a blue-collar mentality into him. So I guess I just wonder, it's not like Kevin Durant, like Kevin Durant plays defense and everything. I'm not acting like he's, but he's also the kind of guy who's in Golden State was the exact opposite of Draymond Green. And it felt like he didn't quite fit the culture there, all of that. I guess I just worry a little bit about tinkering with the chemistry.
Yeah.
And I know what that sounds like. You're like, okay, you're worried about chemistry when you're also talking about bringing in Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
Only because it is still a very young team. Mm-hmm. And that I guess that's what, if it doesn't work out, like if this isn't the move that puts them over the top or gets them a championship this year or what have you, like what does that do for the development over those guys over the next several years or long term? And that's the only, and I'm only bringing it up because that's my knee-jerk thought to it.
Sure.
I don't think it doesn't outweigh the fact that you're bringing Kevin Durant onto the team.
Yeah, I think if that were your major concern and my goal was to like soothe your concerns, I would say that's a more valid concern if Mike D'Antoni's the head coach. Right, and you're the dog that you are trying to inject into this team is having to come from the player constituency. Ime Udoka is your head coach. I never worry about the intensity, the dog, whatever it is you want to call it, of this team. As long as that guy's the head coach, then I think you can afford to lose Dylan Brooks in a deal that brings in a future Hall of Famer who fills a need. Like I don't want anything to do with Jimmy Butler, but Kevin Durant. Like, this team has offensive issues, man, and he fills that for you, And he's not a guy who's got to be ball dominant either, man. Like, he can be the end point on all this stuff, just posting up at the line.
And it is, and also, too, if you look at it, and all right, okay, do they lose a little defensively? Sure, perhaps. But it's that right now defense is not the issue at all. They've got room to maneuver a little bit to take some hits defensively. Mm-hmm. The offense is the thing that when you look at it and you think about, okay, this team in a 7-game series, can they get away with not being a good shooting basketball team? Durant solves a lot of those issues.
For sure.
I feel like it's a slam dunk.
Yeah. If it's available, like this is a dream article here, but if I would do this, I would. I mean, you're chasing teams right now.
Who says no on this? Which team says no on this one?
I think right now it would be Phoenix because I think they probably still feel like there's enough runway left in the season for them.
They're 500.
Yeah, like they're kind of in that 9-10 range right now. But if you get to the trade deadline, and we know in the NBA. It's not just the team making the decision. Like if Kevin Durant wants to agitate enough and he knows that he's got a landing spot in Houston, he can agitate for the trade.
Yeah, we got to make him happier. Let's float some rumors irresponsibly.
Let's smash up his car and paint on it as if the Suns did that to his car, like Jefferson in Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
Yes, I think that's the most ethical route to take.
Yes, I agree. All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Would you do that deal? Text in 713-572-4610. J.J. Watt was on Pat McAfee yesterday. I love hearing a Hall of Famer that was a Texans defensive player talk about this Texans defense. JJ won the Chiefs and the Texans, and provide some commentary on what's going on up in Dallas, too. I love that. Yeah, we'll do that coming up next.
Hey, talking about, the guy we're talking about next.
WLTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio and Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We might be on an island on this Durant thing. The text page is coming back fierce and heavy. Durant, too fragile to be trading for at his age. Durant's never pushed a team over the top, ever. Well, I would submit that, the Warriors did lose the year before Durant got there, and then they won. I would say, literally, technically, he did put them back over the top again, But
you know what, though, it is? I think that's the tough thing is that you have to remember that it's not like Durant is the guy that made them, capable of winning a championship, but to have the run that they did, it's not as simple as saying, they easily could have done that without Durant.
Totally.
So,
yep.
Yeah,
totally.
Durant pushed them into Dynastyville.
Yes. Yeah. That's a good way to put it. Do not do this trade. Only give the two Suns picks for Devin Booker. Durant will get hurt. See, you've got Jaylen Green is your budding Devin Booker in this whole thing. I think because there are people on here saying would that stunt Jaylen Green's growth? I don't think it would. I really don't. He might not average 25 a game. He might be,
right.
The scoring may be more balanced, but I think he can be just as good a player, No,
in a lot of respects, that turns, is kind of okay, yeah, how do you define growth? Okay, it doesn't, maybe it keeps him from being an MVP candidate or something like that, but in terms of actual growth and learning how to, share the ball and be part of an offense, all of that, that maybe it might end up ultimately being really good for him.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I got a couple.
As far as go ahead.
No, just
as far as the injuries go, he played 75 games last year.
Yeah.
He missed almost the entire season. No. He played 47 games the year before in 22-23.
Okay.
55 the year before that. It's been way more injured than not, and now he's 36 years old. It's a much bigger factor than it would be for a lot of other players.
Yeah,
it's given up a lot for a guy that is. I don't think it's a gamble on whether or not he makes your team better, but it almost feels like a 50-50 gamble as to whether he'll be available in the playoffs.
If you do this move, you feel you can win the championship this year. That's the thing. If they make
I don't like the big if being that he's 36 years old and he might not be healthy the entire time.
Yeah, so you wouldn't do it sounds like you're veering more towards not doing the deal.
I've got two boxes checked in the reservation side of thing, which is just simply chemistry. Dylan Brooks is a veteran leader who's he's a Draymond Green type of guy.
Yes.
When you want a guy who's going to kind of enforce the scrappiness element or the blue collar element, Dylan Brooks is that guy. I'm not comparing him to the player Draymond Green, but just what he provides in that regard. And then you've got the injury concerns of Kevin Durant. And I know, look, their first round pick, and this team already has a bunch of young guys, but they're Phoenix's first-round picks.
Yeah.
These aren't Rockets' first-round picks.
That's a lottery.
These are valuable first-round picks.
The 25 pick is a lottery pick right now.
I'm passing so far.
You're backing away. That's fine. Yeah.
If it was a younger Kevin Durant, then I'd feel differently about it.
I'll admit, there's probably 40 to 50% of my wanting to do it that has to do with being on the radio. Right? It would be a major that is a playoff landscape rattling trade right there.
You know what though, Sean? You got to also just look at how we feel as Houston sports fans about. All right, you know what? Stephon Diggs, it wasn't yielding the results that we would hope for, but they were a better offense, even though they weren't a great offense. They've been way worse since Stephon Diggs went down.
Yeah.
And Stephon Diggs is an older wide receiver.
Yeah.
And you signed him for a one-year deal, what turned into a one-year deal, and you gave up a second-round pick.
Yep.
Which made sense at the time, but in hindsight, if I knew he was going to get injured, as older players tend to do, it really wasn't worth it. And Durant's much older than Stephon Diggs.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I'm passing.
The last one I'll read, then we'll get to J.J. Watt on the McAfee show, because this is a cross-sport comparison. I think it's a good one. The Jets were a well-coached and young and up-and-coming team, developing their young players. And then what do? They went out and they got Aaron Rodgers. You would be repeating that scenario if you bring Durant to the Rockets. That's a really, really interesting analogy across sport right there. Because Durant's got a little bit of Rodgers in him, right? The rabbit ears and the social media,
and he's basically on a de facto 1-year deal, no matter where he is, because he'll force his way out if he doesn't like things. I guess the difference would be is that Durant will improve the offense.
Yes.
Immediately.
Yes.
Rodgers, it wasn't clear because football's a lot more complicated, but he is also, he's coming off a good stretch of play in Green Bay, but he's old too. And it's just football's different. It wasn't immediately clear that, Rodgers is definitely going to improve the offense.
Yeah.
With Durant, I feel like, no, day one he'll improve the offense, but it's definitely a fair comparison.
Oh, yeah.
It's a very good comparison.
I like it a lot, yeah. Up to and including they both have had Achilles issues.
Except that Durant's, made it through his come out the other side.
Of course.
He wasn't 40 years old when he was trying to come back from
He's not washed. Aaron Rodgers might be washed. Kevin Durant's not washed. J.J. Watt, if he were to keep playing, I don't think he'd be washed, but he's chosen to go into media, and he's doing very, very well for himself. He was on the Pat McAfee show for his weekly visit yesterday. Here's J.J. Watt breaking down this version, the 2024 version of the Houston Texans defense.
I mean, obviously the Texans defense was just incredible to watch. Pat, I hope you and the rest of the AFC South got a real good
thanks for representing for us.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for representing for the AFC South.
Just holding it down out here for the AFC South. For me, it was awesome. I think everybody watching hated it because it was pure defense. But for me, seeing Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson Jr., Khalil Mack, Joey Bosa, seeing these guys tee off was great. Also slightly worrisome because didn't know if any points were going to be scored whatsoever in this game, and it wasn't looking good. Then clearly the turning point of the game was the fumbled snap. CJ turns it into a long pass, and then he scrambles on the next one, takes us down, and that turned out to be the momentum changer. Clearly almost like a light went on in his head, like, oh yeah, I am one of the best players in the world. I'm going to go over here and take over. But this Texans defense, I think we give a ton of credit to the edge rushers, and rightfully so. I think there's so many other guys that also contribute to the two corners are lockdowns. I mean, you got Lassiter and Stingley who are absolute lockdowns. You got the backers who are playing good. You have the guys inside, Danico Autry, Mario Edwards, some of these guys. Like, this defense is a legitimate Super Bowl caliber defense. It's a matter of if we can put it all together and keep it all together. And obviously, we all understand the monumental task at hand going into Kansas City up against Patrick Mahomes and the 3-time champ. But this defense is the real deal.
Yeah, and look, I think that's the sum total of it all is that it remains, even after the promising performance by the offense last week, it remains a team that you look at it, and if you're being as objective as possible, the most realistic avenue that they make a push and beat the Chiefs and then beat whoever comes next is it's just flat out goes off.
Balls.
And hey, that was promising by the offense. They still didn't score a whole bunch of points last week.
No.
It wasn't the greatest show on turf.
No.
You've got to have a freakishly good run by the defense, and that's hard to predict, especially when you're going up against a quarterback like Pat Mahomes, who has never thrown an interception in the divisional round, hasn't thrown an interception this year since mid-November. But hey, Justin Herbert had been equally careful with the football.
Yeah.
Pat Mahomes, slightly better quarterback than Justin Herbert.
Yeah.
But still, like, you got it. But it illustrates it's got to be an out of your brain type of defensive performance for them to really pull off some kind of a run.
Yeah, I think that's it. It'll be based on the defense if they make a run. If they win on Saturday, the defense. I think it's clear. Then that means the defense will have played its A game. And the old saying, like, defense travels, and I feel like that's right to a degree. Like, the play-to-play, the tackling, the lack of mental error. Like, I think those are all things that travel. I think there is, especially on the road, I think there is a little more randomness built into the turnover part of it. Like, it's harder to generate. I think it's easier is probably the wrong word. Playing defense is really hard, but I think it's easier to, like, hold them to 3 yards a carry. Lock down this receiver. it's much harder to go in there and say we got to be +3 in turnovers. Like, okay, good luck.
Right,
You know?
yeah.
Because that means you
yeah.
got to protect the football also in that case.
And that's another thing is like, hey, CJ still didn't great job offense and getting it together and everything, but CJ was careless with the ball. You gotta you just gotta hem out or iron out some of that. At the very beginning, they got a little bit of that like AFC. Smack talk that they love to do on that show.
Oh, the AFC South. Yeah.
AFC South smack talk. I think that you and I have kind of felt like it always feels kind of cringy when they're arguing about who's the best in the AFC South because it hasn't historically been a great division.
No.
It occurs to me, I think we need to lean into this to the point where start having that AFC South a certain pride. Where, yes, in the division, and to the point where, and this is the only way it works, I'm going to do something that I don't like to do, and definitely never while I'm being recorded. I'm going to advocate collusion by the AFC South teams.
Okay, all right.
I think
Explain.
that this is what they need to do. You start to get down towards the end of the season, and you know who the haves and have-nots are.
Right.
And maybe it's clear like that one team's better than the other three. Those other teams got to start tanking to whoever the AFC South champion is. Help get them a better seed in the playoffs.
Oh, okay. So
Yes.
so that the division can go make a run.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and then when you're in the playoffs, you need to bring in whichever AFC South teams aren't in the playoffs.
Yeah.
They need to help out, like actively, actually just assist the teams that are in the AFC South.
Do we have to fly fans like from Indy and Nashville and Jacksonville,
if they agree to wear Texans gear,
right,
and get some dental work, so they just don't look like your average Tennessean.
Okay,
all right, you gotta be able to pass yourself off as a civilized human being. But yes, if you pass the aesthetic standard and if you wear the Texans gear, then yes, you can be there.
Okay, I like this. That is outside the box thinking right there. Or outside the rhombus thinking,
which,
as we were discussing
by Jack
earlier.
Easterby standards, as long as it's outside the box, then
good.
damn, it's good.
It's good, yeah. Hey, one more from J.J. Watt on the Pat McAfee Show. Here's J.J. Watt weighing in on the Dallas situation where there is currently a head coaching vacancy.
Cowboys, I have zero idea what in the world that is. Blocking interviews from McCarthy last week and then letting him go this week, getting yourselves where you can't interview Ben Johnson and those guys, just zero idea what's happening down there.
They said it's a solo mission by Jerry. That's the latest report. I think Gene Slater said Jerry Jones is taking this on himself.
Great.
Listen, if it's a good hire, it's on me. If it's a bad hire, it's on me. You guys don't have to deal with what I'm doing. And I'm very proud of what we do in oil and gas. And, most proud about getting to do this with my sons. And you don't want to be sitting there, laying there in the future wishing you could see a couple more sons come up.
So that's him doing an impression of Jerry Jones on the show Landman.
Yeah.
Which was pretty good by Pat McAfee.
Yes, not bad.
It was a good little bit of acting. McAfee will probably start getting some
roles?
acting roles. Yeah.
Oh,
little
yeah.
cameos here and there. He should. He's got the charisma for it.
No doubt.
Yeah, this is the thing. Jerry Jones did an interview a year ago or so where basically somebody had asked him, why is he the best guy? And he starts going over his resume. And you're like, yeah, Jerry, that stuff everything he was listing was either on the business side of things or it was the success from long in the
90s.
past.
Yeah.
Yeah. The thought I had was that if Jerry Jones were doing that interview from his car, it's like he must have some special car where the rear view mirror takes up the entire space of the windshield. Because that's what it feels like. He's driving this car where the rear view mirror is the size of the windshield. He can't see anything that's in front of him. And he's bragging about all this football stuff. And you're like, Jerry, that was 30 years ago.
Yeah.
30 years ago. What? Your qualifications and standards. Do you know how many good GMs there are from 1989 that I would not give a chance in hell to come in and be my GM today?
Yeah.
You got to do something.
Yeah.
In the last 30 years. It's incredible. And this, blocking McCarthy's interviews, just simply not having any plan of keeping him or anything else like that. It's classic Jerry Jones just living at a pace that's different than everybody else's.
Yeah.
And it is way too slow for the NFL. It's a BS bogus Bush League move to just block a guy from interviews when you've got no intention of keeping him.
And yet, at this stage that Jerry's at, like, I don't even know that he, like, knew it was Bush League and it out of pettiness. It feels like there's no plan with anything that team does. Like, it's a
damn shame.
It feels like someone got in his ear and said, "Hey, Mike wants to interview for this Chicago job. You still have him under control for a week. Oh, really? I can block this? Oh, okay. Well, let's block it. Why are you doing this? I don't know. Because we can. I guess. I don't know. That's the most helpless feeling, I think, as a fan, is when ownership is messing up. Because that's the one thing that, barring selling the team or the owner being forced out like Daniel Snyder was. I mean, think about what those Washington people were living with for 25 years up there. Like, you're a diehard fan of the team.
Yeah.
And the one person or the one entity that is really screwing up is the one that won't fire themselves.
It's kind of sad because, man, you'd like to think that, okay, when you get to a certain age, you become a mentor as much as anything else, and you've trained people around you or in your organization to be able to carry on your legacy.
Yeah.
And he is just clutching with a death grip this notion that he's the guy. He's the only guy that knows what he's doing.
It's wild.
And when, like, the clear and obvious thing is that so many times he is undoing the good work or good decisions of people in his organization that it's kind of sad.
Yeah.
He's destroying his own legacy because he has done a lot of really impressive things in the NFL. But man, if it is indeed just a one-man search for him, I'll remind him the last that he had a coaching search, he allowed Mike McCarthy to sit there and lie to him about having watched all the previous games of the Cowboys.
Yep.
McCarthy admits it in a press conference sitting next to Jerry Jones that he lied to the guy who just hired him. And it's like, it's obvious that you are past your prime, man.
Yep, no question. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Up next, the biggest non-X's and O's potential obstacle for the Chiefs and for the Texans. Which one weighs bigger into this game? We will discuss coming up.
Flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We gotta grade these nicknames in the next segment for the defensive line for the Texans. Jonathan Alexander had a good piece on Rod Wright, the D-line coach in that room, and kind of the ethos of that room. And I guess the nicknames are a big deal. We talked about it a little bit yesterday, but I looked at the article. I wrote down all the nicknames. We'll have to grade these in the next segment.
I got nervous at first because it sounded a little too much like the cosplay of the linebackers a few years back. But it's not. It's not. It's more just organic and good.
Well, and it also sounded a little like the defensive line on that team called themselves the Lunch Pail Crew. And remember that? And it's like, okay, well, like other than DJ Reader, none of you guys are really good at football. Like you can't be really nicknaming your group anything if you're not a great group.
I didn't mind the Lunch Pail Crew because I think a lot of it was also kind of a joke about, all right, JJ's the guy that's going to get the glitz and attention and everything else. Like, we're the Lunch Pail Crew.
Definitely the least offensive of the three position groups that decided to nickname themselves or engage in cosplay. As you said, the linebackers were the cosplay group. That was the worst. And yet the Rock Boys, that was pretty bad. The Rock Boys.
The Rock Boys, I did not like
annoying.
That either.
Yeah. And I know Whitney Merciless still lives here, and he was the inventor of the Rock Boys, and I love Whitney Merciless. That was a horrible invention. The Rock Boys
I didn't like
sucked.
it because it almost felt like a slap in the face to anybody who grew up listening to hard rock and metal, and just felt like, no, you guys are not metal. Like it's just not even the good. You're good, but you're not metal.
Yeah.
All right. Like it's just there's a difference.
Yeah. And then Deshaun joined the group as like a feature. It was like the Rock Boys, but they were doing a collab with the quarterback room and featuring Deshaun Watson. FT period Deshaun Watson. He starts guitaring and whatnot.
Yeah, plus the signature move was like the Pete Townsend windmill, and then you get into a whole other reasons I don't want you to be the Rock Boys. Yeah.
Right. That was really ultimately the downfall of Deshaun Watson, was joining the Rock Boys.
That's where, it makes sense.
Might be the genesis of it, man. You never know. All right, so we'll get into that in the next segment. Okay, so Seth, to me, the biggest non-X and O storylines with this game, or things that could negatively impact either team, I think for the Chiefs, it's the layoff. What is 24? How does that affect them? There's evidence in the past with the Chiefs that resting has resulted in rust, and it's taken them a while to get going. Now, to be clear, this group of Chiefs, this head coach, this quarterback, this tight end, they've never lost in this round. So while it slowed them down a little bit at the beginning of games, perhaps, ultimately they've managed to go ahead and win games. I think that's it for the Chiefs. I think for the Texans, it's the weather. The 31 degrees is, I'm just looking right now, the high of 31 that day. Thank God they play this game on Saturday and not Sunday. Like Sunday, it does dip into those temperatures that you were talking about before.
Yeah. Where you say your fingers start to get a little numb once it goes below 20.
Yeah.
Anywhere between 20 and 32, I feel like you physiologically you feel the same.
Yeah. Yep. So it's supposed to be, I think 31 is what I saw. Here was CJ when he was asked yesterday, or on Tuesday, I'm sorry, about the weather situation.
That's kind of one of the reasons I went to Ohio State, was to play in the cold and to get used to that. So, I played in cold weather games before. It's different, but it's better than playing when it's wet. So, and then it snows, which is better than if it rains. So, I'm kind of used to them, but at the same time, we really don't play in the cold here, but definitely have been trained by it in college.
33 and partly cloudy on Saturday.
And the only one the thing I was a little disappointed in was whoever asked the question had prefaced it by saying, hey, in New England, you'd hear these stories about Bill Belichick dipping the ball in cold ice before the quarterbacks handled them and everything to get ready for it. So he asked, do you guys do anything like that? And apparently no. So I don't know. I just maybe can I get a little bit of an ice bucket plunge? Or maybe they are doing it and he just didn't want to talk about it.
You would like for them to do that. You would like for them to plunge the balls into at practice into water.
Well, CJ made the point though too that it's probably, if there is precipitation, it's going to be snow, not rain, and rain messes you up a lot more than snow does.
Yeah.
But then now, it's still potentially, if it warms up and it rains or snows, you could get that wintry mix, and that's the worst. When you're getting sleet and snow and rain all at once and at different points in the game, that's when it seems to create just a comedy of errors. But which could work in the Texans' benefit.
Yeah.
Since the Texans take the ball away so well, maybe that ends up being, maybe you want a sloppier football game. Sloppy conditions are kind of an equalizer.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the Texans may have the better defense in this game. That tends to favor the better defense in this game. So CJ, I'm looking at it. 33, partly cloudy. They're practicing outside today. We just got that text. So they are practicing outside. It's 47 degrees right now. That ain't 33, but it also isn't normal Houston weather. So they're getting a little taste of some chilliness at least today.
You did the research on how he did in November games in college. Right?
Yeah, and here's what I learned is that CJ probably could have played in a nuclear war in the middle of it and thrown for 400 yards against some of these teams.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's – But you got to
find out the specific weather conditions.
I tried to. CollegeReference.com, which is like the sister site to ProFootballReference.com, doesn't have nearly the game day information that the Pro Football one. Like the Pro Football one gives you the spread on the game that day, the game time, kickoff temperature. So I just went with November and made sure that it was all cold weather cities.
Yeah.
And the fact of the matter is, CJ played 2 full seasons in college. In 2021, he played 4 November games in places that I promise you were not warm in November. He completed 80% of his passes this is 2021. 4 games, completed 80% of his passes for nearly 1,800 yards, 19 touchdowns, and 1 interception. So I don't think he was playing murderer's row, but one of those games was actually a Michigan game, similar to 2022. Now, 2022, the numbers were way down. 4 games, didn't even complete 58% of his passes, didn't even get to 1,000 yards, 8 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. That's acceptable. That included the one game, like whenever CJ in cold weather gets brought up and it's people trying to debunk his ability to play in cold weather, they bring up the Northwestern game in 2022, which was major wins. Like
that was wind more than anything.
He only threw for 76 yards in that game. So that
and that's the thing. Rain, I think rain is worse than snow, depending on what field conditions are like and everything and all that. But wind is worse than anything. Wind screws everything up. Stroud has played in 4 NFL games with the temperature below 45 degrees.
Okay.
He's 2-2 games. He dropped the coldest game, which was the Ravens
playoff
last
game,
year. That was 27 degrees.
Yep.
So I don't.
And they scored no touchdowns on offense in that game.
Yeah.
It was a punt return.
So that was in a very small sample size. I think the cold weather affected the offensive guards more so than CJ in that game. It wasn't. CJ didn't have a chance to make bad throws. Yeah, I can't get the breakdown on it because I'm not gonna. I don't have time to subscribe to the Kansas City Star,
right?
And then forget to unsubscribe. So that's the. I'm not really overly concerned about that part of it, other than just the Chiefs have more experience playing in cold weather than the Texans do. So maybe it's a factor in the game, but I don't think it's a huge one to worry about.
Do you think the layoff with the Chiefs is a bigger factor in this game than the weather is for the Texans?
I think that's a good point. Yeah, I would lean into that. I would lean into that more so than the cold weather.
Yeah, that was my question. So I think those are both things that are material. I think they impact the game. Now, the thing about being off for 24 days means you're inherently the better football team. There is that.
You know what, though? Honestly, part of it, too, is, the Texans are a domed football team.
Yeah.
They're the classic warm weather team or dome team going off in the playoffs to play in a cold weather environment.
Yeah.
And it typically doesn't go great for those teams.
No.
The old one forever, remember a warm weather team had never won a Super Bowl or whatever. Yeah.
Tampa couldn't win a game for decades that was below 35 degrees. Remember that? Like they had.
What was that? It wasn't a warm weather team hadn't won a Super Bowl, but there was some without home field advantage or whatever it was. There's it plays out.
It definitely does. Yeah.
It's a factor, but these aren't awful winter conditions. These aren't like a Buffalo, Green Bay type of one of those classic cold weather games.
Dude, it could be way worse. When they were playing that, when Texans were playing on Saturday, and you can look ahead to the 10-day forecast, and like it's a stark difference, man, between what the weather's going to be like Saturday afternoon and Sunday. And I'm going, man, I was praying for a Saturday game. Like it's like a 12 or 13 degree difference. And 12 or 13 degrees when you're talking about being in the 30s and the teens, that's a big, it's like not all 5 yards are created equal in a football game. Like, you get a 5-yard penalty on 1st and 10, that's 1st and 15. 5-yard penalty on 2nd and 1, now all of a sudden you got to throw instead of run. Like 13 degrees when it's like, is it 90 or is it 77 outside? Like, that's a difference. 13 degrees when is it 31 or is it 18? Like, 18 degrees. High of 18 degrees. I mean, I guess they all matter, but Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. We got Football Friday tomorrow. There may be a Pope Zaza appearance tomorrow. Is Pope Zaza ready to come out tomorrow, do you think?
No, I still haven't decided on my Pope hat.
Okay.
So, no. Yeah, that might have to be a 2025 season thing.
Okay. I still want to exercise some demons tomorrow somehow.
Yeah, we can do that. We'll do that. Okay. We'll do it as
Payne and Pendergast.
Zaza.
Bishop Zaza. Yeah. Okay, got it. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Up next, Matt Burke talks about the D-line room. This room sounds fun. I don't know what I'd pay in an auction to hang out with this D-line, but it would be a lot. We grade the nicknames. They've nicknamed, Rod Wright has nicknamed all of the defensive linemen. How did they do in nicknaming these fellas? We'll talk about that coming up next. Men's Tea Clinic. I'll be there tomorrow, about 25 hours from now.
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Here is Matt Burke, defensive coordinator, yesterday, talking about the spirit, the ethos of the defensive line room.
You know, the D-line, they have more meeting time separate, because a lot of times the back end is getting together and doing stuff. So they have more meeting time together, and they have more individual time together, right? Because we're stalling and past stuff. So it's hard sometimes to coach and to keep the energy level up and to keep the interest up, especially where we are a front that's sort of like, this is our techniques, and we kind of like do the same things. We want to be really good at what we do. So to coach, for those two guys to coach that style and to keep the energy as high as it is and as it's been all year, like it's week whatever we're going on, and like literally this morning's meeting, like I walked down the hallway, I'm like, good Lord, man, it's like it's wild in there. So I feel like it starts with the energy and keeping those guys engaged and keeping it fresh week in and week out. Like those guys have done a really good job, and Rod's really led that room to a good spot.
And so, yeah, and like what he talks about, there's a kind of a lot of monotony with the defensive line sometimes because they don't have as much stuff to install or worry about. But at the same time, you want to be sure guys aren't getting bored. So you got to figure out ways to keep them engaged. And it sounds like Rod Wright has done a really good job of that. I think it helps having as many veterans as they do in the room, but also there's a lot of evidence of good coaching on the field, given the way that the defensive tackles, I think, some of them have done way more and made more plays than they typically do or have with other teams. He's done a good job with that defensive line. It's easy to say, like, well, yeah, sure, they got Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson and Danico Autry, and it's more than that. Like Tim Settle getting 5 sacks this year. Oh, yeah. Mario Edwards having the game he did the other day. A lot of that just comes down to, just good coaching individually, but I think they've run through pretty well. Their big challenge this week is that versus the Chiefs, they did a good job winning their individual matchups, but they didn't get Mahomes on the ground. And some of that just comes back to the linebackers also, that, man, sometimes Mahomes is going to pull the ball down, and then he is not afraid to he's not trying to scramble to the outside and find some space. He hits it right up the middle. Yeah. And that puts the linebackers in a bind because they got to real quick make the decision about, all right, do I abandon my coverage responsibilities because that guy's running towards the line of scrimmage right now, and it's really tough. So that's on the defensive line, obviously, but also just everybody else in rallying to tackle Pat Mahomes when he does decide to run.
The interior of the defensive line feels like the one position group that a lot of Texan fans before the season were wringing their hands over, the handling of that, trading Malik Collins for a 7th-round pick, letting Sheldon Rankins walk. You bring in some guys that are kind of no-name journeymen. Fans aren't familiar with them. You don't draft anybody at that position. Yeah. It feels like that was a position group that there was a lot of hand-wringing going on, that now people who are wringing their hands haven't really kind of looked around and said, okay, maybe we were wrong about that one. I'm not saying they're a great group or anything like that, but I think as collectively they've played better than what the expectations were among the fan base, for sure.
No, in terms of run defense, too, I think that there's a couple things. One, for whatever reason, PFF, the way they do their grading system, Pro Football Focus, they tend to penalize defensive linemen who are in schemes like this where the guys just rush up field really aggressively, because a lot of times when you do that, you're going to get washed, and it'll look on paper like it's a bad down, but it's kind of within the style of the defense. Mm-hmm. So people look at those PFF scores and they think, oh, these guys must be playing like garbage. Then you look up at the end of the year, and the Texans were the second best team in the league in terms of yards per rushing attempt.
Yes.
They shut down the run a lot, and they get a lot of tackles for loss. There are times, and in games like Green Bay, some of the power running teams or teams that can kind of maul you physically, they've been able to have success versus the Texans' run defense. But on the sum total of it all, they've been playing really good run defense. Yeah. And we've seen this now for a couple of years. Man, D'Amico really seems to get the most out of journeyman type defensive tackles.
No doubt.
And Sheldon Rankins goes off and gets a much better contract than he had been offered the year before when he signed a 1-year deal with the Texans.
Yep.
So I think that we're going to start to feel good about D'Amico's ability to do with defensive linemen maybe what the Astros are able to do with pitchers, just get the best out of that position.
Yeah, car wash. So Jonathan Alexander has a piece on the D-line, and he talks about how Rod Wright, the defensive line coach, who was promoted in the offseason, he was the assistant D-line coach last year, so now he's in charge of that group. So he's been around these guys for a couple of they were looking for ways to motivate players, and he thought about, hey, how about giving them all nicknames? And then the thought of these behind the nickname is that hopefully the player would take on the character personas, right?
Mm-hmm.
So here are the nicknames of the Texans defensive linemen. Tell me, Seth, if you were to be in this room, if you would like getting these nicknames here. Foley Fatukasi, number 91, wearing your old number, is Big Dog. Big Dog.
That's a good nickname. Yeah.
Big
He is
dog.
a big dog.
He is.
You know what, though? He's sleeker than I thought he was. When I first saw him in person, I was like, oh, that's a big dude, but he's put together pretty well.
Yeah.
Like, he's not a big, fat slob of a dude whatsoever.
Daniil Hunter, Cyborg.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one. That's a play off of Terminator. If I were, Will Anderson was a Terminator,
And
he
is in this room too. He's the Terminator.
Okay, yeah. So you know what? I like that because it's good. It goes with Terminator.
Yeah.
But it also is. Yeah. That's kind of what he looks like. Almost like he's not human. Like he's a comic book character or something. Yeah, that's a good one.
Danico Autry is the Junkyard Dog.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah.
I don't get it. I get a check minus for originality.
Yeah.
Maybe on the Big Dog one too. But yeah, that's definitely his personality and his character.
I kind of like Nick Caserio, his other nickname. Nick called him a junkyard dog and a bad MFer.
That's right.
Yeah. And a guy you want in a dark alley with you. That's kind of long to be a nickname. So junkyard dog, we'll go with that.
I don't want a junkyard dog in an alley with me because I think of a junkyard dog as one that's not trained all that well.
They do not
outside of his own environment. Like he's good in the junkyard, but he's in the alley with me and he attacks the guy whom I might be fighting, but then he runs out of the alley and attacks 10 normal citizens on the street.
Exactly. Yeah, flesh is flesh. Yeah, exactly.
So I would say a socialized junkyard dog.
For Danico Autry.
Yes.
Okay. Derek Barnett, Deadshot.
Oh.
It's a superhero played by Will Smith, and he kind of looks like him, I guess.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, I didn't know that either. Don't.
What are Deadshot's skills or superpowers?
I don't know what his superpower is. Text in. Let us know.
He's a very good marksman, it turns out.
Okay.
That seems like kind of a weak.
I would think that you would want a superhero who's really good at scooping up oblong objects and running them into end zones with people dragging all over it.
Deadshot is in excellent physical condition from intense workouts. He's very strong, able to punch through cement, and he's very durable, able to withstand brutal beatings. Okay, I like that.
Okay. Mario Edwards is Wild Dog because of his personality.
Oh.
Yeah.
Mario Edwards never struck me as that type of a personality.
I don't know, man. He gets pretty amped after he slams people to the ground. He had that celebration after his sack on Saturday where he's pushing his head this way and pushing his lower body that way. And he was pretty. Now, it didn't look like a wild dog. It just looked like a human being who was very excited. He did something that's going to get him paid. The nickname starts to tail off a little bit the further you get down the depth chart.
Yeah, like he was just did Rod Wright let AI do these nicknames?
He might have.
He took care of some of the more bigger name guys, and then
you wouldn't guess Tim Settle's nickname in a million years. Skinny Timmy.
Oh no,
that's worse than the big intellectual. That's the
Timmy.
Skinny Timmy.
Skinny Timmy.
Skinny Timmy.
I don't like that.
Yeah. It feels like one of those nicknames that's ironic, like calling, kind of like, calling a
tiny,
calling a big, huge guy tiny, or calling a little weasel Bubba or something like that.
Yeah.
92, Dylan Horton is D. Horton.
Oh, he's just phoning it in at this point. Wow.
Did y'all get tired?
Wow.
Can you imagine being Dylan Horton? This guy survived cancer, and he gets D. Horton as his nickname? What are we doing? He survived stage 4
cancer.
Yes.
To come back and play football.
As
and
D.
to
Horton.
honor you, we give you the nickname, your initial. Yes.
Oh, my God. The last two, Jerry Hughes. Okay, Jerry Hughes is Unc because he's the elder statesman. He's the elder statesman in there. And I'm a little disappointed that they didn't go with my nickname for Kurt Hinish, which is Big Heine.
I've never been a fan of that one.
I know you don't like that one. What do you like better, Big Heine or Mr. Reliable?
Oh, God.
Okay, what's worse, Mr. Reliable or the Big Intellectual?
Mr. Reliable sounds like the classic, hey, this is why the white guy is in the D-line room.
Yeah.
He's always where he's supposed to be, and he's just, you know what? He might not be the best athlete, but gosh darn it, he plays his responsibility. Good for you, little mascot, and then they tussle your hair. Yeah. I take offense as a white guy on that one.
Mr. Reliable. Mr. Reliable, right. It feels racist. Heinisch said, quote, it makes you feel unique. It makes you feel good. It gasses you up a little bit, end quote. Okay, he's lying right there. Kurt Hinish is lying. He was inactive last week. He's probably kind of hanging on, like, fringe of the roster right now. So he's not going to make any fuss over his horrible nickname that they gave him, Mr. Reliable. He's just going to be like, this is really badass, man. Yeah.
Also, you can't fight a nickname.
You can't, right? Yeah. Usually the black defensive linemen are usually the best at defending the honor of the white defensive linemen. Yeah. Like they'll point out, because there have been times where I was in meeting rooms where, like, I remember one time with Gary Moeller, I made a really nice play in a game, and Gary Moeller is like, look at this guy here. He's not a very good athlete, and he's just but boy, look at this. He just grinds it out. Yeah. And all the other defensive linemen are looking at me, and they're like, no, Seth, like, that was a hell of a play. Like, I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
Had you added Go Die to your repertoire yet at that point, or was that something that came later? Because that feels like at least a private in your head.
Was too old for me to have said at that point. Yeah. I'm not going to say go die to an elderly guy.
What's the maximum age that you would tell somebody to go die?
I don't know. Some of it depends on just
health.
Like if it could be a 29-year-old junkie, I'm not going to tell them.
Floating target, right. Yeah, how close are they to death? Not really what's their age. Yeah.
Right.
Gotcha. All right, so we know now. And then what did you say, Reggie? You can't run from your nickname?
No, you can't fight a nickname.
Can't fight it.
Especially if you fight a nickname, I think the other people are inclined to lean in harder.
Use it more,
You know what I mean? So it's like you fight a nickname, you're basically sealing your fate.
Yes, yeah, they'll try to get under your skin that way.
That's that's one of the diciest situations you can find yourself in as a young man when you get a nickname that you really don't want. Because you're right, Reggie, you can't tell anybody you hate it, but you can't do anything to. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. Best thing to do is prevention. Don't get put in that position.
Correct. Yeah. Did you ever have a nickname, Reggie?
I did, which, funny enough, organically Lopez came up with the same name.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
The professor?
When I was young, and of course, I was talking about this with Clint a few days ago when we were handing off. Right, like it's also akin to when people are like, "Oh, you're so mature for your age."
Yeah.
Like when you're a young man and they're like, "You're so mature, you're the professor." Indirectly, what they're saying is like, "You're not cool."
Yeah,
like,
you're kind
lame.
of a dork.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's too bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it's fine.
Yeah,
I was called Cliffy in high school because I know so many stupid facts.
I can see that. Yeah.
Yeah. That was tough. I wasn't super enthused about it, but I was like, okay, no, because Cliff Clavin would just make stuff up. I was like, it was pretty harmless, you know.
There's a little known fact.
The best was when, for those who don't know, the younger audience, Cliff Clavin was a mailman who was a character on Cheers who sat at the bar and just spewed sometimes actual facts, sometimes made up facts. The best was when he was on Jeopardy.
Yeah.
And the grand prize question was like the names of 3 people.
Yeah.
And Cliff's answer was, who are 3 people who've never been in my kitchen? And
technically correct.
That's he was fighting, and he's like, well, Alex, I mean, technically these are 3 people who've never been in my kitchen before.
I was the Whopper.
I was going to say, I feel like you probably back in the day had
a lot of J-Los back in the day.
Had one of those nicknames.
Even before Jennifer Lopez.
You were the big something.
I was the Whopper.
The Whopper.
Why were you the Whopper?
Well,
I don't want to hear about locker room stories.
I'd like to tell you the lie that I created in high school.
Did it have to do with the actual Whopper, Billy Paultz?
Yeah, I was pretty good in basketball, and I had a hook shot with both my right and my left hand. And it was Billy Paultz back in the day, and they called him the Whopper, so they called me the Whopper.
Yeah.
Whopper Jr. Maybe
that's not what I told the girls though.
Whopper Jr.
You guys. You want to hear one of my nicknames that was like one of the ones that I just, it was inaccurate, but I was totally cool with it. This is before I'd ever actually, gone all the way with anybody. I was a virgin. Somehow there was
Is that how that works?
There was this rumor floating around the high school that not only did I have an incredibly high body count, but that I was incredible. And that the girls were calling me the Marathon Man. And to this day, I have no idea how or why that rumor got started.
Just some benevolent girl.
Further from the truth. I was a virgin, but there were girls that were like, I don't know if I'll go out with Seth because he's been with so many women. And I'm like, It's like, all right, I guess. Sure, call me that. So I don't know. Somebody out there was like, either just playing really weird head games with me to keep me to themselves, or I don't know. I don't know.
Was it American Pie where Finch? Finch paid Jessica to go walking around telling all the girls.
And then he
how
just
good
started.
he was.
Then he just started to slay.
Yeah. Then he wound up with Stifler's mom.
Yeah.
I wish I were smart enough to have done that.
Yeah.
That's a great tactic.
It was completely false.
That's a great.
This incredible humble brag by Seth. I love that.
Yeah.
It's not a humble brag. It's me. I had zero to do with it. I was a virgin. I hadn't done a damn thing.
If anything, it sounds like it prevented you from getting laid.
Well, it did. Well, and then think of this. I've got this reputation of this guy who's whatever, but
we set the bar high, huh?
Your first several to 2,900 times.
Sure.
Marathon.
No, you would have been exposed quick. Real quick, text message. Someone sat there saying, Skinny Timmy for Tim Settle sounds like a shower nickname. All right.
Oh, man.
We will give way here to In the Loop. Hey, Bex is coming up here with food, so be hungry.
You're damn right they
Bex
are.
Prime is coming up here, and I have a confession.
Hey,
12:20 today.
You are in
on Lunchtime Confessions.
Yeah.
So
I like the notion of just like you popping in various segments, offering a little bit of just like one sentence and then popping out. Like if you could do that for me, I would greatly appreciate that.
I'll think about it. That's good. All right. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Seth, antibodies to you. I'll see you tomorrow.
Antibodies from the Marathon.
Yeah, baby.
Oh yeah.
Oh hell yeah. All right, we're out of time except for Seth. He's got all the time in the world because he's the Marathon man.
Don't have time for nothing else.
Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop and they start now.
This show will not be a marathon. I'll tell you that. We got 4 hours. And we are on
I'm
the
here
clock.
for you, baby.
That's right. Oh, well,
I'm here for you, baby.
Is that a threat? All right, John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig here with you on a Thursday. For the Texans, it's a Friday, man. This is final practice before they head up to Arrowhead. Of course, send-off is happening tomorrow at noon. If you want to go out there at the green lot, I don't know why I felt like that was the time to do it, but that was the time to do it. How we feeling, baby?
I'm feeling great. We're gonna dig in on our predictions and feelings tomorrow, but I'm feeling great about this game. This is kind of like it's weird, okay? Because you really
weird is it?
I'll tell you, as Johnny Carson once said, and people don't know who that is, but
I was going for match game.
Yeah, match game. Exactly.
As you can tell, the professor nickname, very apt.
Yes, exactly.
Very apt.
On the one hand, you got to get past the divisional round. It's going to be just a womp-womp, as they say. If
First
you don't.
time in team history.
On the other, I'm kind of feeling this is a nothing-to-lose game, man. So nothing. I mean, who really thinks like the Chiefs are going to lose this game? Outside of, I think a lot of people are going to be pulling for the Texans. But I don't think a lot of people think the Texans are going to win.
That's something that was texted in, I don't know if it was yesterday, 2 days ago, like the idea of, you think a lot of people are going to be pulling for the Texans?
America is pulling for the Texans.
Have we reached that point in the cycle where the Chiefs are just like the Death Star? Because I always wonder that, as Americans, we love the underdog story, but in some ways we kind of hate success after a while. Well, we like success up to a point, and then we're like, move it around, bub. Like, we're haters. We're supreme haters as Americans.
We're on the steep decline of that arc.
Okay, and so we are in hater mode as a staff record label and crew.
Yeah.
When it comes to the Kansas City Chiefs. All right, I just want to make sure we are all on the same page there. I mean, like here locally, there is a vested interest in being against the Chiefs because in that instance, you are rooting for the Texans to do something that they have not done in franchise history, to go to places that they have not. Honestly, continue to push yourself towards the Super Bowl, which is every individual team's goal. But yeah, okay, all right, that's interesting. But how about this? Because when it comes down to this game, one of the places that I think you might not have as much confidence as hey, defense, tons of confidence, right? All these things. Wide receiver group, because you lost Tank Dell, right? You're in this place where who are you able to turn to in these moments after Deontay Johnson? A little bit of a hopeful.
He's back, baby. He's back in Baltimore.
He is back in Baltimore. A little bit of a wishful thinking, but at least it gave you some level of hope. Now you are in the stark realization that what you have is what you are going with. This is a shaky wide receiver group.
Well, I think it's one of the reasons why most people who don't really have a stake in the game don't give the Texans much of a chance because they saw this team here and there with their struggles. Now they do believe in the defense, as you talked about, but the wide receiver group against that Chiefs defense, which we last saw at this level in the postseason, winning a Super Bowl. And so you're going against them with Nico Collins and
the Pips. With all due respect,
I mean the Pips would be a compliment.
Wow. Are you heckling the team now? Is that what's happening?
No, I'm talking about in terms of
who could you name on the Pips?
Pip 1, Pip 2, and Pip 3.
I didn't know they had names.
Yeah.
I thought they was just Pips. I thought they legally changed the name. It's Pip Johnson, Pip Williams,
Pip Hamilton,
Buddy 1, Buddy 2, Homeboy 3.
Yeah,
but so disrespectful.
But it kind of would be a compliment.
Can you hit that research for me real quick?
We'll hit that.
Bring that. No matter what we're talking about, I want you to stop down what we're doing so that we get breaking Pip name information here on your home of Pip name information. Sports Radio 610.
But I don't mean to take a cheap shot. I'm talking about like just perception, what they've done. Let me give some numbers here. Nico Collins, 68 receptions.
Almost nice.
Very nice considering how he's played.
No, for certain. And I mean, considering he missed time as well.
Yeah. John Mechie, Xavier Hutchinson, Robert Woods, Jared Wayne, 56. By himself, he's caught 12 more passes than the other 4 guys that are going to be in the rotation.
No, certainly.
That's not good. That's the Pips.
No, and I think it's quite kind of interesting as a juxtaposition with the Chiefs team where I think their leading receiver is indeed, and I guess in the receiving core, right? Not just the wide receivers themselves, because their leading pass catcher, I guess is the way that you would say it, is indeed Travis Kelce. And he has the 4th lowest share of a team leader in the entirety of the league, which goes to show you they spread this thing out.
Yeah.
When it comes to the Texans, they've tried to spread it out, like targets and everything, but when it comes to like attention, it will be all hands on deck with Nico Collins, especially when you consider the fact that the Kansas City Chiefs are getting their other receiver back. Like they had not had Justin Watson, I believe. They had not had him for a little bit of time. In fact, Nick Wright, when he talked to us yesterday,
he talked about it.
Mentioned that, hey, man, that's been something that they've been missing. In fact, we'll go back to our notes from Week 16, but I remember looking at weak cornerback. Was it Williams that they had out there? Like, Nico Collins was able to, especially when they got man coverage, work him. Like, how does that change when they're able to raise the level? Like, is Nico Collins going to be able to just be that singular focus, or are they going to be able to, especially with Trent McDuffie, with the other cornerback that's coming back, whose name immediately left my mind in that moment? Are they going to be able to limit what you're able to get to Nico Collins? Like, is Bobby in this offense able to get to Nico Collins, or is it going to fall on Robert Woods, on Xavier Hutchinson, on John Mechie? Not just those guys, but those guys in the cold, with the acknowledgement that, hey, man, cold footballs, cold hands make this a little bit more difficult to happen as well.
Yeah.
All right, so I got a list of the pips.
Okay.
All right, so we got Gladys Knight, who is top dog.
Front woman.
Yeah, we got Bubba Knight.
Bubba Knight. I like that's a good name.
Anybody familiar with Bubba Knight?
No.
We got William Guest.
Okay.
All right, we got Edward Pattern.
Okay, Edward Pattern.
Or Edward Patton.
Patton. Okay, gotcha.
Patton. We got Brenda Knight.
Oh, there were 4, or they must have rotated through.
Yeah, these are all the past members.
Okay.
Yeah, we got Eleanor Guest.
Oh, so the pips weren't even like just a steady. It was just, hey, man, if you come through, you get to be a pip.
Yeah, it's probably like how the Temptations did, like somebody leave and then they replace them and all that stuff.
It was like the Sun in the Vacation.
Wait, before we keep going, because you have named 5 names.
Yeah, we got one more left.
Okay, all right, cool. I was about to say, is this one of those where you go, hey, there's
it's actually not like the Temptations. Yeah, no, the last one, Langston George.
That's a good
Langston.
name.
I remember Langston.
That's a good name.
Old school. The Pip were like the Sun in all the Vacation movies. Different dude every time.
Excellent.
All right, so here's the question though, because we want to look at this. It's Thursday, man. We're getting pumped up. We're going to be off the charts by tomorrow, and certainly by Saturday. Let's look at this in a more, I guess, optimistic way. We just pointed it out. Nico Collins, 12 more receptions than everyone else in terms of wide receivers combined.
Yes.
So how do they get there? What do they do? Who's most likely to step up? All those things. I have a kind of a weird view of this because I don't have confidence in John Mechie. I don't think that's going to be the guy. Jared Wayne has never caught a pass in the NFL, ever. Robert Woods is what he is. He might have a good play or two here or there. It's got to be Xavier Hutchinson. It has to be. Now, his best play was kind of a broken play.
Yeah.
But and he's had some trouble separating, but he's a bigger dude that's a good yards after catch guy.
Sure. The interesting thing about you mentioning the idea that he is a bigger dude is that it feels like, and maybe this is unfair because there's always like an innate juxtaposition with him and Nico Collins, and that's not fair.
Yeah,
to Xavier. But it feels like he does not use that size particularly well in, hey, I'm going to box out this defender on a slant, keep him on my back, and use that.
That's been the problem.
My body. Yeah, like so. Bringing up the fact that he's a bigger guy, yes, that is technically correct. I don't know how much that affects it. I think that it is going to have to be Mechie, right? Like innate with the targets that he gets. It's an acknowledgement, a tacit acknowledgement that he is one of those guys that get open or whatever. He just kind of has to catch the football, and that's just going to be something that you have up there. Somebody immediately on the text line has the same sentiment, different words. Somebody said Mechie has to stop, all caps, playing like a soft.
Yeah. Yeah, we know.
Yeah. But no, ultimately it's just like you have to catch the football in the cold or whatever. And I find this one of the things that gives me a little bit of solace, because the question ultimately is, how do you get these dudes off? Pause, I guess. How do you get these guys, this wide receiving core to do things? How do they get by? And I think some of it is also like, if I look at the way that the Chiefs play, they're going to play a lot of man, and unless they do that bracketing thing that we talked about with Nick or whatever, like, the Chargers tried to play some man as well, and also, again, we'll go back, but the Chiefs tried to play some man. There are instances where, okay, you play some man. Nico Collins is a man-beater type kind of player. Like, you can get him good releases, good routes, strong body to use to box out a defender. You can still get him the football there, but I think also, if you can get them to get into zone looks, finding those soft spaces, and C.J. Stroud just playing with the level of anticipation and with the level of confidence, I think can get the ball to his players. On top of this, can I get Bobby Slowick forward here? Because Bobby Slowick was talking, and I think this is one of the things that can be helpful. Again, let's go to the idea of receiving, pass catchers as opposed to just receivers.
I want to get to that too, but go ahead.
And Bobby Slowick was asked, hey, how about a Joe Mixon, right? How about a Joe Mixon who is capable of catching the football?
I think he's a reliever, actually. I know, we worked it a lot in camp. Like, I'm sure all you guys saw that. We did a good amount of it in camp. We did some of it early in the year, and I think as the year has gone, probably have gotten away from that a little bit. Wanted to make sure he was fresh for some of his carries, but without a question, that's something that's on my mind and been on my mind. Like, how can we make sure we make use of a guy that we think is an excellent player?
I think getting him the ball out of the backfield is going to be helpful, and I was very much encouraged hearing him say it that way. Like, that is very much on my mind, which almost felt like tipping his hand that, hey, you should see something in the game plan, including again, we will go back to the tape of this all. But I was watching back that Week 16 game, and I might have seen the best screen that has been run by this Texans team in that game to Joe Mixon in the middle of the field. That's the type of stuff I would like to see.
Well, Bobby Slowick didn't say that by accident. He knows what the Chiefs are doing. They're monitoring everything as the Texans are monitoring everything going on in Kansas City. He just made Steve Spagnuolo and the defense spend about 3 or 4 more hours thinking about Joe Mixon coming out of the backfield. No, that wasn't an accident. That was my first thought when I heard that. Is like, because he legitimately said, like, we've used it a lot. Y'all saw it in camp. That's something that we kind of tempered back a little bit. So he's making Steve Spagnuolo think. But here's what I was going to say. I think Xavier Hutchinson has to have a big game if they're going to have success. But he's not the second most important pass catcher. The second most important pass catcher is Joe Mixon.
Interesting. I think I have another name for second most important. I like to see Joe Mixon get some rocks off, but please cook.
I think Joe Mixon is catcher, and the biggest reason for that is because the Chiefs' run defense. The Chiefs' run defense is more than solid. I mean, they are. We know about Chris Jones, but they are very, very good. I think they're 8th or 9th in the NFL for the regular season against the rush. They're really, really, really good. So how do you beat that if you can't? Because I don't know a lot about Steve Spagnuolo's game plan, but I know he's going to bracket Nico. I mean, that to me, that's not even a question. Like, what else would you do? He's going to bracket Nico. And if they're doing that and they're really good against the run, let's get the ball to Joe Mixon out as a receiver. Now,
when you're talking about attacking a team's weaknesses, one of those weaknesses for this Chiefs defense, they've not been great handling tight ends. Like, we talk about second most important receiver, I think that Dalton Schultz becomes that. And I don't know what the immediate reaction is for Texans fans when they hear that or when they think about such a thing. But I think that's going to be necessary. The idea of, like, we saw him get some things in that quick game, the quick slants kind of actions against the Chargers. I think some of those are going to be a possibility. But, yeah, man, it feels like Dalton Schultz kind of working the middle of the field continually or in a continued fashion. I think that's also going to be a big factor. If you can consistently get him the football keep yourself ahead of the chains in that way as well. I think that he's going to matter a good amount outside of the Mechis and the Xavier Hutchinsons that we're looking at and we would like to play well. But I don't know that it's going to hinge as much on those guys. Plus, you tell me and correct me if I'm wrong. It has felt like once Tank Dell was injured, it was Nico and then Dalton. Like, Dalton is a dude that they trust. We know that he has a pretty strong relationship with CJ. They believe in him and his capabilities, and they're going to get him the football. So it becomes incumbent on him and incumbent on the offense in general to make sure that works and that's effective when they do it.
No, there's absolutely no question that Dalton Schultz is going to be crucial, absolutely crucial, given the fact that they're going to spend all that attention and time on Nico Collins and the run defense. And I mean, it's absolutely crucial. I'm not saying you're wrong. I think that's very viable. But I just feel like in terms of the guy that could break a 20-yarder out of the backfield as a pass catcher, I think it's Joe Mixon.
How much do you think that particular 20-yarder is necessary in this game? Because someone on the text line has this perspective, and I think it's an interesting one, right? The idea that the offense as a whole just needs to be efficient, which it sounds simple, but that has been elusive for this team.
It's about us, Reggie. It's about us.
Not otherworldly, just efficient. The defense can hold it down. Yeah. How do you view that as a fair thing, or are you in the place where the explosives are still absolutely necessary?
No, you're going to have to score, man. You're going to have to. The Chiefs are not going to score 17 points. They're going to put the ball in the end zone. I know this defense maybe gets some turnovers and limits that. Maybe wins the game for this team, but if you get some turnovers, we've lived in a world where you get 5 turnovers and lose a game because of the offense. So, yes, there is some truth. You have to be efficient and you have to be able to do something. But it's going to be about that defense and what you can do other than the ball.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Just getting going on a Thursday. Texans getting their final practice of the day today. I believe they're out there in about an hour in the weather to try and get some level of preparation for what it'll be like on Saturday. Not going to compare.
It ain't close.
Would it happen to be in the 20s outside today here in Houston? No. Okay.
No.
Fair enough. All right. Coming up next, a easy win for the Rockets versus the Nuggets. However, outside of that, does Jaylen Green deserve to be an All-Star? We'll talk about that next.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
In the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, and Fig hanging out with you. Get involved with the program on the text line 713-572-4610. The YouTube and Twitch are also there for you. YouTube, Sports Radio 610. Twitch, 610 Houston. Talking about the game, obviously we were just talking about the wide receivers and how you get the most out of them. Somebody said this is where you miss Brevin Jordan, and they're not wrong, right? Like,
that's true.
That is another kind of explosive
I forgot
element.
about him, man. Dang.
I mean, it's been all year, man.
Yeah.
It has been all year.
Damn.
You look forward to having him next year, but yeah, man, it's especially now that also Cade Stover gets hurt, which someone said like that's going to make a huge impact in the run game. I still think that actually that might cause this team to maybe find a way to have Andrew Beck again on the roster, which, remember, last time that happened was Week 16 against the Chiefs, where you had Andrew Beck kind of opening some things, and I kind of liked the way that looked. But, yeah, we'll talk more about this game as we go. It's Thursday, man. We are quickly moving towards that Saturday at 3:30 first kickoff for I was about to say first kick, but kickoff versus the Chiefs. Yeah, close enough. Not close at all was the game last night in Denver at Ball Arena versus the Denver Nuggets.
Of course it was
at who? Ball Arena, formerly known as the Pepsi Center a while back. But yes, the Denver Nuggets, doesn't matter what it was called, they got whooped. Of course, no Nikola Jokic in that one. The Rockets handled their business wire to wire. Really, one of the big interesting things about it for me was just Jaylen Green adds another one of those games. What game you say? You add
games.
One of those games. And I know our guy Ocho rolling his eyes because he's like, oh, here it comes again. That's right, 34 points, 5 assists, but that's on 10 of 16 shooting, another efficient game. And really the big thing, 6 of 10 from deep, like the 3-level scoring, getting downhill, all those things continue to show up. And, man, we're getting to a place with Jaylen Green where it's like, hey, this is feeling more consistent. And that brings up a question. In fact, a question that Cam Whitmore seems to have like a definitive answer to. And this isn't even from this game. Like Cam Whitmore said this a few nights ago after the Rockets beat the Grizzlies. Hey, Cam, how you feel about Jaylen Green?
He's all-star. There's nothing else to be said, to be honest. He's all-star. He's very good at basketball.
He's very good at basketball. He is doing it now, man, and I think he should be an all-star, to answer your question. Now, How do you fit that into the
right? That's one of those things where you go, you know what grinds my gears.
But where is he going to go?
You know what grinds my gears?
Yeah.
Right. When we do these things, and this has like become pervasive in all areas of sports and otherwise, where everything is debating. It's like, oh well, this guy is top 5.
Yeah.
Top 5 rapper. Top 5 this. Top 5 that. And I'm like, you got to actually do the list, right? Because you actually get into and you start listing, and you're like, actually, maybe it's top 10, maybe top 15 even, which isn't a problem. The All-Star voting returns, and of course, the fan voting is only 50% of this. This is not quite like Pro Bowl situation, but fan voting is 50%. Then there's 25% that's a player vote, 25% that's the media vote. But the fan voting can give you a strong indication of what's happening. To the guards in the West, and the second returns happened a week ago, so there's still more things happening in this league. Jaylen Green wasn't top 10 there. And let me run through some of the guards in the West for you right now. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is one. Steph Curry. Luka Doncic, who won't be there because he's been injured, and I don't know that he'll be back before the trade deadline, or before not the trade deadline, All-Star break. Kyrie Irving. Anthony Edwards. James Harden. Ja Morant. De'Aaron Fox. Devin Booker. Norm Powell. Like, there's a lot of guys there that are ahead of him. And you would need a real quick resurgence and change in kind of the trend here for Jaylen Green to pop up. But I just wanted to appreciate the level of play that he's been giving you, because quiet as it's kept, this Houston Rockets offense has actually been really good of late.
It's been really good. Let me ask you this, because, look, those names speak for themselves in terms of, is he an all-star player? Yes, he is an all-star type player. Is he an all-star in 2025? That's where it gets a little hazy.
Gotcha, yeah.
Because in 2025, Jaylen Green, just in the last month, what are the Rockets in January? I mean,
in January this is the thing that's crazy for me. Over the entirety of the season, because of like the last stretch of a month, a few weeks to a month.
Yeah,
their offense is now like 9th, or is 9th or 11th? Let me make sure I'm not getting this wrong. Because all season segments, this is the 9th best offensive rating. Where, I mean, this is a Rockets team that we looked at offensively and we're like, ooh, and they have been so good of late. Mind you, 2nd best offensive rating in January.
I'm saying is like, what's an all-star in 2025? You got the 2nd best record in the conference. You're the best player on that team.
Yeah.
You're averaging.
Well, I don't know if people will go. People will still lean on Alperen Sengun being the best player.
I don't disagree. He's been my favorite player on this team, and I think the best for a while.
Which, by the way, I'm going to put a pin in this.
Yeah.
We might need to have a little conversation about Alperen Sengun, because he has still been like a stable part of this, and he's been a hub in a good way. He's missing a lot of bunnies. It's been
that's where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
You're the 2nd leading scorer in the entire league in January. So that's an all-star. That's an all-star. And obviously, I'm one of the guys that was like, I don't know. Let's see some more consistency. You're seeing consistency, at least in this past month plus. Really from him. He had a little bit of a lull. That's a guy that deserves to be there. You're one of the best teams, 2nd best in the entire conference, and you're putting up those types of numbers.
Now, I don't think he'll be an all-star this year, because I just don't think that there's time. I don't know that coaches will put him on when it comes to obviously the starters are determined by this whole process, and then the coaches will determine who are the reserves. I don't think that he ends up being a reserve this year, but I think ultimately, when you start talking about all-star caliber, what we're talking about is he the star player that you want? Especially that's what the Rockets have been trying to find. More importantly than having the title of being an all-star. By the way, speaking of all-star, when it comes to returns, Alperen Sengun is 6th when it comes to front court in the West, which is a little bit tenuous. Like, is he on that precipice? And I think the coaches, especially if he stabilizes himself, the coaches would still kind of have him as one of those that rounds out the 12. Of the All-Stars, but with this team just in general, and with Jaylen Green, he's getting to a level where the Rockets' decision to stand pat is being validated, which is interesting because ESPN put out a kind of an article of trades that would be interesting as we near the trade deadline. We're a few weeks out, and one of the ones that pops up is one for Kevin Durant with the Phoenix Suns. Like, are you interested in the idea of getting Kevin Durant and some other salaries, but with sending out the likes of Jeff Green, Cam Whitmore, some of these other guys that are, in the stay ready crew, so to say, that are not necessarily in that exact young core, but some of those stay ready guys, and 2 of the Phoenix Suns first round picks that go back that way.
Look, I think that's something that Phoenix would love. Is it something that you would love? Look, you're silly to say, yeah, we don't need Kevin Durant. I mean, everybody can use Kevin Durant. I don't care how old he is and what he's doing. But I think, like, when you're looking at big picture, if you've come this far and you're seeing this kind of development, I think you do have to really consider and probably stand pat.
And just, I mean, that's where I'm at. Like, especially, it feels like the way that they're playing right now, if they can harness this level of play, especially, again, talking about this level of offense, that was the thing, right? The defense is good enough. You just got to find enough offense. Having Jaylen Green play at this level, and also, quiet as it's kept, if it is indeed kept quiet, Cam Whitmore being at this level offensively, and we knew he had the offense, but being able to get these minutes, I think that the coaching staff has added a new tool to their weapon, and I think they're going to need to use Cam Whitmore, especially because he brings a lot of shooting. I think he's shooting like 45% this month. Last month, shooting 39% from three, that is. And so that ability to shoot the three is going to be helpful in keeping this offense rolling. But if you can play at this level, this is the level that gives you the possibility of hitting any team in the West with a really good punch, taking any series 6 or 7, which means that you have an opportunity. One, first round feels like obvious.
Yeah.
Conference semis feels like something that is doable. And then conference finals is something that feels like, you have a chance in that moment.
That leads to the wild card of this whole, Kevin Durant thing, if it is in fact real. The other question the Rockets have to ask themselves, is, do we really think we have a chance to win it now? Like this year? I mean, you're second in the conference with this squad.
Yeah.
That's when, maybe a Kevin Durant does put us over the top.
And the question is how much is that over the top, and how much is that worth
and
versus are you sacrificing years on the window that it feels like you might be opening up with all of this young talent? All these questions. And somebody said, better question, is Amen still the starter when Jabari comes back? I'm starting to get to a place where where somebody also reminded you that Amen Thompson is the best player. And that's an interesting conversation to be had as well. Like, how do you value that? Because he becomes one of the most important players to what you're doing here.
That's what he is.
As like a linchpin for huge help defensively, obviously just huge defensively, period. Energy-wise, like you can see the difference there, like very important. Best ends up being an interesting. Reggie, what the hell is going on with Tari Eason? I wish I knew.
Yeah.
I'd be texting Adam Spillane. I wish I could show you my text messages with Adam Spillane as to like, hey, anything? We got any idea what's happening there? But anyways, the Rockets back again in action tonight in Sacramento. Second night of a back-to-back, which is helped by the starters basically not playing in the fourth quarter in a win versus the Nuggets last night. But yeah, man, this team is cruising in an interesting way to the point that you can look at the possibility of trading for Kevin Durant and go, nah, I'm good.
Or not.
or not.
Maybe.
Or not. And then, of course, there's a Suns side of that as well, but we don't have to get into all that. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get back to Texans in a way with our question of the day. Really interesting conversations and a piece by Jonathan Alexander in the Chronicle about the Texans D-line room and the nicknames that they have that helps boost the energy of that team. Question of the day, what would the nicknames of your favorite 610 hosts be, and what would your nickname be if you were in the Texans D-line? 713-572-4610. Let's do that next.
Yep, and
15. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
By the way, a little bit of hope for the Rockets fans if in hoping or asking, hey, where the hell is Tari Eason? He did post on his Instagram a picture of himself in jersey on court with the caption, "See, I'm back on my..." And I have no idea what it ultimately means, but you got to hope that might mean he's back on the court for the Rockets as they face off against the Kings tonight. But let's go to the Texans, right? This defensive line is going to be huge in this game versus the Kansas City Chiefs because, I mean, just factor of one, that is the tip of the spear for this defense, that has been the tip of the spear for this team, but also Patrick Mahomes over there. You know what I mean? Like, that is a dude who you want to pressure, you would love to sack, and at the very least, you want to make sure you keep bottled up.
Yeah.
Right? And the energy that this defensive line room just in general has been huge. In fact, you don't have to take my word for it. If you could help me out here, can you give me the Matt Burke talking about the defensive line meeting room, Figgy? Because this was Matt Burke talking yesterday to the Assemble Media just about the energy and the things that are brought by the D-line.
You know, the D-line, they have more meeting time separate, like because a lot of times the back end is getting together and doing stuff. So they have more meeting time together, and they have more individual time together, right? Because we're doing group installs or doing pass stuff. So it's hard sometimes to coach and to keep the energy level up and to keep the interest up, especially where we are a front that's sort of like, this is our techniques, and we kind of like do the same things. We want to be really good at what we do. So to coach, for those two guys to coach that style and to keep the energy as high as it is and as it's been all year, like it's week whatever we're going on, and like literally this morning's meeting, like I walked down the hallway, I'm like, good Lord, man, it's like it's wild in there. So I feel like it starts with the energy and keeping those guys engaged and keeping it fresh week in and week out. Like those guys have done a really good job, and Rod's really led that room to a good spot.
Those two guys, defensive line coach Rod Wright and assistant coach Nate Awley. And they've done that, according to Jonathan Alexander in a good piece that he wrote for the Chronicle, by giving these dudes nicknames. And the hopes that nickname would help them live up to those personas and bring a lot of juice. And that's worked to this point this year. So the question of the day, what would the nicknames of your favorite 6'10 hosts or yourself be?
I came up with a list for our guys.
Okay, very good.
Okay, I'm willing to listen. But first of all, for those who are wondering, the nicknames that those coaches gave the Texans: Will Anderson is the Terminator.
Apt.
Daniil Hunter is
see that.
Cyborg.
Which, yes.
Danico Autry, Junkyard Dog.
I can see that.
I could see that.
I can see that.
I can see that.
Mario Edwards is Wild Dog.
Which I'm sensing a theme.
I can see him being the Junkyard Dog, too.
Yes.
Mario
I feel like they were like, we got to have, these are kind of the same. How can we differentiate it?
Yeah.
So you get to be Junkyard, or you get to be Wild.
There's another variation on that dog theme. Foley Fatakasi is Big Dog.
But you got to feel shorted, right? Or like that just feels like when you don't know someone's name. What's happening, Big Dog? How you living?
Yeah, exactly.
And Derek Barnett is Killer.
Okay.
I like it.
Okay.
I like it. So I came up with a list, but 713-572-4610. If Reggie Atatula was on the Texans' defensive line, the professor.
Which I was telling you guys earlier. Was a nickname that I had when I was probably like, I don't know, 8, 9, 10 in that area.
Was you using all those big words at 8 and 9?
Probably.
Everybody looking at you in the meeting room like,
probably.
The hell is this guy saying?
Why you couldn't just say it in a simple way? Why would you say it like that?
I got you.
Okay.
The influencer.
Influencer, okay.
Yeah.
I kind of like that.
Because obviously you're big on influencing, and you can create stuff. My favorite is Sean Pendergast.
All right, what you got for Pendergast? Because I think that I might have a different one.
The finger.
That's crazy.
Now let me explain.
That's insane.
Yes, that's what happens.
When he point the finger.
Point was not where I was going. But
that sounds. I don't know why. Good. I don't think I realized he sounded like Charlie Brown.
Have you ever seen or gotten a Christmas card from Sean Pendergast,
or just look at his pictures
in which he's with he's with someone, famous or even not famous, and not seen him pointing his index finger at him like, hey, look who I'm with.
He just finished doing that.
He just did it.
The Houston Texans is here. Toro just walked past.
Yeah, and
he took a picture. I think I'm guarantee you he pointed the finger.
Look it up.
Toro.
I will bet you $10 he's pointing the finger at Toro.
I feel like my thought was the mayor.
The mayor?
Pendergast
I see that.
He feels like he's always shaking hands, kissing babies. You know what I mean? Like it feels like I don't know how you translate that into like pass rush.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't know how but I feel like there's something in there. But he definitely is a mayoral figure.
But I like Sean Pendergast, the finger. He is.
Oh,
I think that.
Oh, here he comes.
Here he comes. Here comes the mayor himself.
How you guys doing?
All right, so we're coming up with nicknames for everybody here.
Somebody said Pendergast is Crowley.
His what?
Crowley. I don't know exactly where we're going there.
I thought the best nickname I had for Sports Radio 610 host was yours.
Which is?
Reggie's the professor.
Yeah.
Figgy's the influencer.
Yeah.
Seth is the reaper. Because he always tells people to go die.
I like that. Okay.
Tyler is Mill the drill.
Mm-hmm. Oh God. Now we're just going with
Tyler likes that one for
Clint. You can't improve on perfection. It's Dirty Red.
Dirty Red is a great.
It's incredible. Yeah. And that feels like a pass rush.
Yeah. Dirty Red. You can't improve on that. And Show, to me, what do they do every Monday morning? And where is he from? Mad Dog 816.
Mad Dog, yeah.
816.
816.
Mad Dog 816.
You got to put the number after
You got to put the Kansas City area code.
You're good at this.
But yours is by far my favorite.
Really? Better than these? Okay.
Yeah, the finger.
I thought that was insane as well.
I was about to curse it.
Yeah.
The finger? Why the finger?
How many times have you taken a picture or sent a Christmas card and you're not pointing at someone? Zero? I'm guessing zero.
That I'm taking a picture and I'm not.
And you're going,
that I'm pointing. I thought you meant like actually taking a picture. Oh, that I'm pointing at somebody? Very rarely. That's fair. Thank God the H's thing started happening because I could at least change it up a little bit.
It's a great thing. Yeah, it's great to have that thing that you can do with your hands.
There's so many things you can do with that nickname.
That's true. That is true. There's a lot of directions you can go. All right, I got to think about this one. Now, I'd rather be called the finger than the thumb because when people look to insult me on social media because of my bald head,
because
they're like, get out of here, you thumb.
You look like a thumb.
You thumb.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I didn't come up with one for myself, but in high school I was the whopper.
But you just gave me the finger, so that's where I'm going right now.
Yeah. You're gonna go give him the finger.
I'm gonna go find a nickname for John Lopez.
Very good.
Take a bunch of pictures with. Let me see what they look like.
I didn't take any one-on-one pictures with him, but I was doing this. Oh, that's funny. 90 minutes till my confession.
That's right.
Right.
Our guy is hanging around all day long, Sean Pendergast of Payne and Pendergast.
There's food coming.
Of course, that's why.
Sure. Somebody said the finger sounds like a mafia snitch. That's right. He gave him the finger.
Yeah.
None of these ones that you came up with, and let me know, Figgy, if you have any that are better, because I feel like people are not very in tune with what you got here, Lopez. Somebody said Reggie is skinny beard. I feel like even now we're just like looking. Lopez is the gardener. I don't know what that means.
The gardener? I do everything but garden. My wife does that.
But I was like, I feel like we got to punch these up. We got to make them more menacing. We actually have a pass rush. This pass rush feels like you need to send blitzes every time if you want to get any pressure. You know what I mean?
Somebody said I'm the senator. I don't get that.
I don't know either.
Yeah, I don't get
the
that
senator.
either.
But yeah, people were sending in their individuals from the 281. This is interesting. They said in the Army they were Jorge because they didn't look and act like a Robert. They just changed the name is all that happened.
I seen a bunch of people. I know a bunch of people that had a totally different name, and they just be like, "Oh, you look like one."
Yeah.
John's nickname Sauce. Okay.
Oh, I like
Sauce.
that.
Sauce feels like a pass rusher. Sauce feels like, and the Reaper obviously is a pass rusher.
Sauce Felipe.
Like of the ones that we have, Clint's Dirty Red, which is of course is perfect as it is. That feels like a pass rusher.
Yeah.
Mill feels like a pass rusher.
Yeah.
And then the Reaper feels like a pass rusher.
And
it feels like a pass rusher that's going to put you. No, it's not going to work.
The professor kind of feels
I like the professor.
It kind of feels like a pass rusher too. Like you're very analytical about angles.
That's to me, it's kind of like Tim Duncan-ish.
Yes.
Or like the preacher.
Yeah. Well, the Minister of Defense.
The Minister of Defense is what we're going for there.
Yeah. Reggie White. I like the preacher as a pass rusher.
Okay.
Somebody
said their nickname all through hockey as a kid was Toro because of the last name. Plus, it looked like they hurt people. Very good. 281. I appreciate you doing that. I'm not saying that on air, but no, I thought this was real interesting that was a way that the D-line guys created camaraderie within there because there's a lot of dudes and you really feel that within them that they're all cheering for each other. But then that the idea of this is creating energy within the room.
Oh, it works.
I found it to be.
It might not work everywhere, but it works for them. Somebody said the 281 Lopez is the umpire because he's never wrong. I mean,
there are a lot of umpires that are wrong.
Oh yeah. I guess you Angel Hernandez. Yeah.
That's crazy. Somebody was like, Figgy Fig already has. It's funny to remember that Figgy Fig is indeed a nickname.
Now, what's crazy is I didn't even come up with Figgy. I originally didn't like that name.
You're not supposed to come up with your own nickname.
Yeah, I didn't come up with that. The only thing I did come up with was I came up with Jose Figueroa.
Yeah,
but people started calling me Figueroa.
Well, in the rap. Game, I'm talking just in general.
But Figgy, I did not come up with Figgy at all, and I think people started using it more because I hated it. And then salute to Fred Davis. He came up with he started calling me Figgy Fig.
Yeah.
Who has the best of the fellas on the line in the Texans D line? Terminator, Cyborg, Junkyard. Well, although somebody was like, "There's only one Junkyard dog in Houston," which fair. A Wild Dog, Big Dog, and Killer.
I like Cyborg.
I mean, it just feels like it fits. Yeah. Like, not only does he look like he is built out of some level of metal, he also seems to be all business and almost emotionless in the way that he gets his job done.
Mm-hmm. I like the Terminator for
Will.
Oh, is that for Will?
Yeah.
I thought that was for Daniil.
Cyborg is for Daniil.
Oh, okay.
Terminator is Will Anderson.
I feel like the Terminator should be for Daniil.
He does of all the dudes on
and
the line.
The way he just operate, like when I was out there passing out the turkeys, where he was just like, "Let's get to work."
Cyborg.
That's kind of like a Terminator.
Cyborg. He's a cyborg.
That's right. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. All right, let's go around the NFL next. Including Deontay Johnson, completely, epitomizing the phrase "you can always go home." We'll talk about that and more.
Yep.
Next.
Let's get to DNA.
610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quick Assist. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL, which is indeed brought to you by Quick Assist. Got extra game day tickets in the cat with Quick Assist. Download Quick Assist from your app store today to find H-Town fans looking for seats. That's QUICKASYST. Quick Assist, your ticket everywhere. All right, we begin with Deontay Johnson. Obviously, he of recently Houston Texans fame? Question mark.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah, he was.
I was that cup of coffee. Infamy.
Yeah, infamy. He played a couple of. Yeah, I've never been good at fame versus infamy.
Infamy bad, fame good.
Okay, very good. I appreciate that simplification.
Yeah.
But played 2 games with the Texans and ultimately sent on his way. I mean, the Texans have done a good job of being very, very cordial, very classy in it, but it's evident that he was rather impatient about wanting to get his touches and be involved and utilized, and so it seems like that did not work out here, as DeMeco Ryan said, and so he moves on and he's waived, and he is acclaimed off of waivers by the team that he came from.
Yep.
The Baltimore Ravens claimed Deontay Johnson. Now, it seems like the reasoning for this is not just to get a wide receiver, because I don't think he's necessarily just going to jump in and play.
Well, he can't play.
We were wondering, like, hey, is this guy going to find somewhere else to be?
Mm-hmm.
And not quite. He is awarded to. Yeah, you're right. He can't be awarded until after the Super Bowl to the Ravens. But this is more procedural move than anything, because that would qualify him as an unrestricted free agent. And then if he signed somewhere else, that would factor into the Baltimore Ravens potentially getting a compensatory pick.
I guess that's the only reason they did this. I can't imagine. We've seen these types of things over the years, some pretty interesting moves, procedural, as you put it, strategic, future, whatever it may be. I don't get this one. I don't understand this one. Like, they know him better than anyone else. They said, "Cool, we're done."
It's just the way. It's just the way to game the system, and this is one of the small indications of a really good team is seeing the places on the margins where you can gain a leg up. And I mean, if the Ravens can get a slightly better pick, or end up with a third round compensatory pick, that pick can be hugely useful if you can get another player that helps with what you do, another role player, or a player that ultimately balloons and becomes a player that is helpful for you, or vital to what you do. If it's just putting in a waiver claim, that is a very small price to pay for that. So no, these are the things that really good teams do, and I found that to be really interesting. That these moves around the edges, those exist.
I wonder, do it have any benefit or don't benefit at all with Deontay Johnson, with them doing this
for him?
Yeah, or if is this season over regardless?
No, his season is definitely over,
because if he were to clear waivers, would he had a chance to sign, or it doesn't matter?
It doesn't feel like it, man. I feel like there was already a fairly clear stigma on him when he was on waivers. Again, there's at least 2 teams and programs that people feel very strongly about, both in their culture and in their current head coaching situations, between the Steelers and the Ravens. Like, I don't know how you feel about the Panthers. Maybe you say that, okay, that's a place that does not have a huge culture. Fine. But there's at least a couple of places that it did not work at, where I imagine the rest of the league looks around and goes, ooh, okay, there's talent there, but I don't know. And then for this to then happen again with the Texans, I think it feels like, hey, teams know where he is at. Teams have an understanding of what he is, and it's a very calculated risk that you would take in order to sign him up.
The only reason I asked, because I had a theory. I wasn't sure how good this theory was, but I'm like, maybe they try to keep him away from Kansas City, because Kansas City is one of them teams that always try to get guys like that. But I don't even know if he'd be able to play.
Like I said, I don't quite understand it, but I think the strategy is basically hinging on someone's going to take a flyer on him. Coaches are always like, I can fix that guy. He can bring him into my squad, and we'll figure it out. The Texans did it.
Yeah, I would be worried. I would have been worried if I was Baltimore for the chance that I might be playing Kansas City. And I don't need Kansas City to fix whatever he got going on.
That's some of the things that came up. Someone in another potential, I guess theory on this. Somebody said, is this a way for the Ravens to maybe get some intel on the Texans if they get past the Chiefs? How much do you think he knows about the Texans?
Man, he ain't giving you nothing. I mean,
what does he know?
Yeah.
I just genuinely is a question just because it feels like, part of this was how well was he able to the playbook?
Yeah, and I don't think Baltimore playing chess like that.
Yeah, no,
they probably looking at the Chiefs, to be honest.
They could be, they could be playing chess, but not like that. I'll put it that way.
Some other things around the NFL. Forgot to mention this yesterday. The Colts have been named the team that will host the NFL's very first regular season game that is played in Berlin. So that was announced yesterday. The game will be played at Olympic Stadium, Olympic Stadion or whatever. I don't remember how to say it in German. But yes, the Colts opponent will obviously be announced when the schedule is released. This is another instance where there's a possibility for the Texans to play outside of the United States. Is that something that you want, or is that something that you think could happen?
I can go either way on it. I see the benefits and certainly the
downside,
the pitfalls
being
potentially,
the travel and the long week or what have you.
On both, but I wish there was a futures bet on it, because I would bet the Texans absolutely are going to play a game in Europe or game overseas out of the country next year, because they just haven't done it in so long, and they were going to play last year if it wasn't for the Hall of Fame game. I will say this: if the Texans do go overseas, I would be pulling for Berlin over London all day long.
Why is that?
It's just, first of all, there's a lot of great football fans in England, but Germany is off the charts for NFL football.
Germany was one of those places that had the NFL Europe when it was.
They have a league.
They do.
Yeah.
And I think they have some of the same names as some of those NFL Europe teams. There was probably, 3 teams that were in Germany during the NFL Europe days?
Yeah.
So,
it's a cool place. And they have rabid NFL football fans. And Berlin, man, come on. I mean, that you can't beat that.
713-572-4610. Can you beat that? Let me know. Some other things around the NFL. This one, again, very pertinent to the Houston Texans. Texas offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick is scheduled to interview later today, with the Jets for their head coaching vacancy, according to Jonathan Jones of CBS Sports. They're wrapping up the work week. Where are you? Because, a year ago, all these interviews came up for Bobby Slowick, and I feel like Texas fans were very much in the no, stay away from our guy place. Where are you with him? I think that's something that we were kind of talking about earlier in the week in passing, just the idea of how do you feel about Bobby now, especially as this team hits that mark that they have hit before, right, going to the divisional round. But how are we feeling about Bobby Slowick and his possibility of returning? How do you feel about this?
Well, let's look at this, because
on the YouTube, good luck, Bobby, all caps.
That's where you said, where am I? Where is any Texans fan on this? I think you kind of respect what he did last year and maybe a little still skeptical. Now, that could change Saturday. If he slices and dices, all of a sudden, he's kind of feeling it. He kind of figured it out. But right now, you're a little skeptical. Keep in mind, one of the Texans' touchdowns on Saturday against the Chargers came on a pick six, and another one came after Derek Stingley damn near got a pick six.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like they were just, obviously, CJ figured things out, and that's going to be a factor and all that. But I think most Texans fans would say, hey, good luck. Thank you. Thank you for your service.
So, but there's still the one. It's the one interview as of right now with the Jets, who are as notoriously casting a very wide net with their search. We'll see what that ultimately means. But yes, today is the day. I don't know if he's already done it or if it'll be later, much later in the day. But he will be interviewing with the Jets. Some other things around the NFL. The Cleveland Browns are, in a way doing a Cleveland Brown thing. They are being sued by the city of Cleveland over a planned stadium move, right? So they're trying to move from their longtime home, the place that they've been since the Browns returned in 1999. What is it, home field or no, something like that.
You can do it.
Yeah.
You can do it.
I know this.
Don't look it up. Don't look it up.
It is
Huntington Bank Stadium.
Yep, that's right.
That's what it was.
Right.
I was like, it's an H thing.
It's a bank.
It's a local bank. But yes, they're there in the city of Cleveland proper, and they've been there since '99. The Haslams, the owners of the team, are planning on moving the team, but not out of the city.
Yeah.
Well, technically out of the city, but not out of the area. They want to move to a suburban area nearby. I believe that is Brook Park,
which is right by the airport, by the way.
Okay, very good. The city of Cleveland is trying to stop this from happening, but not in the normal means. Apparently, there was a rule put in called the Modell Law, which obviously 95.
I wonder why.
Art Modell picked up and moved that city, literally
overnight.
Picked up and moved the team overnight to Baltimore. And so there is a law that was passed in Ohio that allows local teams to attempt to buy a relocating team within a 6-month period before the team's relocation if they plan on moving elsewhere. That is, quote, elsewhere.
What a broad term.
And that is what the fight is right now.
They're not going to not be the Cleveland Browns.
But the Cleveland is like, that's good enough for us to fight you on this.
My thing is, when you go to the airport, you damn near going to Brook Park.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's not like you're going to Columbus or something like that.
But they're still the Cleveland Browns.
They're fighting on the technicality to try and stop them from moving stadiums.
Yeah.
That's like Detroit, like the Malice and the Palace, the Detroit Pistons. That wasn't technically Detroit.
Auburn Hills.
Yeah. Like,
long ways from downtown, by the way.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Like, it's not even that far.
Yeah. No, that was a 45-hour-long drive.
Yeah.
To there. This is another one of those cases. There will be lawyers.
There are lawyers.
There will be lawyers
already.
Yeah. I honestly, I think like the mayor of Cleveland, I think they just being pathetic with it a little bit.
Grandstanding and all that stuff.
That's all it is, man. Because you had all this time to come up with something.
And I just feel like most cities are going the other way. They want to put their stadiums in the city, to kind of refurbish and grow that area a little bit.
See, the thing, like, the only place to put that new stadium there is where the stadium currently is. So how can you do that?
Well, teams have done that. Didn't Tennessee do that? They put it in the same spot and redid their stadium, and they had to play. Well, I guess they didn't.
Yeah,
they didn't.
But see, also it's not that much room either, man. Like, I think everybody just fixed on having it outside, right off of the Lake Erie and all this other stuff. But like, if they want to do more with the stadium and possibly host a Super Bowl or something like that, like you can't do it right there.
Yeah.
On the Slowick take, people are weighing in on the text line from the 832. Everybody wanted Slowick to leave last year. No one wanted him to stay. I feel like that's a little ahistorical for him to be
No, that
honest.
is who are your friends? That is absolutely not true.
But from the 936, if Bobby doesn't get hired somewhere else, I wouldn't mind him keeping him on the offensive staff, but they have to find a different play caller. That
ain't gonna happen. He will leave and go somewhere else.
Yeah, I feel like at that point you're trying to have your cake and eat it too, and I don't know that you could possibly do that. That's a conversation that we will have to have, but at the time period right now, obviously he'll worry about doing that interview, but more importantly, he's worried about getting this offense ready for the Kansas City Chiefs, and they've got quite a bit of work to do because we were talking about earlier, man, you're limited when it comes to wide receiver, obviously pass catcher just in general. What's happening there is probably a little limited, but man, he's got his work cut out for him. The team put up some points in Kansas City.
Yeah.
We'll revisit that here shortly as well. At 12 o'clock, I think we'll get into what we saw Week 16 and what maybe
Let's
could
go
translate.
back to the notes.
Yeah, we'll translate. At 12 or in the 12 o'clock hour, you will have a chance to win 4 tickets to the Houston Automotive Show, which is happening January 29th through February 2nd at NRG Center. So rock with us there. But also, coming up next here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, let's talk to our always Thursday guest. He former defensive lineman for the Houston Texans. His name is Andy Kalu, and we'll talk to him next.
In the Loop.
This is
Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, In the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. We're about to get on the phone with the homie ND Kalu. Before we do, the news from practice, they're getting ready. It's final practice of the week before the guys shove off for Kansas City to face off against the Chiefs. Robert Woods, nowhere to be found on the practice field.
Well, that might be a low-key big problem.
That is one of a very few, one of a small group of wide receivers that you still have.
What's his name?
Jared Wayne?
I was about to say John Wayne.
Sure,
You're up.
Sure, we'll go with that.
Jared Wayne is probably the first look to call up, I imagine.
Who's catching punts?
That is a very good
John
question.
Mitch.
Ooh, God, no. Sorry, John.
Remember
Sorry, John.
I think the last time they had him at punt return right was in practice.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Man.
Or Damian Pierce.
Jared Wayne.
I was like, does Damian Pierce return punts? I know he returned kicks.
Next man up.
Yeah.
Next man up.
Yeah.
All right. Hopefully not much doing there. I know that Joe Mixon is at practice, but he seems to not be actively doing things early. I don't know if that's a cause for concern, or maybe
he's good. He's cool.
Maybe a vet day, let him rest up the legs
Rest
so that
up,
they're
because
maximum
we need about
juice.
30 carries.
Remember,
from you, buddy.
they got a short week.
It is a short week, 100%.
Kind of, but they don't have the extra day. I'll put it that way.
No, certainly, and they're traveling as well, right? As opposed to last week where they weren't. All right, let's turn to the phone, the hotline, where we have former Houston Texans defensive lineman, my favorite Nigerian, our guy, ND Kalu. What's happening, my man?
What's going on? How y'all doing?
Fantastic.
Doing okay. A little bit of a worry, I guess. Maybe not. That's not the right word, Mitch. But the idea that Robert Woods was not at practice today. When you hear that Robert Woods wasn't at practice today, knowing how slim the wide receiver core is, knowing that he has been your punt returner of late, and that's after cycling through quite a few who none of them are really available between Tank and Sims and Desmond King, guys like that. What is your reaction?
No, when I heard you say it while I was waiting, I was like, uh-oh. So worried is definitely the right word because of how slim that group is. And I know he hasn't set the world on fire, but you always like to have that seasoned veteran, especially when you don't have that depth. So I'm hoping he's just sick, which sounds bad, but I'm hoping it's just one of those deals where because he is a vet, because he is a guy that you can trust, if he was a little bit under the weather, I'm hoping they just said, you know what, just stay home. But, man, no, I was, Reggie, when you said that, I was like, uh-oh, because to beat Kansas City in Kansas City, you need every single player on that roster.
Yeah, you do.
Is under the weather the easiest thing to manage, like as a team for a player on a game day, like versus some nicks and bruises or whatever?
For a player like that, because again, he's been in the league. He's probably been playing through illness. So with a guy like that, and again, we're speculating, so I don't want people reporting.
Certainly,
Sports Radio 610 is reporting that he was under the weather. But if that's the case, it's easy for a guy like that to say, you know what, go home, get your rest. Where if it's a younger guy, you might say, go fall asleep in the training room. Go stay here, and we'll make sure we're pumping the right drugs in you just to make sure it's getting done. So, man, when you said that, I was like, I'm hoping that's all over.
Andy, there's few things I dislike more than two-part questions because you should just ask a question and get the answers, which means I'm going to ask you a two-part question here.
Two-part question.
So, did C.J. Stroud figure it out, in your view, last Saturday, and does he need to use his legs more?
That's good. So as far as figured out, I think he's actually, to me, figured it out as a rookie. He just hasn't been playing what we're used to seeing. And I know what you mean as far as using the legs. We do need to see that, not just from C.J. Stroud. If you're somewhat athletic and you're a quarterback and you utilize your legs to pick up positive yards when plays break down, it's so frustrating for a defense. And what I'm saying is you don't even have to be Lamar Jackson. You don't have to be Josh Allen. You don't have to be some of these great scramblers, these great runners. But if you just have confidence that, okay, this play broke down, we needed to pick up 6 yards, I could get 4 with my legs. As a defensive lineman, that irks you. So, yeah, I would like to see him use his legs more, but I would definitely like to see him learn how to slide, because a couple of those slides, I was like, oof, like I thought he was going to injure his core with the way he was sliding. So yes, I'm pro use your legs whenever you can. Even look, I played against Peyton Manning, who's a statue, and the few times that he decided to run, it's just frustrating because it's another thing that you have to defend.
I'm going to bring you into our mess. Myself and John have had a running conversation this week about really something that is probably pretty minuscule, a play or three. But would you be, I mean, obviously utilizing his legs is one thing. Designed runs feels like another. Would you be open and excited about the idea of like more designed runs, even if it's just a few from Bobby Slowick with C.J. Stroud?
I would not want to see designed runs and it's not because I'm afraid of guys getting hurt. I'm like, this is football. You're going to get hurt. There's some things you just can and can't control. I just don't think he's that athletic to where, you want to have those designed Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen type runs. And I don't want to see him taking those hits. So I feel like he's best using his legs similar to Patrick Mahomes. When plays break down, you use your athleticism, whatever you may have, to extend plays in the pocket or to pick up 2 or 3 yards, 4 or 5 yards instead of taking a negative or an incomplete pass. But I don't want to see designed runs with C.J. Stroud because I just don't think he's that type of player. Jalen Hurts has that fullback type body. It's much publicized how strong he is in the weight room, so you feel like he can take those shots. Josh Allen obviously is a freak of nature like Lamar Jackson, but there aren't too many quarterbacks I think should actually have designed runs. I think he should be willing to use his legs like we saw last week and, maybe pick up that 20, 25-yarder, but more importantly, those positive yards on broken down plays.
Andy, I always enjoy chatting with you. You know that, and I've never been more football-wise excited to ask you this question because you played for Andy Reid. You know Andy Reid. How is he, in your view, going to approach Derek Stingley and do against that defense?
I don't think he's going to shy away from him. Now, I wasn't in, and he's by far the best coach. He's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. Philadelphia, it's a shame that they ran him out of town because he couldn't win the Super Bowl there. I think if you would have given him more time, he definitely would have won one. But he's not a guy who shies away from great talent. He's going to challenge his wide receivers. He's going to challenge Patrick Mahomes. Hey, this is the best cornerback in the league. Let's go see what we can do. Now, does that mean he's drawing up plays saying we're going to attack him and we're going to, just see what he can do and go after him, play in and play out? He's not going to do that because he's smart. But at the same time, he's not going to allow it to limit his playbook. He's not going to allow, he's not going to say wherever Stingley is, we're going to go away from it. So it is going to be interesting to see how many times they test him and the result of that.
As a defender, I'm kind of looking at, well, I'm not a defender, but I'm saying if I were on the defense, I kind of want him to, don't you? Because Derek Stingley is so good on the ball, so good at closing, so good at and Patrick Mahomes, on the other hand, will take some chances.
Oh, yeah, you want to see him, test out Stingley. The cool thing about Stingley, well, what I've noticed, where a lot of other guys, a lot of other good DBs, they would have a PBU, a pass broken up, but he can just catch. So if it's anywhere near him, those turn into interceptions, which is what makes it dangerous trying to attack him. So if I'm the defense of the Texans, yeah, I want them to test out Stingley. I want them, to see why he was all pro, see why he's considered one of the best cornerbacks in the league. So you want that, so want to help him out as a front seven guy. You want to put that pressure on Mahomes to make sure he's not too comfortable picking you apart.
We're talking to that guy, Andy Kalu, right here on Sports Radio 610. And in the words of the great Michael Irvin, when we was playing in that cold weather, we was cold. Like, what are the things that, what are the things that change in a cold weather game? Maybe some of the things that feel a little imperceptible to those of us that are not actually on those sidelines and on the field.
The worst part for me playing in the cold is as a defensive player when the offense is out and trying to stay warm when you're not moving around. Like when you're on the field, you're not really thinking about the cold weather. But the other thing that you do notice is when you are actually playing and you hit somebody and it's very cold, it hurts a little more. It's almost like your body's frozen, like ice. And when you hit somebody, it's like your body's just about to break. But while you're moving, while you're getting out of your stance, you're not really thinking about it. That the one thing that I hated the most in Philly was just when the offense was up and the defense was down, just trying to figure out a way to stay warm. It was almost like, I mean, you want to play, but you're like, man, I just need to get back on the field so I can move around and get warm. But when you're on the field, you're not really thinking about it.
So is it much ado about nothing, the idea that, oh, man, the Texans haven't played in this cold that they're going to see in Kansas City?
I don't think it's a big deal. I know a lot of people disagree with me, but look, C.J. Stroud played at Ohio State. Nico Collins played at Michigan. Joe Mixon played the bulk of his career in Cincinnati. Like, these guys know what it means to be in the cold and forming cold.
All right, so getting a lot of run right now on social media and otherwise is every single defensive lineman on the Texans. Rod Wright and Nate Ollie has given them a nickname. Will Anderson is Terminator. Danielle Hunter is Cyborg. On down the line, Danico Autry is Junkyard Dog. What was Andy Kalu's nickname?
Ooh, you know what? We weren't big on nicknames, but no one really used their government name. So everybody, and it wasn't creative. But for instance, Darwin Walker, we just called him D-Walk. Eric Burgess, D. Burge. There wasn't anyone who actually used their government name. And I think that's 90% of the locker rooms in the NFL and in college. But Hugh Douglas, to get under my skin, and I don't know why he gave me this nickname, but he gave it to me when I was in a good mood. But he kept calling me AA. And then Coach Reed, Andy Reid, was like, why you keep calling him AA? And he's all, oh, he's the angry African. And then I was like,
oh, wow.
And I was like, hold on, I'm in a good mood. Like, why are you calling me angry? Then it got to the point where he kept calling me that. Then I got angry saying, man, I'm not mad. I'm not angry. Like, why are you calling him that? Then as a joke, and I didn't know they did it, they told Andy, Coach Reed, Andy Reid, to ask me. So one day Andy pulled me aside at practice. And he's like, hey, man, I just wanted to make sure everything's okay. Why are you so angry? Then I looked at the D-line, and they were just all laughing. So that wasn't like a nickname where they called me on a daily basis. It was more Douglas trying to get under my skin.
There's so much wrong with that nickname.
There's a lot. There is.
Hey, salute to Hugh Douglas, too, man. We just saw him.
Thank God it was a brother. If it was Seth Payne who gave me that
nickname. Imagine there might have been a fight in the room.
That's
all right. ND Kalu, when you're heading up to Kansas City, these Texans are, the single biggest thing that you would like to see in this game from the Texans is?
Limit the turnovers. I think I would even say limit it to one. I'm not going to go into the game saying we have to have zero. Now, I know that's the expectation from the coaches, even the players, but just limit it to one. And the reason I say limit it to one, because I don't want to go in there saying you can't have any turnovers. So then we're just looking at a bunch of dump off passes. Yeah. We're looking at a bunch of safe plays. Like, I still believe you have to be aggressive. You still have to attack them down the field to try to quiet the crowd. But if you have more than one turnover against that offense at home, it's going to be very tough.
All right. That's our guy, Andy Kalu, right here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Hopefully we get to talk again as the season continues next week. Appreciate you, my man.
I appreciate y'all. Y'all keep up the good work.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. There he goes. Andy Kalu, or as Hugh Douglas tried to get going. I thought it was going to be like some Alcoholics Anonymous like roundabout joke or something.
Or one night he had too much to drink, and that's not ND, so.
No, exactly. Yeah. Somebody mentioned, now, if you guys want to text in, again, the single thing that you would like to see in this game, 713-726-10, because the 346 said red zone competition. And, that is a big one in this game. Just generally for the Texans, being better in the red zone is important, but particularly in this one, you've got to be able to make the most of what you get. All right, coming up next in the loop, let's get into what's popping, including the passing of a sports legend. We'll do that next.
stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 The Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in The Loop on Sports Radio 610. And Lopez made a very good point. We talked about Joe Mixon not participating in practice today, the final practice of the week for the Texans before tomorrow they fly out to Kansas City. And I guess this had somehow slipped my mind because I did check, I did see the injury report, but I did not clock it for some reason. Joe Mixon did pop up on the injury report, didn't he?
He did yesterday.
Ankle.
Was not on it at all on Tuesday. Was limited yesterday with an ankle. And so I've been saying, nothing to see here. He'll play. I still think he'll play. But, I mean, that's something to monitor. It's something to look at because he has not been seen, as of yet anyway, out at Texans practice today.
Just had to be a major player going into a Texans-Chiefs game with an ankle, huh? Well, hopefully this goes similar to the way that, when Patrick Mahomes came in with an ankle in Week 16, and he was just like, oh, no, I'll run. Don't worry about it. Yeah. So they'll wrap that thing up. Maybe they'll even do some other things to make sure it's feeling good, and I imagine Joe Mixon will be off to the races.
What do you mean by other things?
I don't know, massage.
Is that what you mean?
No. I just don't know. I don't know what the modern, I know that we're not actually doing Toradol, but the Toradol is the thing that comes to mind.
We're not?
I don't think we're doing I think they done moved on to another level of this.
Oh, maybe.
In the NFL. I feel like they've got the new and improved Toradol, whatever that ultimately might be. I'm just trying to recognize that I'm not fully up to date, but I know that they're doing something because they're not just out here running into each other with nothing. Not all the time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Some other things that are popping. Big news earlier today that I know it visibly rattled you when you noticed it. Bob Uecker, legendary baseball broadcaster, passed away at the age of 90.
Yeah, just Mr. Baseball, one of the all-time greats. You know him from a number of things, Miller Lite commercials back in the day.
I have seen some of those.
Yeah. Front row, or what is it? No, I forget how he put it. But anyway, and then, of course, legendary
Brewers broadcaster
in Major League.
Hello, Tribe fans. Welcome back to Major League Baseball. Sort of. Paid attendance today is 1,412. Some of them were driven away by that little 10-run first inning the Red Sox put up. Take over, Monty. I'm in the bag.
Me? Fly ball. Caught.
Just a little bit out.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, but my favorite story. I've been lucky enough to have been around him in some of these, press, cafeterias and stuff.
50 years as a broadcast. 50 plus years as a broadcaster.
You used to go to Milwaukee. You would always want to sit at least nearby. Just to hear those conversations. But my favorite story of all, Bob Uecker, was Bob Gibson was legendary as a pitcher and legendary gruff.
Yeah, I was about an ornery son of a gun is what I was about to say.
Legendary gruff.
Yeah.
So Uecker caught him, in a game and decided to go out to the mound. Oof.
Yeah.
You don't want to do that all the time. And Gibson was notorious at completing games and figuring things out. And as he's walking out to the mound, Bob Gibson just stares at him in that serious look. And they were best friends, by the way. They actually were holding hands in a team picture. I'm sure people
That's
have seen
hilarious.
Yeah. Just in that era, he wanted to, just having some fun or whatever. But so Gibson is looking at him, staring at him, walking out to the mound, and he says, where the bleep are you going? And Uecker goes, I'm going to go talk to Curt Flood in center field. Don't mind me. I'm going to walk right past you.
Oh, man. You thought I was coming to the mound? Oh, no. I'm going beyond the mound.
Yeah.
At least now I am.
Yeah.
No, that's, incredible. It's one of the things about sports that's also incredible. There's so many things about sports that make it magical, right? Just seeing people do the incredible, but also, remembering that it's largely a storytelling avenue, and the people that do it at a high level, it's one of the reasons why those folks are so revered, right? The likes of the Vince Scully, and baseball obviously being the ultimate sport that lend itself to that. I don't think that there's a better sport for radio than baseball, and baseball on the radio lends itself even more to the idea of that broadcaster taking you through painting the picture, but then also just kind of holding your hand through all this. Bob Uecker did that in an incredible level.
Big, you look like you had something to say.
Oh no, I didn't.
Yeah,
I didn't.
He was great. He was absolutely great. You had to sit at least near him. couldn't always sit with him, but sometimes I would just sit near him and listen to those stories go.
90 years, man, 90 years. Speaking of old dudes, transition. Apparently Lou Holtz is at it again. Like, I don't recall what the actual beef is between Lou Holtz and
remember
Ryan
he
Day?
said the Buckeyes were soft.
Okay, is that where this all started? Because I was like, there had to be more stuff. I thought there was more stuff
more than that.
No. But remember, because Ryan Day afterwards, they actually won that game.
That's right.
I forget who it was against.
And he was out here.
Was it?
He was out here trash talking.
It wasn't Notre Dame?
No, I thought it was Penn State.
Yeah.
Because Notre Dame hasn't beaten Ohio State in a long time. I think it was either Penn State or a big game, Michigan State, whatever. And Lou Holtz had said in the pregame, they were soft, et cetera, or intimating it or saying it outright or whatever. And Ryan Day famously, after the game said, kind of, where's Lou Holtz now? That kind of thing. Well, go ahead.
Yeah, apparently Lou Holtz is continuing. Well, first of all, is making his presence known, but continuing this beef. Because this is a roundabout way of getting here. Mm-hmm. The Pat McAfee show was like joking on Lou Holtz's, at his expense. And Lou Holtz on Twitter, at Coach Lou Holtz 88, which did not know that was the thing, said, if Notre Dame doesn't win, it's because we want to preserve Ryan Day's job. I was originally going to be at the game in spirit, but now I'll be dragging my body along as well.
If Notre Dame doesn't win, it's because we want to preserve Ryan Day's job. First of all, Lou Holtz is funny and says stuff, but that's even a lot for him.
Oh, yeah.
Go after another coach like that?
But, I mean, him and Ryan, bad blood.
Yeah.
Real bad blood to the point. Ryan Day, I don't think that he's going to mention this with his team. Mm-hmm. However, they'll know.
Oh, they'll know.
Oh, what?
They'll know. No, we gotta win it. And now we've gotten to a point where just generally people are fantasizing about the possibility of Ryan Day, Lou Holtz confrontation in a physical fashion.
Hey, Lou Holtz will fight you now. Seriously, even at 88.
I was like, how old is Lou Holtz? 88 years old?
He will fight you. That's the other big story back in the Catholics versus convicts days. Everybody, there was a big tussle before the game, and Sean was there. I happened to be there, but in the press box, Sean has actually heard this story from the Lou Holtz perspective. But they were a big tussle, Miami and Notre Dame on the field before the game, and he's trying to calm down his team in the Notre Dame locker room, and says, you guys, if anything happens after the game, just leave Jimmy Johnson's ass for me.
Lou Holtz, man. That is how you speak to those guys, particularly in that time, man. Yeah. I imagine they was ready to run through the wall.
Yeah.
But yeah, Lou Holtz trying to keep it going. I do wonder though, is this in a couple of weeks for the Texans where bulletin board material has been a huge point of conversation? Does it feel like that for Ohio State, or is this just like, oh, this is a thing that's happening?
Well, I think Ohio State's better. I hope they lose, but for personal reasons, but
sure.
Personal financial reasons.
I feel like this could spark Ryan Day to run up the score too.
I hadn't thought of that.
Let me beat the dog crap out of these dudes.
I feel like if Ryan Day had it in him to run up the score, he should probably do that anyways. He knows where he coaches.
Yeah,
but no, this one is like, all right, let's try to embarrass them now at this point.
I tell you what, I don't know how. I think he has some issue with his legs now, so I don't know if he's going to be limping.
Yeah, I think that was ultimately what started this, was the McAfee show kind of talking about he has like a bad leg.
Or wheelchair.
Trying to see if Lou Holtz would be indeed at the game to create a confrontation.
Or something, he's going to have. Buckeyes fans, that doesn't matter. They're going to be riding his ass.
Do not care.
Yeah, it does not matter.
It does not matter.
Oh, I did want to throw this up again, though. The Rockets getting a victory yesterday in Denver, and there was no Nikola Jokic, but still, they handled this wire to wire, 128-108, with the starters not really playing in the fourth quarter. And Jaylen Green, 34 points in 30 minutes. Man, this thing is really finding a good groove here with that team. But I think I mentioned this earlier, and I'd like to mention it again. Cam Whitmore is finding a really good groove. And I like what he brings, especially he was knocking down threes at a high rate. Both him and Jaylen Green were knocking down threes at a good rate. But Cam Whitmore feels like, hey, man, we're getting to a nice place. 7-11 from the field, knocked down a couple of threes. Feels like this thing has to keep going, right? Like having Cam Whitmore actively in your rotation, and I understand it's easy to say now, once you actually get Tari back, which maybe could happen tonight if you were reading tea leaves on Instagram.
Come on.
But like him, Jabari, like finding the minutes is going to be tough, but the added offensive benefit has been huge for Cam Whitmore, in addition to obviously Jaylen Green finding the level.
He's been huge. He's been very, very big. Someone we were talking earlier about Jaylen Green, and he's the guy. He's the franchise player. He's an all-star. We'll see about actual all-star type player. They're on a roll. Why mess with a good thing? 10-3 in their last 13 games. They are on an absolute roll right now. But I will find it interesting. I will find it interesting to see how they play this out. As they move forward, whether it's Tari Eason or Jabari, Jabari's going to be a while, but whomever, it's going to be very, very interesting to see how they play this out.
Yep.
Oh, did you see Westbrook talking about Jaylen Green?
I actually didn't. I did see Jaylen Green trying to continue. This is the crazy thing. He had another huge dunk in this game, this time over Dario Saric, who was playing in this, somewhat as the big instead of Jokic. And I thought of it, and I was like, oh, I've gotten to the point where I'm being desensitized to Jaylen Green going out here and trying to murder people.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I was just like, oh, that's cool. It's like, hey, man, no, that does not happen all the time. Just going up over dudes that are, probably a good 3, 4, 5 inches taller than you and doing that consistently is not something. And I don't remember. I'll have to actually go and look at the heights because I know Dario Saric is a tall man, and Jaylen Green is like a decently sized shooting guard or whatever. But, man, doing that consistently is not something that happens all the time. I'm just kind of like, oh, yeah, that's cool. He dunked again.
Yeah. So, anyway, Russell Westbrook had a very similar, not even a confrontation, exchange with Jaylen Green, as Jaylen Green had with John Morant,
a couple nights
sort of
ago.
like trash talk, but laughing and clearly, in a good way, in a good spirit or whatever. But then, he said a lot to Russell Westbrook. Russell Westbrook was right in front of the Rockets bench. And this guy played on my AAU team, and now he's talking to me like I'm a little boy.
Life comes at you fast, man. Yeah. Life comes at you fast.
It does.
From the 832, can you guys talk about the traveling Texans getting 2 buses and Ticketmaster sponsors?
They did.
That's dope.
They added another
Salute,
bus.
man. That is very nice.
They had 200 people originally. I think they've added another bus, maybe 2, to go to Kansas City. So that
look out, Patrick Mahomes. You won't be able to hear the snap count.
Yeah.
Let's go.
What does Deion say? We coming.
No, but it'll be good to have some Texans representation at Arrowhead on Saturday. 3:30, you'll hear that starting at 12:30 with Sean and Seth right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, speaking of this game, I know that the coaching staff is going to treat this like a game unto itself and not lean heavily on Week 16. That don't mean we don't have to. Let's revisit Week 16 versus the Kansas City Chiefs. Let's go back into the notes, into the archives, see what we can learn from that game next.
Ready. The Sports Station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right. In this hour, we will give away, a 4-pack of tickets to the Houston Automotive Show, which is happening January 20th through February 2nd. Also during this hour, we will welcome in one Sean Pendergast into Confessions. He's got a confession. That's the man. That him. He has a confession that he teased like 3 days ago, 3 days ago.
He sure did.
He was like, guys, Thursday.
This was a hell of a tease,
I was
man.
like, what?
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to it. I hope that it delivers. What I'm sure will deliver is this Saturday's football game, Texans versus the Chiefs, Arrowhead Stadium for the divisional round, and opportunity for the Texans to punch their ticket for the very first time to the AFC Championship game. There's a lot of excitement in this, and getting it done is something that we need to happen. I need to see it. And how is that going to happen? Well, I'm not certain, but let's see if we can use what we have seen in the past to inform the way we'd like to see this go in the future. And that's week 16 when you matched up against the Kansas City Chiefs at Arrowhead. Unfortunately, that was a 8-point loss, 27-19. But what did we see within there that maybe could give us some level of insight into what we might see on Saturday? And so we turn to our notes, including passing thoughts that the OG had in that game as well.
Yeah, and what can we learn from history? People always talk about that.
If you do not learn from your past, you are doomed to repeat.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so I actually, went back and found my notes, passing thoughts, if you will, like as I wrote them down. Not a lot of times when we come in on Mondays or whenever and have passing thoughts, I sort of craft various different thoughts into one idea, and we can go from there. We can learn from this a little bit.
I would hope so.
As I typed them down exactly. Remember, he had the bad ankle, and all of a sudden he's like slicing and dicing and using his legs and going down the sideline. And actually, I think in that game, if I remember correctly, he kind of faked a slide and went for the first down marker.
I don't recall if there was a fake slide,
He
but
has been known to do that.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a lot of fake slide conversation this year, haven't we?
Yeah, exactly.
But no, I mean, I had that note as well. Not exactly that note. But about him using his legs. I specifically wrote out, if Pat is going to be this mobile, it's going to be a long day. Yeah. And it was, right? There was instances where he had poor contain up the middle, and that he escaped vertically, which is one of those things that, one, is very dangerous. In fact, I think it might have been Matt Burke talking about it, but one of the coordinators was talking about it yesterday, the idea of, hey man, that escaping up the pocket as opposed to kind of out around. Actually, I think it might have been Slowick. The idea of, because CJ in that same way, using his legs, the ways that can benefit, getting up the field, and if you can climb the pocket and go up like maybe the B gap or something, you're immediately gaining positive yardage, and that threatens the defense. And that's exactly what Patrick Mahomes did, to the tune of, let me see if I have this again, 33 yards. That's a touchdown, right? Like that first touchdown was CJ. That first touchdown was him getting it on with his legs. Yeah. And that's what we would like out of CJ. But that's also why it's super important with this D line. The contain is going to be really necessary, and that's specifically going to be the contain as it relates to the defensive tackles. So Foley being able to play in this one will be helpful. But Foley, Danico, Mario, Settle, like those guys up the middle are going to have to be on their P's and Q's, making sure that one, he's not picking up those yardage, but then also to try and limit the amount of wiggle and kind of off-schedule things that he can do. Yeah,
so let's go through these notes. I know you have some, so we can kind of mix and match here, but I'm gonna throw some out there, and you guys react, you and Figgy, if you think it's relevant for this game or what we can learn for this game. Another one that I wrote down is Xavier Worthy scares me more than Hollywood Brown.
Yeah. And they did a lot of getting the ball out to him. I was rewatching this game yesterday. They did a lot of getting the ball out to him quickly in space, like, flats and those types of things. And that does allude back to one of the things about this Kansas City Chiefs team, is that they're not that explosive, like over the top or anything. They're trying to get the ball in space, and they're trying to make you miss as well with the speed that they have. There's some crossers like that they were doing as well to see if you would be able to, keep on, stick to your receiver through, the mess in the middle of the field. Those are the types of things that you have to be cognizant of, but that means that discipline and tackling are going to be huge, because if you do that, you can limit what they're able to do and staying continuing.
What do you have?
One of the things I was talking about, because there was a drive, and to this point, right, if you tackle well, you can get yourself off the field, because there was one of those touchdown drive Kansas City that put them up 14-10 was there was 4 times on that drive where you almost got off the field, but you didn't. And there was penalties that were involved here. That's the discipline part of it. But some of it was tackling. And it reminded me of this thing that Next Gen Stats kind of put out there is that the Chiefs offense generated a 51.1% success rate on third downs. Third down is going to be a huge down, as it always is normally, but that's the magic of this Kansas City Chiefs team, especially with the knowledge that they have and the consistency they have over this, 6-7 year stretch, is that no matter how good or how efficient or how effective, it's the big moments where Patrick Mahomes is finding Travis Kelce or finding one of his receivers or scrambling out and making a play. It's those moments. So third down is going to be real crucial.
Ties directly into the next passing thought that and this isn't all of them, but I picked a few, and that was this. It ties directly in with what you were just saying. And this is what I wrote down. Andy Reid sure does know how to game plan. Short passing game is killing these fools. Sorry for calling you fools. That's just what I wrote down. And then the last thing I wrote was I miss Azeez Al-Shaair.
And wonderfully enough, Azeez will be in this game. Like the benefit of having that dude, not just like the physicality that he brings, the way that he flies around, right? Again, when we talk about no disrespect, this time it'll go towards Neville Hewitt. He ain't Azeez, right? Neville Hewitt handled his business as best as he could, but Azeez is a different level of player. Having him in the middle of this defense will be huge, especially because helping get Henry To'oTo'o and Christian Harris, which happy birthday, Christian Harris, mind you. Today is indeed his birthday. How much is he going to play, right? But having this defense on their P's and Q's, helping them remain disciplined, I think that he goes a long way in that, and that's going to be helpful.
Now, y'all tell me how this makes you feel. If it's changed, if it's still a concern, or what. Because this is another one I wrote down, and it's about the Texans. This team just can't stay focused for long stretches is the first thing I wrote. Pick to start and end the first half. Dalton Schultz drop. 2 delay of games. Got the ball at midfield and did nothing.
Yeah, no, this team was not. They left a lot of meat on the bone in this game. There was definitely a lot of instances where, you could have made the most of this, and that's one of the things that is going to be something that you have to harp on in this game, because not only that was week 16, right? The Chiefs just seem to have a switch that they flip. They play at a different level and with a different level of intensity once they get to these levels, these playoff levels. And so with that being the case, like there's no room for leaving something on the table here, right? You have to make the most of all your opportunities. And there's instances where you have that, like near the end of the second half or second quarter, I think there was an instance where you got off the field because Kamari Lassiter was in the slot, right? And just locking somebody up, right? So Kamari in the slot broke up a slant on for a third down stop. That got me thinking, who is handling that job? And it's probably Miles Bryant. And I went back and I was watching some more of the Chargers tape of him, and he did a pretty solid job sticking on even Ladd McConkey and like covering pretty well. If you end up with a similar situation as the Chargers game where you're not going to see a lot of base, you're not seeing all 3 of those linebackers in that instance. You're seeing maybe more of that slot corner, that nickel corner, and Miles Bryant specifically. This gets tougher because, again, you're not just guarding any wide receiver. You're guarding guys that have a lot of speed, a lot of quickness between Marquise Brown, Xavier Worthy. They're like getting those guys in the slots. Those are going to be the places where you need to make sure that you're on your P's and Q's, because we know it's not just going to be on the outside, and we know that they like spreading that ball out, so anybody and everybody is under fire in a way.
Yeah, and here's another one. Tell me how this makes you feel, because and by the way, I did not write down bleep, but I wrote Bobby ! Bleep the bleeping wide receiver screens. Stop it, man.
Yeah.
Just stop.
This was the game. This was the game where they had a lot of those.
Stop.
Which is funny because one of the things that I kind of want to see, and one of the better plays in this, we mentioned it early, there was a screen that was executed really well. I believe it was a third down, in fact, dropped off to Joe Mixon. And it's like, hey, I would like to see more of Joe Mixon involved as a passer. And it feels like that might be necessary in this game because you don't have Tank Dell in this one. And this was the game where Tank Dell gets hurt, even though Tank looked really good in this game in Week 16. And I do wonder, with them receiving Jalen Watson, who is their other cornerback that they play opposite Trent McDuffie, he's going to be back in this game. They've raised this. Like, this isn't the Joshua Williams that Nico Collins was going one up with and really beating in man coverage. Now you're going to have two of their better cornerbacks against fewer of your wide receivers that are meant to really test them. You feel confident that they're probably going to bracket Nico or whatever.
They absolutely are.
it's going to be important other plays, other outlets for the football. And obviously Dalton Schultz will be one of those. And, Mechie, Hutchinson, can they raise their level? But I think Joe Mixon should absolutely – you got to find a way to implement and utilize him. And I think Bobby Slowick also spoke to that as well when he was
really go to Nico a lot early. And so where's that going to come from? We talked about that in the first segment today.
Yeah. We'll have to see. We'll have to see that. One of the things defensively, again, with this Texas team is they were picking on Henry a little bit. The Chiefs were. They were making him fight through a whole bunch of traffic and defend laterally.
Yep.
I do wonder, and this brings me back to, hey, where are we at with Christian Harris? Because Christian Harris only played 7 snaps in this last game, and he's like, was that ankle? Like, where are we there with him? And is he going to play, or are you going to have Henry out there again? And I know that this again, it plays a little different when Azeez is out there to kind of help navigate this. But sometimes you're out there and you have to just kind of demonstrate your ability to stick with the guy, even in the ways that Andy Reid and this Chiefs offense is going to scheme you into perilous situations.
Yeah.
Are they going to be able to pick on Henry, or just like the discipline or the capabilities of any of these linebackers? Is that going to be something that they're able to do again? Because I know at one point Kansas City was doing that once they really hit their groove in the second half.
And not just linebackers. I have more that I brought in today. One was just because I thought it was funny, and the other one speaks directly to the defense that you're mentioning. The one I thought was funny is I wrote down, this wide receiver room is in a shambles. How do we feel about Deontay Johnson?
There was a lot of hope there. Now, somebody said, do you guys have any insight to make me feel better about how we match up against C. Brown? I don't know. Let me think on that and see if I can circle back around to it. But one of the things that did make me, I don't know, I was thinking back as I was watching this is, man, Patrick Mahomes sure was sloppy early in this game. And one of the things I was wondering is how much of that is like Patrick Mahomes just in, the way that the arc of the season for the Chiefs, where they had been a little sloppy just as a team, and then they kind of did enough to get over. And how much of that is something that is replicable, that this team can kind of continue to apply pressure and make him look sloppy again in this game. That's
the key, and it ties in with the other one.
Because the D-line was creating some real heat in this game. Some real heat on Patrick Mahomes.
Well, here's the thing that I think is key. And maybe I have this wrong, because this is something I wrote down as I was watching the game. Will and Danielle Hunter have combined for just 2 tackles and no sacks against the Chiefs in that game.
Yeah.
2 tackles, no sacks from your 2 stars on the edge.
But that's somewhat the Patrick Mahomes. Like, that's the ability to move.
But you change that.
But pressure.
You fix that.
Sure.
Easier said than done.
I get it. Remembering that the offensive line, then that was them throwing Joe Thuney out there at left tackle for the second time this season, when he is hard by trade. Yeah. They threw him out there and he handled up pretty well. This time they'll have DJ Humphries, and we'll see how that goes. Like, that might actually end up working better, because Joe Thuney played a lot better than I anticipated at left tackle, and a lot better than the first time that he played left tackle for them. And DJ Humphries has had kind of an up and down go of it in some ways at left tackle. Maybe you will be able to take advantage of that. But no, I don't know how much I can guarantee that you're going to be able to put Patrick Mahomes on the ground, although I think there was an instance where you had Christian Harris get him on the ground, just was it A or B gap?
I think he was just sacked one time.
Yeah, he was just right up the middle.
And got hit a couple times, sacked once.
That was the Christian Harris speed that I was like, oh yeah, there we go. That's the difference.
Yeah.
But maybe you could if you can get more pressure there, or you get similar amount of pressure and kind of affect him, even if you can't necessarily get him to the ground. Plus, the idea of containing might limit some of what you can do and flat out going for him. And I think I'd be okay with some of that trade-off of make sure that he's not getting out and using his legs if you can keep him in there. It's still going to be tough to deal with him and his arm, but at least you're not dealing with him and his arm and the ability to add an extra 40 yards on the ground when he runs.
Just get Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter to play Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter games. A game.
I'm sorry, who are you talking about? Terminator and Cyborg?
Yeah, Terminator and Cyborg. If they do what we've seen them do, rather than that, might be in business.
Funny enough, one of the things I really liked from this game that I didn't think would be like a note for this game, but now I'm looking up and might be this. Remember, this was a game that we got to see Andrew Beck again for the first time, and I really liked the blocks that he was able to throw. There was one instance where he had a huge pass protection pickup on, I think it was just like a rush end on the right side. I mean, that, and he, like, it would have been a sack. CJ was out there without anybody covering him, and he gets out there, picks it up, and of course that's the pass protection, right? I'm not trying to say that there was not accounted for, because he was the one accounting for him, but he handled it up really well. And I think that the distinction between having a tight end handling some of those things and Andrew Beck, a fullback by trade, having some of those things was nice. Now, don't get out here throwing wheel routes to Andrew Beck again.
Right.
But I do like the
Maybe
possibility of.
punts.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Because don't do that. But I do like the possibility of maybe, I know, I'm sure Tegan Quitoriano probably gets reactivated because he's been designated for return and he's been practicing this week. But I kind of like the idea of maybe getting Andrew Beck back in there and utilizing the good pass blocking and honestly run blocking that it felt like he had in that game in Week 16. See if you can get some of that again because that was beneficial to this team.
Yeah, I think a lot to pick up here from the last game, specifically maybe with the way that C.J. Stroud has sort of changed here before our eyes in the last week. He gets to create and extend some plays, and maybe you can get to Patrick Mahomes a little more.
Yeah, maybe. So that's us just checking back on the notes from this game, Week 16, and I mean that's some of the stuff that I personally want to see. At least that from looking back. Once we see them Saturday, 3:30 at Arrowhead Stadium, and you'll hear that right here on Sports Radio 610. Pregame will be at 12:30 with Seth and Sean Pendergast, who, speaking of, he will join us next. Is coming up next. That guy, maybe he'll even make that sound. Joins us for our lunchtime confessions. We'll do that next.
Taquerias around us.
It's another Thursday. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Yeah, that special sound. Can you play one more time for me, Figgy? That is because Bex Prime has brought you, in this instance of confessions, appearance from the man who runs point on Payne and Pendergast, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. right here on Pendergast.
Yeah, this is kind of brought to you by Bex Prime because
it is.
The main reason I was staying up here is because Bex Prime was kind enough to bring food for an army up here today, and so obviously
the army descended upon it.
That's the army. The army of jackals out there in the hallway.
How is that new bull show, by the way?
Wow.
Shots fired.
Oh, man. Goodness.
They got offered the food. They didn't steal it or anything.
I just asked a question.
Yeah, no, it's a good show. It's a good show. They're awesome. No, Frito and Katie, we love them.
Yeah.
But big shout out to Bex Prime. Burgers, 2 big coolers full of their hand-spun milkshakes, salads. I saw you eating one of their trademark hot dogs.
Hot dog sandwich, really good.
It's a hot dog sandwich. That hot dog really is a sandwich.
Is a hot dog a sandwich? Yes, in this case.
At Bex Prime, undoubtedly,
it's always a sandwich.
Undoubtedly, it is.
Let's
Bex
not
Prime.
go there.
Yeah.
Bex Prime. They brought the ahi tuna sandwich up here. Man, they brought a loaded baked potato that somebody got their mitts on. So
you're a little upset about that.
Shout out to Bex Prime. I'm not a huge loaded baked potato guy.
Oh, okay.
And everybody who got their mitts on things were invited to do that. But as everybody's sifting through the food out there, I'm like, holy crap! I got to make sure I get something for John.
I didn't bring my lunch.
And Figgy.
I didn't bring a lunch.
I told them to plan for Bex being up here, and I'm like,
they got up here early. I thought it was going to be afternoon.
No, 11:30.
And so Leroy came in here right when he was about to do the what's popping. I was just like, oh, this is about to be a long segment, man.
Yeah, so I should have told you guys that the ETA of them getting here. But big thanks to Bex Prime, 10 locations around town, Houston staple, 40 years, award-winning burgers. And I can say twice that the milkshakes are excellent. I had the chocolate and a vanilla. So
and I had the strawberry.
And you had the strawberry. So we hit the whole traffic light of milkshakes. But that's what's kind of keeping me up here in tandem with I have a confession that I'll get to. But this is your guys' show. You put me wherever in the rotation you want to put me.
You're batting third. That's the best hitter in the lineup.
Thank you.
Let's go, Figgy.
These are my confessions.
And I also want to go first because I feel like you might have an opinion on this. I think you have an opinion on everything. This is awkward for me.
Yeah.
Is part of the confession. Does anyone else in this studio smell feet?
Oh.
Do you smell it?
I sure don't.
It kind of.
That's curious considering, Sean, you wear socks, right?
Yeah.
I wear socks, yeah.
I wear socks.
Every day.
Who don't wear socks in here?
I don't wear socks. I have powder and spray that I put on my shoes every time I take them off.
Mm-hmm.
It is not me. Mm-hmm. And I'm here every day. But today, I kind of smell feet.
Okay.
Who could have...
Smell your shoe right now.
No, I ain't going to smell my shoe right now. They smell delicious.
Yeah, because they smell like
$100, smell your shoe right now.
I see, here's the thing. I don't smell... I don't have a super strong sense of smell.
Yeah.
I will say that this is a studio that kind of is very stale when it comes to
Maybe
the aroma.
that's it.
Yeah, there's not a lot of air that moves in
That's
here.
what I wanted to ask you. Just a hint.
Yeah.
Just a hint.
Compared to, I will say this, like the other studios smell, like the studio across the hall here that Jesse Watt is in smells like cookies. It smells so good in that studio.
Damn right
there.
it does.
Yeah.
I don't the way you said that.
Yeah. I don't think her husband likes the way you said that. But yeah, it is stale in here. I thought at times about bringing a candle in here.
I don't know if that's
Maybe
allowed.
We'll do something.
I used to bring a candle in the studio, and then at some point they were like, "Yeah, engineering is not very happy about that." I was like, "Oh,
yeah,
my bad."
We actually got an email about that one. I guess somebody around in the office had a candle.
Okay,
and that's
I've been doing
policy.
this for a long, long time in this chair. First time, I'm like, is that?
It's not me, man. I wear thick socks every day.
Yeah. All right. Well,
it's not me.
Same.
Maybe it is just me.
I got socks on.
Well, or it's
just stale.
Or it
Clint,
is you.
Ron, Patrick, Sean Bijani. Those are the other.
Oh, we are on the hunt for the feet smeller.
Yeah. I want to do this for John.
These are my confessions.
I hate the concept of quarterback wins. I do. I really and truly do. Yesterday, we were talking about Sam Darnold and him turning a little bit back into a pumpkin. Like, what does that mean for his prospects? And somebody was like, on the text line, and I say this with love because I appreciate anybody who gets involved with the program, 713-572-4610. But they were like, you're not going to find, you don't find a lot of 14-win quarterbacks everywhere. And I was like, of all the things to hinge, like trying to talk about a quarterback, I hate it. Wins is one of the worst ways to try and gauge a quarterback. And I say this understanding that a quarterback, probably of any player, affects a win more than anybody else. But there's so much noise. There's so many other variables that impact the win. And there's so many other statistics that speak more to the quarterback playing well or not than a win. And so it just boggles my mind how much we lean on the idea that, well, they won the game, and thus I will put that on the quarterback. I'm like, there's so many better ways to do this, guys.
Blame Pro Football Reference. They put it. They give the quarterback record right there. Yeah,
I hate it so much.
Yeah.
No, I felt like I should get that one off. I knew that would get people mad because people tend to lean on the quarterback wins.
It's easily consumable too. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's right there.
CJ Stroud has the most quarterback wins of any Texan now, right? Like in the playoffs.
The Texans came up here a little bit earlier at 10 o'clock and to kind of like celebrate with all the stations and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And they had me do a trivia contest to give away T-shirts. And one of the questions, the very last question, I was just making up the questions as I went. I said, which quarterback has the most playoff wins in Texans history?
Yeah.
And his name is C.J. Stroud.
Coleridge
Stroud.
These are my confessions.
Here we go. All right, so I have two big games coming up in the next 4 days.
Yes, you do.
It's as good as it gets for me, right?
Yeah.
My NFL team is a big underdog in Kansas City, trying to get to where they've never been before, the AFC title game. Going to be a lot of fun. My college team, for the first time in decades, I feel like has a legitimate chance to win a national championship.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is the first year in in literal decades that they have actually won a big-time bowl game.
They won two.
Yeah.
They won the sugar and the orange. They won more, in the last week and a half than they did for forever. So, oddly enough, they're very similar situations. Both of my teams are 8.5-point underdogs. Same exact spread on these games. Both of them are trying to fight off the big bad wolf. Ohio State's been one of the gold standards. They haven't won as many titles as the Kansas City Chiefs. But I think in some ways, the both Kansas City and Ohio State are similarly loathed around the country.
Yeah.
Now I know Notre Dame,
neutral observers.
I know Notre Dame has its fair share of loathers as well. You being one of them, John Lopez.
Not this weekend, baby.
Well, okay, you're a mercenary too. Let's point that out. You're not all of a sudden embracing your Catholic roots.
Hey, I know every word of that song.
You do.
I don't know. They've put up a nice. They've put up a nice facade on the program in the smiling and well haircut face of Marcus Freeman. I feel like Marcus Freeman makes them more appealing.
I think they're more likable. This is not my confession. I just say that's an observation. This is my confession. So both of these teams are in very similar situations. I want them both to win, obviously. They're my teams. My confession is this. If I had to pick one of the two to win, if I had to pick one of the two to win this weekend, it would be the Houston Texans.
And that wouldn't, one of these games would guarantee a championship.
And I know, if I had the wish to pick Notre Dame, they literally win the national championship. Yeah. It's the Houston Texans that I want to win. That's my confession.
I call BS.
I knew you would. I knew you would.
He did.
I knew you would. I predicted that you would call BS on this.
Does it have to do with they've already won 7?
No, it has more to do with the Texans than it does Notre Dame.
You get more value out of a Texans victory.
Well,
here?
I'm not going to lie. Similar to you and your 11-1 Notre Dame mercenary, it is better for business for the Texans to win for me. But that's not why. It's one of the reasons why. I'm not going to be disingenuous. It would be amazing for the station, for the Texans, to not only get to the AFC title game, but then all of a sudden, boy, now we're talking about making Super Bowl plans, possibly things like that. For me, it's I have way more connective tissue right now with the Texans in my life than I do Notre Dame football.
Interesting.
I'm not around a lot of Notre Dame people anymore.
Yeah.
I'm around Houstonians all the time. I'm around Texan fans all the time. If the Notre Dame football team wins a national championship, I'm celebrating by myself in my living room.
Yeah.
If the Texans beat the Chiefs, I'm finding the first bar I can get to on Saturday night to celebrate that win.
Holla at your boy, by the way.
The next win, I'll see you. And then, man, can you even imagine like the Super Bowl here, like the Super Bowl in Houston, Texas? So to me, and I know people probably call them BS on the text line, Sean, it's a championship. You could pick your school, your alma mater, to win a championship. I knew you would call BS on me, John, because your team hasn't won a national championship.
Oh, yeah.
Moses wore short pants.
Wait, and how many?
You would give your left foot.
That has nothing to do with the conversation.
How many of those are actual championships?
I just say, I figure, like you have a college
basketball
team.
Beat Notre Dame.
Hey.
I didn't even know we had a team.
Wow.
That's
Arike Ogunbowale disrespect.
That's my confession is if I could pick one of the two to win their game. And there's Notre Dame people listening right now that are probably very angry with me.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
God forbid any of my buddies from college happen to find the Odyssey app. They're going to come after me as well.
This will be on Instagram in moments.
I am going to get to meet Marcus Freeman. I get to meet Marcus Freeman at the Bear Bryant Awards next Wednesday.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going with. I'm
this could really tank
I'm
your.
sitting at the Lone Star Sports and Entertainment table.
Oh, wow.
I'm getting to go to the little coach's reception thingy beforehand. So I said, oh man, that means I get to hug Marcus Freeman.
Not anymore.
Not if he gets a hold of this segment. Let me be very clear. I am rooting for both of my teams.
Of course.
I want them both to win. But if I were given a choice, the one that I am going to derive more immediate happiness from will be the Texans overcoming this block that they have, this ceiling that they have of getting to the AFC title game. I think the city will be on fire for the next few weeks.
That part is 100% true.
Yeah.
But I don't know, man. Your alma mater is it kind of always trumps everything, doesn't it? Right?
Not everything, apparently.
Yeah, not
for
in this
me.
case.
Yeah, not for me. But then, but I knew you of everybody would be like, no, because I'm all kidding aside, like you love your football team, you love your school.
Yeah,
I can't imagine that.
I love the Texans,
right?
But I would say
you would
pick
the Aggies.
Yeah, I would say.
And I don't think the Texans would even be angry about that.
No,
like I get it.
No.
Like, but for me, like I peep ahead, and
this would be great fodder though. You know how long we could hold this over, like. Being the team that takes down, like being the David to the Goliath of the Chiefs.
It's the Chiefs too. That it's. I would be saying this even if they were playing Buffalo or Baltimore.
They're going for a three-peat right now.
It has. From my take, my confession, if you will, has way less to do with the Chiefs and more to do with the Texans. I wasn't even thinking about that. Holy crap. Now I'm even more steadfast in my confession that we would be doing America a huge favor here. John, it's un-American that you think I shouldn't think this way.
This is a public service.
You're damn right it is. This is a philanthropic effort right here to rid the world of Patrick Mahomes.
No, there are so many ways that this would be awesome.
Yeah.
It would be awesome.
Yeah. So that's the confession I've been holding
It's a strong one.
Thank you.
You sold it. You set it up pretty strong on Monday, and you know what?
Yeah.
By golly, you delivered.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate you guys giving me the platform to confess.
All it takes is bringing in free food.
I haven't been to the old Church-a-roo in a while to do my confession, so I do them right here in the studio.
You did a great job.
Thank you.
Still don't believe you.
I'm Why would I come in and lie about this? For the bit?
I think you're good for a bit.
I mean, if the Houston Texans win, that's more of a benefit than Notre Dame winning, and you just celebrating.
For us, absolutely.
Well, and for me too. Let's not.
Business is good in that moment.
Let's not. It's
ignore. Fun because it's not like everybody around here going to be celebrating Notre Dame.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly right, Figgy. Yeah, that's what I'm
because
saying.
even with A&M, if they won, it's
a
lot of A&M fans around here.
Yeah.
The city of Houston would celebrate it.
Yeah, we hit in the streets in that moment. Everybody would be happy.
A whole lot of companies going, we'd love to have you do live reads because Notre Dame won the national championship.
Yeah, that's right.
The Texans keep making a run. That listenership keeps going.
Yeah.
And we can keep fending off draft talk. Fending off mock drafts.
Yes. And we get another 2-hour Monday show also.
Excellent job,
all right.
sir.
Okay, get out of here.
That's the reason. Now we got it.
No, I love work.
Excellent job. And thank you for the Becks. And don't believe you.
That is Sean Pendergast of Payne and Pendergast. Catch him 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. right here on Sports Radio 610. Those are our confessions, including a very strong one from Sean. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it is a Thursday, so let's do a little buy or sell. Are you buying what these various people in sports are trying to sell you? We'll do it next.
In the Loop.
This is the team we...
home, including your AC running at half the cost of a generator. Visit BroncoPowerBoost.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate Sean Pendergast joining us a little earlier, or just a segment ago. for little confessions. That was fun, man. Now we in the studio are now buzzing about just like thinking about what it would be like.
Oh, the possibility.
If they managed to beat Kansas City. It's funny because I don't think we've really existed in that mental space. We're gearing up for the game. We believe that it's possible. But we're like, all right, focus on the game itself. What comes? I mean, and of course, if you handle your business, if you handle your business in the game, then you can live in the world where that's actually the case. But we haven't put our minds to that. I just did, and it feels so good.
I've been thinking about it a lot too because I feel like Kansas City is kind of gettable, man.
They are.
They wasn't boat racing everybody throughout the whole season. I just feel like it's gettable, man.
Yeah. But that's the allure. Like that's the thing that Kansas City, that's why they've become like beasts of sorts.
Yeah.
Is that even when they seem gettable, you're like, all right, let's go, and then all of a sudden they pull away.
Yeah.
It's like when a parent's racing a kid and they let you stick in them for a little bit, and then like, here we go, we're pulling away now. Right? Those are the things that the Kansas City Chiefs typically do. And we'll see if the Texans are able to actually slay the beast.
I'm just tempering it because we've been here.
I'm trying.
Time and time again.
Like you literally made the divisional round and then you've lost 5 times.
Yeah.
And you've lost all 5 of them and on the road even. So we'll see if they can change history in that way, in multiple ways, in fact. But right now, our present currently exists in doing some buy or sell.
All right, here we go. You may have heard this one recently. Sean Pendergast says he'd rather the Texans win than Notre Dame.
I'm buying it. I saw the sincerity in his eyes. He sat not more than 3 feet away from me, and I saw the sincerity in his eyes. He believes that.
I'm buying it too. I'm buying it.
Sell.
To me, it makes sense because I know
it makes sense.
I know it's like, I don't want to say financial, but it's like a benefit.
It's good for all of us, man.
Yeah. Like people always say, oh, these sports people on this station don't want us to win.
Shoot.
That's a lie, man.
That's a lie.
It's work is so much fun when a team is winning, man.
Yeah. No, I get it. I'm selling. All right. That was just a spur of the moment one there. How about this one? Bobby Slowick. Are you buying this or are you selling this? Bobby Slowick says the Texans have not yet decided if Shaq Mason will get back into the starting lineup this weekend.
We'll see how Shaq looked as we go through this week. We'll see how Juice looks, and we'll see what we think is the best combination of the 5 to have out there to help us go win that game. But that really is going to be an ongoing process through the rest of this week up until the game.
I want to buy this, and the reason why I want to buy this is I think they recognize the efforts of dudes that have have a level of seniority as Shaq Mason does, and the efforts that they have. I mean, just think about how much deference they've given to Titus Howard and him moving to left guard and such. I want to also sell this in that, man, you've got to have an understanding of, you know what? No, I'll buy it. And you don't want to know why? Juice was also dealing with an injury this week.
Well, he was.
So, like, I feel like, hey, which one of these guys is most healthy and gives us an opportunity to win is probably, and you have to figure that out on the field. So, yeah, no, I'm going by there.
Yeah, I think I'm going to buy it, too, just for that reason. I feel like he, with Shaq coming back in there, it's kind of like, do I want to keep rolling with what was working the last couple games, or do I just put Shaq back in there in this normal spot, or Juice, or whatever it is? I'm buying this.
I get you all's arguments. What I'm selling is that they haven't decided yet. No, because he said that they're it's going to be all the way up to game time. That's what I'm selling.
The actual game time.
The actual decision that they've made.
I would sell that part.
They have already decided what they're going to do. That's what I'm selling.
I think at least by Friday.
Yeah,
we rolling with this.
But they know already.
I think today is the day that you make. Hey, we've seen you guys in the 3 practices that we had scheduled. We're going to make a decision, and guys know once we hop on the plane where we are, so there's a level of like communication and continuity.
Or do you think he probably decided depends on the injury? Maybe seeing how somebody feel.
Maybe, but I think in their mind they already know, and that's what I'm selling.
Okay,
if they're taking it that long, then I think if you actually are going to game time, I think it's because you want Shaq Mason. You want Shaq Mason in there, and you want to make sure that he's 100% ready to go.
Yeah. All right, you buying or selling this?
All right,
Reggie Atatula.
Oh no, that's my name.
All loud.
Reggie Atatula says he knows as many black Kevins and Brandons as he does white Kevins and Brandons. I'll start.
I'm clearly going to buy that. I said it, and I believe it because it's true.
I'll start. Sell.
What are you doing there?
Ain't no way you know as many black Kevins and Brandons as you
Why
do
not?
white Kevins. Because it's Kevin and Brandon. By the way, this happened when we had...
So what happened on Tuesday, we were going around the NFL, and for some reason,
Kevins
my
and
dumb brain couldn't come up with Kevin O'Connell. I was like, what is O'Connell's first name? And in that exact moment, Brandon Scott walks into the studio, and so, we started off on a tangent about names generally, and I think you at one point was like, Kevin is a white name. It's like, no, there's a lot of people. In fact, text in 713-572-4610.
You're not going to like
do
this
you
result.
also know black Kevins and Brandons?
No. That wasn't what you said.
And I sincerely, I know
that's
as
what you said.
Yes, I understand, but I truly
you said you know as many
Correct.
Kevins and Brandons
And
that
I'm
are
standing
black
on that.
as Kevins and Brandons that are white.
And I'm standing
I'm
on
not
that.
saying you don't know any.
Correct.
I'm saying not as many.
I'm standing.
So
on
you feel like Brandon is a white name?
Yeah. It is. No, man, these are names that are rather generic. Like
I actually don't know a lot of white Brandons at all.
And I'm not saying necessarily that either. What I'm saying is it's more prevalent as Kevins are more prevalent.
I think that those names are just flatly prevalent, period. Like, think of it like Michael.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of...
You didn't say Michael.
Those are similar names.
They are similar.
And
What do you feel about this?
Yeah, I'm a buy it.
Okay.
I'm a buy it. I feel like Reggie know a lot of people from all different races. So I
diverse
believe
city,
that.
man.
Yeah, no, I believe it. I feel like you do know a lot of as many Brandons on either side.
All right, let me get through a few more here before we
shout out to the text line with knowing all the black Kevins and black Brandons.
Scott Boris says there is, quote, substantial interest in a long-term deal for Alex Bregman.
Substantial is doing a lot of work here, dog.
Yeah.
I'm going to sell that, like unless that's a qualitative assessment versus a quantitative assessment. Even though substantial can go either way, right?
Yeah.
Substantial can kind of mean like big interest or a lot of interest. If it's qualitative, like if we're just talking, I think that there is there, right? I think there's two teams that I look.
I think
very
he's trying
heavily
to
at.
indicate lots of teams.
But yeah, I think we've narrowed this down, and I would sell it on that assertion, right? It feels like we're down to two teams that are really truly vying for his services, and that's the Tigers and the Red Sox. And which one of them is actually going to hit the number close enough to where they feel comfortable signing? I think that's where we're at.
I'm selling this, man. I said it a couple weeks ago. I feel like that. I feel like he ain't gonna get the contract that they've been trying to get. I feel like it might be a little lower. And if he's not happy, I could see him doing the Carlos Correa thing. Maybe some type of big 1 year and a player option type of deal so he could try to get next year. It seems like a lot of teams are backing out.
Yeah.
And so I just don't see him getting that contract he wanted.
I'm with you both on this one as well. Brian Kelly says he's rooting for Notre Dame in Monday night's national championship game.
I'm selling that.
I'm gonna sell that.
I don't want my former employee doing good after me.
And he left him in the dust.
Yeah.
He left him in the dust.
Yeah, nah.
I want to go to a place that has a chance to win a national championship.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, nah, I don't want them to do good.
Yeah.
I'm selling that because one thing about it is I'm sure that he has good feelings towards Notre Dame, like as a place. The problem is people like coming for Brian Kelly's head top.
Yeah.
And you know what's going to come even stronger if Notre Dame wins? Jokes on Brian Kelly.
And it wasn't that long ago since he was there. It wasn't like 15 years ago.
But it's also not close enough that he can claim that it's his guys.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's key.
Yeah.
That's key.
So you're in that sweet spot where it's like, oh, so why couldn't you do this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Adam Silver, NBA Commissioner Adam Silver. I believe it was on Dan Patrick. He was on a show yesterday and said that and he was asked about NBA not being as watchable in some people's minds, etc.
Sure. Yeah.
And he said there are, quote, doable changes that could be made to the 3-point rules.
I'd be real interested to hear that.
Me too.
Yeah.
Because they followed up and he really didn't come up with a whole lot.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what you're going for.
What did that mean?
Yeah, I had no idea. Like usually in an instance akin to this, I might be able to kind of figure out, even if I don't necessarily agree or if I don't like or whatever. I think of what he is coming up, because like you're not changing values, are you?
Talking about the distance?
Are you widening court? Or are we changing the distance
is just going to pack in the lane even more.
Yeah.
What do you mean pack in the lane even more?
Like it's going to be more of a like Knicks in the 90s type basketball.
How do you get there if you pull the?
Because not as many people are going to be out on the perimeter. It's going to be too far.
No, man, they're going to keep pulling it.
No, some guys are going to keep pulling it. That's not what I'm saying.
That value proposition is just too big.
I think but I think it's too far now for the value proposition to be percentage-wise.
Dudes are already shooting out there.
Some.
A lot.
Like, so is he trying to get people to go inside more?
He just knows that the three-point line and what this is the most three-pointers. The NBA is on pace. Some teams, not all teams, some teams are on pace to, including your world champion Celtics, are on pace to shoot more threes than twos this year.
That's right. I think that because you're getting 150% of the points out there rather than inside, and I don't think that changes by moving it back a foot or two.
Yeah,
I think
because they still going to jack them up.
It's still going to be there.
Hell, they jack them up far away already.
Yeah.
To answer your initial question, I'm selling that because I don't actually see. I can't. And look, maybe I'm just dim-witted and can't ultimately see in the way that the NBA
that
has.
makes two of us then.
Right?
I don't see how they're going to change.
But yeah, I don't see what it is. But I'd love to hear them.
I don't see how coaches are going and analysts more than anything, analytics guys are going to sign up for it.
Well, ultimately, look, you take the rules as they're given to you, and you find the best way to get there. That's why why you have the game kind of looking the way it does, because teams are looking at where are the places where we can be the most efficient, try and maximize what we. But yeah, I'd be real interested. Are we talking about widening the court? Because I can't imagine the NBA actually taking away prime real estate of courtside seats and getting rid of a row or two rows in order to make the.
No, that's way too much money.
Yeah, I can't. I don't see what the changes are, but more power to him. I feel like for his benefit, I don't buy as much into the idea of like three-pointers being why this is there. I think it's more a large look.
But a lot of people are, including LeBron and a lot of players.
I think changing landscape of TV is a big one.
That's part of it, but a lot of people are saying it's the and again the numbers don't lie. I got one more for you guys.
Okay.
Travis Kelce says Taylor Swift is encouraging him to keep playing after this year.
She like going to games. I'll buy that.
I'm gonna sell it. She don't want to be the blame on why he want to retire, or if he do retire
or starts playing badly.
Yeah, so she don't want none of that blame.
I think it's run its course. I think that he, she's had enough of Travis playing football.
Or maybe she's a big football fan and she's like, hey dog, it looks like you slowing down. So yeah, we don't want to be looking crazy. You're gonna hurt your Hall of Fame chances. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Let's do you a solid. Caller number 10 right now. Will win 4 tickets to the Houston Automotive Show, which is happening January 29th through February 2nd at NRG Stadium. So right now, 713-572-4610. Caller number 10 gets those 4 tickets. Coming up next, let's hear from the coordinators who talked yesterday. Not just the coordinators of the Texans. There's some talk from the Chiefs. Let's get you ready for this Texans-Chiefs game. We'll do it next.
play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I didn't think that it would be such a crazy claim, acknowledging that there are black people who have names that are as simple as Kevin and Brandon. And you guys are like, no, those people don't exist to the same degree that you are claiming. I'm like, no, they're out there. They exist.
They're out there.
I promise. Somebody asked, does Reggie claim to know a whole bunch of black Kyles? I will not say that. I think if I remember correctly, I might know one or two. Mm-hmm. But I'm not going to say there's a whole bunch of them, or that I would say that I know more or the same amount of black ones as white ones. But regardless, that has nothing to do with the Texans. That is just one of those weird conversations that comes up.
Our winner, shout out to California Mike. Mm-hmm. He said he know more white Brandons.
Okay.
White
Brandon.
Well, that was the point. That's why it was.
No, that was your point. I do wonder, like, just how many people in generally, that's a whole nother thing. Anyways, let's go here. There's the coordinators talked yesterday. As you know, it is a schedule that has moved up a little bit due to the Saturday 3:30 schedule of the divisional round matchup between your Texans and the Kansas City Chiefs. And so, we love hearing from the coordinator, specifically Bobby Slowick, on what's coming down the pike. And I think one of the things about this game, obviously it's going to be cold out there, right? But one of the things is also it's just Arrowhead, right?
Yeah.
And we've talked about this earlier on in the season. Thankfully, this is kind of neutralized in some ways, but the environment and how that affects, false starts and how that affects operations and all these things. This is Bobby Slowick, and this is 5 here, Figgy. Bobby Slowick talking about Arrowhead and, the environment that the Texans will be moving into.
It always helps going to Arrowhead to just let guys see what it's like, feel the environment. But my gut tells me when we go there in the playoffs, it's going to be a different animal. And, that's something we've talked about a lot. That's something we've seen a lot. We've kind of dug into some old film and old TV copies just to see what it's like in the playoffs at Arrowhead, and is it that much different, and what. So we've talked about it a lot, and that's going to be a huge challenge for us. We got to make sure that we own the things that we can control, and our operation in the huddle, our operation at the line of scrimmage is without a doubt something we have to own in this game.
Trust your gut, Bobby. It is. It's going to be a different animal. I don't think there's any question about it. And by the way, as we talked about, we went over our notes from the Week 16 game in December with the Chiefs. They did have, I believe, 2 false starts or pre-snap penalties and at least 1 hold that I can recall. So, keeping it clean is the main thing. And the other thing I talked about when we were discussing this is the Texans, and this is all year. It's just a note I made in that game, but this is all year. They can't stand success in a sense. Like, they can't go long stretches of just clean football.
It's always something.
Have you ever seen them go like an entire half, or something? Hell, a quarter of just clean football. So it's going to be at a premium on.
Yeah, you're going to need to put it together. Yeah. Do you have any concerns about your offensive line, just not just in the general sense, because the answer is obviously going to be yes this year.
Yeah.
But with Jarrett Patterson and like making sure that your transfer is good, that your timing is good, that you're getting the snap off, and that your protection is right, because we saw the protection, and I mean, obviously, look, there's still a question of who plays at right guard, but the protection on this past Saturday against the Chargers was pretty solid, except you still had some of those games get them at times. Like, where are you there? Because understanding that there's another level of communication that gets hampered when it gets loud in a building like Arrowhead.
Yeah, I think you have to have that concern. I think it's absolutely a concern, just because of their history, as you mentioned, but also because this is Arrowhead in the postseason.
All right, so we've had a lot of conversation. A lot of people around these Texans had a lot of conversation after the fantastic rushing performance, or I guess scrambling performance that C.J. Stroud put up in the game versus the Chargers. And Bobby Slowick weighed in on it. He was asked about C.J. Stroud using his legs. Like
we embrace that without question, especially when he does it the way he did it in the game, where we use the verbiage command the pocket. He has ownership of the pocket. He feels very confident. He knows where he's going, and you threaten second-level defenders with your movement. Like, a lot of times you roll out and you go backwards and retreat and get to an edge. That doesn't necessarily threaten defenders. It just eliminates half the field for you. He's made some incredible plays, still throwing it back the other way. But it's harder to be consistent that way. When you can escape up and out, that's a game changer for a quarterback and how that affects the defense. And for him to do that in the game that we had here, I mean, really opened up the entire defense and the entire pass game for us. So that's without question something we embrace. We talk all the time about when, maybe when not, but if he's making a productive play, I mean, when he comes to the sideline, we're all dapping him up regardless.
I'll say again, you've heard me say this at least 3 or 4 times this week. If not now, when? Run the ball. And let's not have the discussion on design runs.
Well, I mean, I think he put that to bed, right?
Yeah.
When and when not to.
Yeah, but I think they're going to be highly encouraging that, and they should.
Yeah, and that's something that I really want to see, well, to some degree. I was going to say really see, but also if you're stepping up into the pocket, that's going to be something you have to be careful for when it comes to, hey, who are you stepping up into? Who is that defensive tackle right there? Oh, that's Chris Jones. Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
So, of course, it's going to have to be something that he is very careful about, but look, you're going to need any and every instance where you can get advantages in this game. I truly feel like, and that feels like one of those ones in order to generate yards, period. But then also sow a little discord with the Chiefs defense and make them think about another element. This is what Steve Spagnuolo, the defensive coordinator of the Chiefs, had to say about that same element of the.
I was very impressed with him. I told him that after the game last time we played him. For young guys, so talented. And we all saw what he did last week with his feet. I think when the importance of these games keep amping up, you can expect quarterbacks to say, hey, I might have to run it here. And so we've talked extensively about trying to bottle this quarterback up because we saw last week what he can do when he decides to run it. It's like all these athletic quarterbacks who play in this league now. It brings a whole nother dimension, and you got to figure out ways to, whether you commit one guy to the quarterback, turn 3 loose, however you do it, you got to have ways to do it. Now, that being said, we got to get him in those situations. I mean, it's 1st and 2nd down, and they're on schedule. That makes it really tough. When a quarterback takes off on a 1st and 2nd down, run-pass call, and it ends up passing, he's going. That's challenging.
First of all, you got to love that Massachusetts, that Boston accent. You got to love that.
Do you?
I couldn't understand what he was saying, to be honest.
You got to love that Boston accent.
Who said you got to love it?
But man, Spagnuolo to me is he's a scary dude. Yeah, he's a scary dude in this game because he's so good and has the players to do it. They won a Super Bowl last year with their defense. They are that team. And you just worry that he's going to have something up his sleeve of just trying to contain what C.J. Stroud's going to be doing.
Interestingly enough, they asked him, he was talking about what the defense's number one focus will be, which I find to be pretty interesting. Steve, what's the defense's number one focus against these Texans?
Well, he's always going to be a key. I mean, anytime you can get ahead, that helps, right? Because we're trying to get him one-dimensional. I mean, that's just defensive football. When this team is able to go run or pass, I think they're really challenging because the running back is who he is. And it's going to begin with us. We're always talking about the quarterback, we're talking about the wide receiver, but if we don't stop them from handing the ball off and running the football, it's going to be a long day. So that'll be focus number one.
Oh, I expect that. I fully expect they're going to just, try to just completely eliminate the run game because teams have had success with the Texans, first of all. And then secondly, that all of a sudden just limits some of the other things that the Texans can do, and it shortens their playbook.
How do you balance that, knowing that, hey, man, they're trying to take away the run game, and you know this as well as a Texans team.
Yeah, and they do.
You don't want to become one-dimensional, right? So Bobby Slowick talks about this as well, right? You don't want to become one-dimensional because then the team can kind of sit on what you're doing. However, understanding that staying on track, you probably need to throw the football. Like you have seen them be a little bit better staying on schedule as they have shifted to throwing the ball more on 1st and 2nd down. Like, how do you balance
Joe Mixon out of the backfield? Just absolutely going to be crucial. We heard Bobby Slowick talking about that, and to be able to get the ball in his hands when they're trying to jam the line of scrimmage, tackle and limit run plays. I think Joe Mixon out of the backfield, and we mentioned this earlier in the show. You got Nico Collins, and Spagnuolo is going to – I almost called him Spags. I don't know him that well.
That's what they call him. They call him that.
But Spagnuolo is going to bracket Nico Collins.
My guy
Steven is going to bracket Nico Collins. They're going to try to shut down the run game. Well, that kind of limits your options because the other wide receivers, I don't think they have a big threat. So that means Joe Mixon out of the backfield.
Now, we talked about Steve Spagnuolo, the defensive coordinator. Matt Nagy is the offensive coordinator under under Andy Reid. We know Andy Reid is the play caller, but I was interested in this because the defensive pass rush is for this Texans team is going to be super important in this game. And I was interested, like, from their perspective, how are they viewing it? So this is Matt Nagy talking about their plan to protect Patrick Mahomes from that pass rush.
We have some different things that we like to do. I look back and just see, like, with us playing them at the end of the year and the way they were playing, going into that game, we knew what they presented. I think now when you look at that defense in general, their confidence level of how fast they're playing and aggressive, you felt that in the Chargers game. And that's been going on for a while. They're good football players. They lead the league in sacks for a reason. So if we don't respect that, that's shame on us. So we got to have different ways to do different things. And then there's going to be times where there's one-on-one matchups where our guys, I mean, we're all pros here, you know, so we got to lock down and give them respect. But we believe in our guys too. So I think that's a big part of it.
Yeah, and they know that. By the way, the texter did say Dalton Schultz. Yeah, Dalton Schultz is in the equation as one of those weapons to kind of counteract
I think
what
he's the
they're
second
doing.
biggest.
Yeah, he might be.
And then also understanding the weakness that the Chiefs defense has posed when it comes to not really doing a great job against tight ends. When you find a weakness, this is I always say playoffs are more about what you can't do than what you can do, because that's teams have enough time to kind of focus in and drill down, and they will try and pick at your weaknesses. And Dalton Schultz has to be one of the ways that you pick at the Chiefs' weakness this week. But yeah, like when it comes back to that, I found it interesting that they're going to have different things. I'm interested to see what they try and throw at this defensive line, but ultimately that makes it even more important. Those instances where you go one up, you just got to beat them. You got to beat them straight up. You got to be able to get to Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, what worries me the most about some of the things they're going to throw is once the Chiefs get into the red zone, presuming, and I think it's a safe presumption they'll get into the red zone. I could kind of see Andy Reid doing some of his playoff trickery type stuff, with the Texans, going upfield so fast on the edges, pursuing, swarming, if you will. I could kind of see one of those little crazy Andy Reid plays being one of the ways they combat it in the red zone.
Yeah, so that was some of the stuff from the coordinators that were talking yesterday about this game. I'm so intrigued by it because, like they're I mean, in just generally, they're all going to be so deferential. But it also feels like all of it is earned, right? We're not. None of that feels like the kind of niceties that you say just in coach speak because you don't want to say bad things about the opponent.
Yeah, no, yeah, exactly.
Like this is all earned. Like this game, and I understand the line is very large, and that's a lot of deference to the Chiefs when it comes to their record and just like who they are as an organization, who they have been for the better part of the last decade, and really strong for the last half decade. But this game is gettable. But it depends on which Texans team you get out here and you show yourself.
And how you do that, how you take advantage and exploit where they're vulnerable and find some level of success with where you don't expect it from, namely wide receiver position.
Yeah. The YouTube, Joe Mixon #1, CJ Stroud #2. Should be a quick strike type game, and wide receiver 1 and Nico, right? Nico, when you're throwing the football, Nico, Mixon, Woods. Dalton's going to be high up there. And look, I understand there's a lot of frustration with Mechie. This might just have to be a redemption opportunity, like because they trust him, they value him, and he's going to need to come up big for you.
Ooh. I'm pulling for you. We're all pulling for you, John.
Like this is where you need players to make plays, man. Like this is one of the things D'Amico says that kind of alludes to a lot, and he's very right about it. It's like, hey, man, you can kind of set them up. Players got to make plays. This is where it comes down to it, right? The next man up mentality. This is where you really have to see that come out and flourish. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is about the time where we hand it off to Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. Figgy, what you got in store for us?
Yeah, so the NBA got a league rival maybe happening.
A league rival.
And I want to know if y'all would be interested in something like that. And just imagine getting a pizza and the topping costs over $100.
$100? Ain't no way.
Topping?
You know what? I got to hear this. Got to hear this. We'll do it next.
All right.
Ready? It's a rematch at Arrowhead.
Let's go.
The Texans take on the Chiefs in the divisional round on Saturday afternoon. Cue the action here with pregame coverage starting at 12. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Fig's in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on Thursday. Happy Thursday. I had to make sure. My days is all messed up. It low-key feel like a Friday.
It does.
I am on the Texas schedule as well. Like I yesterday I was like, all right, so it's third. No, it's not.
Yeah. So happy Thursday to everyone out there. Are you guys interested in a possible basketball league that rivals the NBA?
Maybe.
Not really.
I need more information.
So LeBron's boy Maverick Carter is looking to build a NBA rival league, and I guess he's talking to smaller investors or private investors to raise up to about $5 billion. And this league will be made up of 6 men's and 6 women teams, and games will be played in 8 cities globally. So this league will spend probably 2 weeks in each city and will be shaped similarly to the way Formula One operates with the races in various cities during this racing season.
So we're barnstorming.
Well, it's like Formula One. We're coming to your city. It's going to be a big event for the week.
We're barnstorming. We're big 3 in it.
But
right.
you can do that. That's not the question I had.
No, I don't see that as rivaling, especially like with team sports. It feels like you need to have some level of like geographical tie-in, right? Like so much, especially in American sports. But I mean, internationally,
they will. I'm guessing they will have geographical tie-ins. They're just going from city to city.
Yeah, but the geographical tie-in doesn't actually mean anything if we're just using this as branding, right? Like one of the most recent places where I was thinking about this is the TGL, the indoor golf league that they have.
Yeah.
Like they have that they technically nominally the teams are named. Like the Tigers team is the Jupiter something or other.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, but just because if you're from Florida, you're like, well, I identify with that team because it's Jupiter, Florida. Like, nah, man, it kind of has to exist in the place to have the tie. And I think that there's so many times that we have ties to sports teams geographically outside of just experience that I don't think that you're going to get the benefit of.
Well, frankly, I don't know if it says in there, Figgy, or not, or if I'm putting you on the spot. if there will be like the Berlin, this and that, and then they go to a city with these other squads and play for a week like Formula One. I don't mind that so much. I get it's a concept that might work. It works for Formula One.
I think the thing is, too, they said globally, too.
Yeah.
So it's not just going to be in the U.S. They probably go overseas somewhere, and I'm not sure how much money they're willing to give up to these players, too.
That's my bigger concern.
Because if it's a lot, then I can see somebody going over there to play for a couple weeks or whatever the case may be.
It's not a concern. My bigger question when you read that story is, I don't know if $5 billion is enough to really be a competitor.
Yeah, and there's a couple of things. From the 832, they say live golf is probably the best comparison, but here's the thing. Golf plays differently. Mm-hmm. Golf is meant to kind of, barnstorm is not the way that you would say it in that instance, but it's meant to travel.
Yeah.
Like individual sports, and I guess you can get to like team golf in some ways, but those things are kind of meant to travel in some ways. This thing doesn't quite, like, you need home territory oftentimes. And I'm getting into the weeds. I am missing the big thing, and so here I will circle back around to the big thing. Are you going to have the best players in the world?
Well,
that's what I was going to say.
That's what this does.
Because it won't be tied to like a city or hometown or anything like that. But if I told you LeBron and Jokic and Giannis were on the same team somewhere else, playing on the team, it's just like pretty much like the NBA but scrambled up, like you did like an auto draft or something like that.
That's why.
I'd be like, oh, okay.
That's actually why I think there might be a chance for this, because there are amazing players around the world, and only a few of them are in the United States. There are some awesome ones, maybe the best players in the world, but there are a lot of players around Europe, really everywhere in Asia that are extremely recognizable. If you mix some of those
places have leagues.
It doesn't matter. Let me finish my point. If you mix some of those players in, you can get players from here by just paying more.
Well, is this going to be like an off-season league? Which, by the way, they already play so much basketball. I don't know that they want to go and add another off-season thing. That's one of the things that people are like, oh, why is the WNBA having to go elsewhere to get their money? I don't like. It's because they really don't want them playing like high-level competition basketball all the time. Even though basketball players are always going to play basketball.
I think that's the other thing in here too that we kind of just swept past. They also had the women's teams in here too.
Yeah.
So that's another opportunity.
Internationally, there's a lot of women's games as well. And circling back to the question of do they have the best players in the world? Like, if you are going to have to try and siphon or like take these players away from the NBA.
More. Yeah, I was going to say it's going to come down to a money thing.
Yeah. That will be some, but we can't understate the part of this where players play in the NBA not just because the money's big, but they definitely play in the NBA because the money's big, but also because there is a level of prestige and competition in being in the best league in the world. And I don't think that changes just because you have this globe-trotting thing. And you'd have to get a few people in, and even then, I still wonder, would that be enough to fully make the change, or would you just get a few people in, and now this is, hey, we have a few of the best players in the world from the NBA?
It seems like their goal is to rival the NBA. Like
lofty aspirations.
Yeah, they don't really have a lot of details on exactly. We just kind of speculating a little bit, but my guess is they will try to make it beneficial for people to maybe. I wouldn't say like the big stars to leave the NBA and go over here, but a lot of people actually have to think like, oh, maybe it might benefit me more playing in this league rather than the NBA.
I think it's an uphill battle, but I do think it has potential. You get a dozen players from the best European and Asian leagues. You get a dozen players from the NBA that are at the top of, the top 30, whatever. Get a dozen of the top 30 players, pay them more. Got a little potential.
I will say this probably will be a little more realistic than I don't want to bleep all over the XFL or anything, but it seems like ain't nobody giving the NFL a run for his money.
Right.
Well, yeah, and there's not enough players to go around, and the best players in the world are going to play in the NFL.
Yeah.
The concept is interesting, but it feels like the concept can't be anything more than a novelty. But look, ultimately, I am the person, and I'll raise my hand and say this, that I was when tablets were coming out, I was like, why would anybody buy that? If I want to have a full computer experience, I'll have a laptop. If I want to have something that's portable, I'll have a phone. This is in the middle and is the worst of both of those things. And look at me being stupid. Tablets are the biggest thing in the world. Like, the iPad sells like crazy. So there's times where I don't know things. Is ultimately what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
So this week is apparently National Pizza Day or Pizza Week.
I'm glad it's a whole week because I can't eat pizza today yet, but tomorrow I'm going crazy.
Yeah, so actually I had pizza last night. With the Pizza Hut.
Oh, nice.
But it's a pizza place in England called Lupa Pizza.
Okay.
And they added Hawaiian pizza to their pineapples on pizza is a crime.
Oh, I hate that.
So this guy decided to charge $120 for it.
Extra $100?
Yep. So their pizzas, to kind of get their pricing on pizzas, their pizzas is around $15, $20.
Mm-hmm.
But first of all, I want to get y'all thoughts on that, and I want to know what's something random in life that you feel like it's a crime, not like a real crime, but a crime that you would overcharge people for.
Ooh.
Okay,
because the first thing that came to my mind is blue cheese.
Oh, get out of here.
I'm charging $100 for a little cup of blue cheese.
And I would pay it. First of all, I don't mind that idea because I'm not a big pineapple on pizza guy. I think you're a fool for not liking blue cheese because it's awesome. But what would I beets?
Beets?
I hate beets. You guys know me. I'll eat just about anything. I love to try different new foods. I've tried beets probably 15 different times. They're awful. They make me gag. They suck.
I don't think I really had. I think I had maybe beets like one time. I mean, it wasn't awful, but I didn't really care for it. But however, whenever I juice, I usually do a good beet juice, and it's not that bad.
Awful.
Somebody said a well-done steak.
Oh, that's a good one.
That's a good one.
I understand kind of
for it.
I understand some of the cultural vestiges that happen there, and you got to walk people. You got to walk people to the medium rare space. Like I've actually done that with friends. And in that vein, I was thinking about this, and this might be harsh. Steak sauce.
Only use steak sauce on pork chops.
Like I was like, I think I've got because I'm like, hey. I'm very much a proponent of the idea of, hey, man, if something is made well, you don't need to cover it up and feel like the steak sauce. Like, hey, man, if we're eating a solid steak, which I understand that's an if, right? Sometimes you just kind of eating the steak that you got. But if you're eating a solid steak, you're kind of ruining, at least in my opinion, I feel like you're hurting your experience by now. You're just covering up the flavor that you've created.
You don't put any sauce on a good steak, on really a bad steak either. But I do it on pork chops. I like a little something.
Wait, hold on. From the 281, oxtails is the only answer. That's what's already happening. Oxtail prices going up crazy.
I like this one, beans and chili.
Okay, fair enough.
You want beans in your chili? That'll be an extra $100.
That's crazy.
Big dummy.
Somebody said
don't
eggs.
talk to my father
what does
like
that mean? Just eggs in general? All eggs?
Yeah.
You are anti-egg, A32.
Yeah.
I need an answer there because I'm very confused.
So how would you feel if your family excludes you from a family trip and months later you win a lottery? Would you give them a piece of your lottery money?
Why would you?
Hey, that's what happened to this one woman who won the lottery.
Except your own kids, but they wouldn't exclude me.
Hey, so apparently it's a woman who had just won the lottery. She said she won't be giving any of her winnings to her family after they excluded her from the group. So she said, growing up, I was always the black sheep. My siblings were the golden children. And while I wasn't all right ignored, I definitely got the short end of the stick.
Mm-hmm.
So when she asked why she wasn't included in this group trip, her mom said, we didn't think you want to come.
Oh, no.
And besides, we're tight on budget. She said it hurt, but she let it go.
Tight on budget.
Yeah, so months, I guess months later or a month later, she bought a lottery ticket on a whim and ended up winning over $2 million.
Wow.
So she used the money wisely on all that stuff. And they found out that, I guess they started doing a little investigation when they saying she bought a new car.
Mm-hmm.
And she told them what happened. And she said her family was furious.
I guess so.
Yeah. So
all of a sudden, y'all know we family now, huh?
Yes. So her mom said it was selfish to keep all that money to herself when they're struggling.
Yeah.
Even though they was doing a vacation together without her. And her sister hinted that she should pay for her student loans. And her brother outright asked her to buy him a house.
Outright?
Yep. Buy me a house, sis.
Justified.
What would I mean, is she right? Is she in the right on this? How do you,
like the fact that they felt so entitled that no, you're supposed to. Like, it's one thing to be like, man, I'm kind of hurt that you didn't feel like you didn't feel like you could tell me, and that, like, all right. The idea that no, you're supposed to do this. No, the entitlement that they come with just because, and I understand, like, family, there's a certain expectation, togetherness. But like, hey man, they're taking that really far, especially for a family that was not willing to go a little bit extra further for her. All of a sudden she's supposed to go extra far for them? Nah, man.
My favorite part was she explained how she was excluded from the trip.
Yeah.
And her father's response was, that was different. This is family money.
Oh, bro.
Ain't no way.
Look, no, I agree with Reggie on that because, I mean, and by the way, that was her mom. See, I thought, like, if you told me some of my extended family was going on a trip and I wasn't invited, I'd be cool. Thank you very much.
This is her inner family.
But this is her mom.
This is her mom, dad, brother, sister. Yeah.
That's harsh.
Yeah, this ain't the auntie. This ain't the auntie or the uncle third removed or whatever. This is. Well,
yeah. No, I think she played that right.
Yeah.
That tells you exactly what distance to keep the immediate family at too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't burn those bridges.
Yeah. I thought that was hilarious, though. You kept her out the group, the family trip.
Yeah.
And this woman won a lottery.
Yeah. That's that lady. Bleep them folks. Don't include me now. Yeah, 100%.
I ain't gonna lie. Like, my family are not like that, but I would probably be winning the lottery from everybody, to be honest, man.
That's the way you.
Hell, my family think I'm already rich, and I'm like, I'm far from rich. Somebody always asking me for some damn money.
Yeah, the smart way to play it is just, hey, keep this on the low, right? Like, and everybody don't need to know what's happening.
And I think I'm in the point in my life where I won't splurge on everything, man. I'm gonna be very responsible. I ain't gonna upright pop up with a Lamborghini or something crazy.
Yeah, but what would the signs be? I'm kind of interested in what the signs. Maybe that'd be maybe that's the question of the day tomorrow. Like, what if you won the lottery? What would the signs be?
Oh, that's good.
Because that's a good one. I feel like there are signs that show up. Yeah, we'll save that for tomorrow. But you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we're getting ready to hand it off to Clinton Ron, and I just remembered those fine folks. They're out on location at the Buffalo Wild Wings, and I believe it is the one that is in Katy. It is off of Park Road Boulevard. So go out and see those fine folks. We'll talk to them next. Plus, more bulletin board material coming down. Hopefully that'll spur the Texans on to a victory. I'll tell you what it is next.
It's another.
SportsRadio.com/radio. Actual ABC Mouse users compensated for their testimonials. Sponsored by Age of Learning.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. About gearing up to hand it off to the fellows of the Drive who are broadcasting live from the Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy. It's right off of Park Road there. Go see them fine folks. You know that they have gifts to win out there, or prizes, I should say. Prizes to win out there. And, of course, they'll be out there for a fantastic 4-hour broadcast. Before we get there, though, I did want to bring you here. Rex Ryan has been taking a lot of heat this week, as he should, right, for being loud wrong. Right, if you're going to be one of those things, or if you're going to be that, just be one.
You can be wrong, just don't be loud.
If you can be wrong, you be loud. You be loud, but not wrong.
I love the saying, you loud and wrong.
Loud and wrong. You just can't be both of them at the same time, and he indeed was when he was, talking about the wild card matchup between the Texans and the Chargers. And so Rex Ryan has made it clear in talking about this divisional round game that involves the Texans that he's not going to make that same mistake again.
Well, it's certainly not a bye week, is it? Oh, my goodness. I think Houston has a chance here, and because I'm not going to ignore what I just saw. I'm not going to ignore it. That pass rush was absolutely ferocious, and it wasn't just against the 5 offensive linemen. They kept shipping. Your superstar right tackle for the Chargers that I can't stand is overrated as hell. But anyway, they couldn't block them. They could not block them. And so to me, yes, that's a problem. What's the Achilles heel for Kansas City's offense? Pass protection. This team, and I get it. I know they beat them by 8 points in the regular season in a game. I get it. But they look different. For some reason, something clicked to that football team, and they look different.
So, yeah, he learned his lessons, right?
He's not going to put his foot in his mouth this time.
At least not his. And so, yeah, that is a lesson that was learned by Rex Ryan. And so he will no longer provide the bulletin board material for the Texans. But how about a certain Teddy Bruschi?
Okay.
Let's see if he wants to pick up the mantle, because this is him talking about this matchup.
They were rushing a statue in Herbert that was sitting there the whole time. This is Patrick Mahomes we're talking about. Convert every 3rd and 3 where you got man coverage and those guys are rushing up the field trying to get Mahomes. He'll get out of there. That's going to be the difference. Herbert had 0 yards rushing. He did not use his legs at all. This is a different beast at quarterback.
I actually think that's more than fair. Much more. It's more than fair.
So it's okay for him to say that there's no chance because of that?
I didn't hear him say no chance. I heard him breaking down the game as it probably should be broken down. Justin Herbert had a great year running the ball, but he wasn't Patrick Mahomes out there. And Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, but he made it seem like that was Peyton Manning that don't rush at all.
No. That's true.
He was rushing throughout the season.
He wasn't giving Terminator and Cyborg and Big Dog and Junkyard Dog and all the other dogs. He wasn't giving them no credit.
No, all I'm saying is that's a fair opinion, because you're right, Figgy.
He is talking about the tape.
He had a lot of yards rushing this year. In that game, he wasn't doing or trying to do even Patrick Mahomes things, just buying the time, doing the little loop-de-loop and reversing his field and all that. He wasn't doing any of that. So I think it's fair to say that about Patrick Mahomes.
I think so, too. The only thing I had a problem with was, they were rushing the statue. Like, he wasn't no statue throughout the whole season.
Right. No, I agree with that.
No, for sure. But, this is going to be a really good matchup, that particular one, right? The idea of if you can get to Patrick Mahomes and give him any level of trouble in this. I'm looking forward to that. And, man, people are really mad about the idea of that steak sauce take that I had in that last segment.
Your steak sauce.
They mad at you?
No, your steak sauce take was solid. You don't put steak sauce on great steak, but the whole barbecue sauce thing, that's the biggest joke in cooking.
Well, I think that the person who is texting in on the text line again, 713-572-4610, what they're going for is the idea of similarly to barbecue, like where, hey man, you can put barbecue sauce on barbecue. In fact, it probably accentuates it. They feel like they want to be permissive in, hey, if people want to put steak sauce on their steak, let them cook.
Nah, I'm not gonna let.
So
them.
You're like, no.
Nah.
All right, so you're letting Teddy Bruschi live on this. The only bulletin board material that we're going with is indeed Nick Wright calling this a practice game. Is that the only one?
That would be one. There's been a couple of other things here and there.
That's kind of Rex Ryan-ish.
Yes,
because he didn't really say, I think the Houston Texans won't be able to do that. He didn't break it down like Teddy Bruschi.
He said, of course. When I said It's a practice. Oh yeah, it's a practice.
That's another reason why this game needs to be a win for the Texans, because we gotta have Nick right on to be able to shove that in his face. Like that one needs to be there. All right. Can I bring you this? I found this to be a story that was very wild, and I don't have a place for it, and so this is where it exists. I apologize if you dislike it. I bring to you the story of Italian soccer club Lazio. You're familiar with this soccer club?
Yes, I am.
If you don't like soccer,
I mean, I'm not a fan, but I've heard of it.
Don't worry about it, because I have other aspects of the story. Do you like falcons? Because Lazio, they have a falcon and they have a falconer, like obviously somebody who deals with the bird and does that. Well, at least I should say they had, because they fired their falconer.
They fired a falcon?
That's correct. And you want to know why? In fact, I'm going to give you guys 3 guesses as to what the infraction was that the falconer had that had him fired.
This is good. Okay, top of the list has got to be some sort of either racial or misogynistic thing.
Okay.
Figgy, got any guesses?
I'm gonna go with that too. Yeah.
Neither of those is correct. Story per the AP. Italian soccer club Lazio fires falconer for posting photos of his manhood implant.
That was on the list.
His falcon.
Yes. He had
landing post.
He had his wow. So they fired the man who handled the Italian soccer club's eagle mascot after he posted photos and videos online of his own prosthetic appendage.
Yeah. A prosthetic?
Well, I mean, not prosthetic. I guess that's the way that the AP is. But
now we got a story.
There was a he got a procedure to have his appendage, amended.
Yeah.
So to say. And I guess putting this.
Oh, he's enhanced.
That is correct.
Okay.
He is now a cyborg of his own choosing.
Well, then he shouldn't have gotten fired. No, I'm just kidding.
I was going to say, wow.
No, top of the list on all those is generally, like I said, some sort of cultural, racial thing, a misogynistic thing, or your
sexual.
Your stuff. Yeah, your stuff.
Well, yeah, his stuff was part of it. Apparently, quote, they were shocked to see photographic images and video of Mr. Juan Bernabe, and to read the statements that accompany them. They announced that they stopped with immediate effect their relationship with him for the unserious behavior. He said that they went further in talking about it. Apparently now, this was not enough, because there was a major update to this story. Lazio's falconer, who, by the way, has some associations with some not so great, or he had made a gesture at one point that was not so great, considering the Italian heritage of
I know what he did.
Apparently he was fired for his pictures of his manhood on Instagram, and now on Instagram he refused to accept his dismissal, and now he has barricaded himself inside the training center of this soccer
He's George
club.
Costanza.
That is right.
He is George Costanza, old reference, I get it, but he basically just showed up at work after getting fired.
That's right. That's right. They fired him after he put pictures of that implant on there. And apparently the person who did the surgery for him was a doctor that he met when he was employed by Lazio.
This is great.
That's crazy.
Who was using his employment at Lazio to generate business for himself in his manhood enhancement business.
Yeah, it's like George said. Oh, you thought I was serious?
This is the stupidest sports story that I've seen, and this is why I frequently assert that soccer is the sport that has the most mess, the most insane stuff happening.
Soap opera.
Second only to, second after that would be college football. But yes, Did you anticipate a story about a man getting his manhood adjusted and losing his job for such things?
I would not admit it, but I am not surprised by it. There's crazy people out there, man.
Did he post a caption that said tap, hold, and load in 4K?
I don't believe so.
What is that? That's driving me nuts.
That was actually going to be one of my confessions, man. To me, I never felt more like an uncle in my life.
But it's too much. It's like every other tweet now.
I never see a difference, man. I tried some of them, didn't see a difference.
I haven't even tried, because I thought, I'm being honest here, I thought this was just like some sort of...
Is this you being vigilant for scams?
No, I thought it was like a...
They're hacking my computer!
Like a trend of people... I thought it was just like a saying. Like you know how kids say whatever they come up with.
We listen and don't judge.
I didn't know you could actually tap and 4K it.
I tried it like 20 different times on random pictures. Didn't see a difference.
Are
man.
you sure it's just not a saying? It's not what kids are saying? But it's driving me nuts.
We go to our What Kids Are Saying correspondents out at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy. It is Clint. It is Ron. Fellas, how you living?
We're good, man. How you all doing on this
Hey, turn your mic on,
Did
man.
your mic just die? What just happened?
You got me.
I think I might be hearing you through Clint.
Yeah.
Yo. What's good, fellas? How y'all doing?
Strong. Doing good.
Just took that from me.
Y'all feel that fire?
What'd you say?
Y'all feel that horsepower right
Oh,
there?
Yeah, man.
Oh, yeah.
There
we go.
That guy's got pipes.
Hey, I tell you what, man. I was, again, on the way in listening to In the Loop.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to be honest with you, man. I'm starting to get offended. When I hear about not liking pineapple on pizza.
Thank you.
I hate it. I absolutely hate it.
I mean, it's okay to not like it. I mean, but like Lopez is disgusted with it. Like he brings it out of nowhere and uses it as an example of something that's disgusting.
It is.
No. Lopez, have you ever had Canadian bacon pizza with pineapples and jalapenos on it? Just those three?
No, because I don't want to ruin the Canadian bacon and the jalapenos.
What ruins
No,
it?
I'm telling you, Lopez, tremendous. Tremendous. Now, look, we don't need huge chunks of pineapple on there. We just need just that little sweetness. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it don't do it for me either.
Yeah,
not at all. I don't need no. I can't think of no fruit that I need on my pizza.
Here's the thing, though. I like pineapple. I love pineapple.
I love pineapple.
Yeah. But
yeah, that's my go-to, boys. To be honest with you,
pineapples and tomato sauce.
Mod pizza, pineapple, Canadian bacon, jalapenos.
You see, the thing is, I know you like it because those mods you make your own.
Yeah. I mean, my wife put me on that mod. Now I'm not a huge pizza guy. That mod is for real.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Hey, that's the easy one for the kids right there.
Mm-hmm.
Let's shoot to mod, baby. Nicholas, can we go to mod? Let's do it, baby.
That's a very good spot.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Yeah. Well, the best thing is we started out. We go over there. They got nice little salads you can get. You know that always turns into being followed up by my own pizza.
Yeah.
my own little small pizza. So.
By the way, we were coming up with nicknames for all of our guys based on the Texans defensive line, and I just flat out said it, Clint. So I wasn't you can't improve on perfection. You know, I came up with nicknames for everybody. Dirty Red is dirty. That's it. It's got to be Dirty Red.
Hey, when it sticks like it did in college, and it makes its way to Dallas, and it made its way to Nashville, and it made its way down here to H-Town. Yeah, it's a good one. Mm-hmm. It's a good one. What else did you go with? I missed that part.
Well, what was Tyler? I said
you said team Mill the Drill.
Mill the Drill.
Okay,
yeah. That sounds like a pass rusher, don't it?
And
or something else.
And show was
good God.
And show was Mad Dog 816.
Mad Dog. I'm gonna guess 816 is the area code up in.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Yes, that is.
The old Mad Dog 816, baby.
Mad Dog 816, baby. I'll take that.
I feel like the Mad Dog works.
It is Mad Dog 816. That beats the hell out of what was you going to be, Whitney?
Whitney Lee, baby.
Whitney Lee. My mom is in the building. She wanted to name me Casey Camille. But, thank goodness alive that did not happen. Well, I think they thought we were both girls.
Yeah, that was the expectation. Yeah, man. But you know what? Let's go ahead and get out the way on this Thursday in the Loop. We are done for the day. We hand you off, and we leave you in the capable hands of these fine fellas who are out at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy off of Park Road. Go see them, go talk to them, go listen to them. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live, and we are live on the road Thirsty Thursdays here in Katy, Park Row location. Make your way on out here. 2 to 6 will be here getting you ready for obviously the big game this weekend on Saturday coming up in Arrowhead between your Houston Texans and the Kansas City Chiefs. We obviously don't come empty-handed, right along with the great food and the drinks. The Bud Light girls, they'll be out here as well. But you got a chance to win a couple of prizes. All you got to do is come on in, sign your name, put it in our raffle box, and you will have a chance to win. We got an autographed Jalen Petrie football, and in C.J. Stroud, an autographed game-size helmet. C.J. Stroud. Dude. That's right. You got a chance to win that. So get on in here. Come on in. Have a good time out here in Katy as we'll have a good time here. From the text line here, Ronald said he about to be sad dog 816 on Monday.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. I know you got to tell yourself to believe that, and as you should.
Mahomes about to be 6-1 in this divisional round.
There you go. Got any more out there, Tyler? There we go.
Mahomes about to throw his first pick ever in the divisional round too, son.
Ever, baby. There it is.
Might even throw 2 of them, son.
Hey, why not 2, man? How about 3? Why not 4?
Let's get a sack fumble. How about
sack
that?
Fumble.
Add that in there, man. Let's
there we
get
go.
One.
There we go.
Pressure bust pipes now.
There it is. There it is. Yes, we can all dream in here today, and you can dream out here. And Buffalo Wild Wings, come on out and hang out with us. As we said, we'll be here until 6 o'clock to have a good time. All right, some near, and I'm not going to just say it's bad news with at least, one of them. We don't know. It's not good news, Clint and Tyler, and it is something that we definitely are going to keep an eye on, and it is something that you certainly don't want to be the case right now if you're pulling for the Houston Texans, and that is, and we'll get the official injury report a little bit when it comes out, but fellas, Joe Mixon, who, right, Tyler, he just popped up on the injury report yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah, just out of nowhere.
He was not even on it on Monday, full go, but he was limited yesterday with an ankle issue, so that popped up, which leads you to believe it is a recent thing. And then again today, reports, Clint, is that he did not practice at all today. And this will be the last practice that they have here. They'll head to Kansas City, but he did not practice today. And then, Clint, also Robert Woods did not practice, and this is a little bit more serious because Robert Woods has not practiced with the hip issue all week now. And I don't know who's going to return kicks and return punts for this team. Maybe John Mechie. That's the only other person over the years that I have seen return punts. And I'll be honest, we've sat there next to each other with John Mechie. There was a bit of an issue that he doesn't catch the ball immediately, a bit of a bobble issue we saw a lot. But those are two things that we have in front of us here on a Thursday game coming on Saturday. Clint, I would be shocked if Joe Mixon doesn't find his way into this game, but something's up. Something's up, Clint, and that's the big one because they just can't afford to be without Joe Mixon.
Yeah, the bad thing with Joe Mixon, the obvious of him needing, I don't think all year long that they've necessarily needed Joe Mixon to win a game. I think there's always a chance of CJ and Nico and Tank and Diggs and all these boys going off. But this is a game where they absolutely need Joe Mixon. And the reality of it is when you talk about the Texans run game, a lot of it has been Joe Mixon making something out of nothing. Now, last week was really good, not disrespecting or minimizing anything that happened last week, but the reality of it is over a 17-game span, if you look at it, a lot of it has been Joe Mixon bouncing an inside run outside, cutting an outside run back across the field, and making hay. He does a lot of it on his own. So, him being out or potentially being out, him missing practice with what is being reported as an ankle issue is definitely a concern. One, we've already had the ankle issue this year, and it kept him out several games. And two, this is just a game where, man, you can't afford to not have that fella.
I think Clint, I refuse to believe he's not playing in this game. I agree. Joe Mixon has to. He would have to. Now, he has missed games because of the ankle this year. But it wasn't a divisional round in Kansas City. I think he'd take shots. I think he'd do whatever it has to take to get onto the field. But Clint, there is a sign that I'd be completely right, though, right? And even a little bit more than just hey, everybody's got injuries right now. Like you need Joe Mixon and Nico Collins to be good. If he is hampered at all, if the cutback is not to what he usually is able to do with the speed or whatever, him not being all the way right. I don't know what percentage he's going to be when he plays, but this is just a sign that at the very least that he's not going to be 100% in this game and going to be hampered with an ankle. So I think that's also, even though I believe he'll play, I'll be shocked off my ass. Sorry, Mom, but I'll be shocked off my ass if he doesn't play. But him not being 100%, that is something to watch for.
It's a problem. You need all hands on deck. There's no doubt about it this week. And Joe is one of the biggest hands out there, if you will. So it's definitely something to keep an eye on.
Yeah. All right, and the other part, Robert Woods, that one, I never ever thought, Tyler and Clint, in my life that, hey man, we're in the second round of the playoffs, going to Kansas City, the number 1 seed, the defending champs. And it's a big deal to report. Robert Woods hasn't practiced all week.
Yep.
Now, I also didn't think that would mean that Stephon Diggs was injured and out for the year. Tank Dell was injured and out for the year. And now Deontay Johnson, who you made a trade for, is gone after 2 games. This becomes a big deal. And as you said before, anybody that we've ever seen to catch punts is off the team or injured, right? Tank, Steve Sims is in Baltimore. Hell, Deontay Johnson, he caught punts.
Yeah.
He caught punts against Tennessee back there.
Des King
is gone.
Diggs was catching punts at one point in time. Mechie was one that did, but it was rough. It was a rough look.
In practice. Like some people are texting in, what about Dameon Pierce to do that? I don't know if that's the first time you want him to do that in game.
Dameon does some good things in the kickoff, but there's just something about DP, his build, his mentality, kind of the way he's wired, that he just doesn't strike me as an old fella that you want camping underneath the punt with guys bearing down on him. Like, I need him focused on catching the ball, not worrying about whether he needs to make a fair catch or not. You know what I mean?
I think it's going to be Xavier Hutchinson back there fair catching these pieces.
I think it's going to be Hutch, or you keep an eye on, and we need to look this up, T, but it just came to my mind. I believe they signed the Erickson kid back.
Oh, did they? Okay.
And as thin as this wide receiver crew is,
he's definitely done that.
I don't remember where he went this year. He went somewhere and was actually got some run with the team. I don't remember if it's one that's running the same offense or not.
Yeah, the Texans have signed Erickson to the practice squad.
I wonder if they elevate him simply for punt return. And with Joe Mixon injury, you might want to elevate him for kick return as well.
Real time in this, Tyler, when did he sign?
So he took the spot of Jared Wayne when they elevated him to take the place of Deontay Johnson.
To get a guy that is a punt returner,
Wednesday.
That's what he's done. That may be a sign of what's up with Robert Woods.
There really is something there, guys, too. You're just talking about a play that can flip a game upside down in a hurry if you don't have a guy that you trust enough to just go back there and fair catch a damn punt. I'd be shocked if this team didn't have that guy. It probably is Xavier Hutchinson. But when it's all said and done, if Alex Erickson is a better guy to go back there and actually give you a little bit of a threat.
Certainly has more experience.
Yeah. So, again, I don't know how much he helps you offensively, but at this point, if we're being honest, your third and down receiver in terms of depth is probably going to be helping you on special teams any way it goes. That guy's going to have a full plate on Saturday any way it goes. So,
how much does this hurt offensively if Robert Woods isn't able to go?
I think it just puts – pressure's not the right word, but I think it just puts John Mechie in the crosshairs of like, hey, man, John Mechie is never going to be loved more and given more of an opportunity than he is in Houston. I know the story, and a lot of people. I'm not being insensitive to the story, but the reality of it is John Mechie has not done anything other than be best friends with C.J. Stroud to earn the opportunities and reps that he's getting. Right? And then you look at kind of how things have unfolded with guys getting injured, even to this conversation. Like, John Mechie has never been needed more as a number 2 wide receiver on a team to be able to counterpunch what Nico Collins brings to the table. Add to that mix that Dalton Schultz reason is performing as a $12 million pass catch first tight end. Like, John Mechie is
I knew it was going to come back to Dalton.
Well, the reality
and it should.
Think
soft-ass Schultz.
But think about it. Think about it, guys. You got Dalton Schultz, who's nowhere near the $12 million man that he's being paid to be. You got Joe Mixon, who now has a bum ankle and is probably not going to be used in the pass game the way that I was hoping he would. You got Diggs and Tank both injured, right? And now all of a sudden you got Robert Woods injured. There's never been a bigger opportunity and a bigger need for John Mechie to come out and play consistently. Again, last week, the fumble, the drop. Other than that, he did some decent things. But John Mechie's got to at least be a safety valve for C.J. Stroud and be able to catch and convert instead of catch and fumble or catch and drop. He's got to be a more sure-handed player than that, a safer option for this offense at the very least. But the opportunities keep presenting themselves to John Mechie. It's got to be a monster week for him.
He's had some moments, but they need him now.
Ron,
they needed him if Robert Woods was good.
Right. Yeah, no doubt. But look, I've said it all year long, really for 8 weeks now. I mean, I think John Mechie has been. If you watch the games and you always look back to, like, I know there were some people that were, I don't know what they were seeing during training camp, but that were super high on him in training camp. And I'm like, guys, he's non-existent in games. And then he has the really good preseason game. Okay, I can see a little upside. And then throughout the season, he just kind of just chop wood. He starts impacting games little by little, and you can definitely see where there's something there, and there's something promising there with John Mechie. But man, we're beyond time to show us something. I mean, you got to show us something, and it's got to be significant this week against the Chiefs.
Yeah, again, not saying that Robert Woods is out or whatever. It's just the Texans play Saturday. Robert Woods has not practiced Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday.
Well, you got 3.
And this is just a walkthrough type of a thing today.
Ron, when you look at it, when you look for wide receivers and running backs, right? Hips, knees, and ankles.
Not to say the hip. That's
shoulders.
Where it is.
We can work through shoulders. You can come back off a concussion and not get hit. Not get dead centered and
Hell,
be
Clint,
all
we
right.
can even tape up an ankle sprain.
Yeah. I mean, it's just but those are the ones that hinder you. Even if you can go, those are the ones that any moment in the game can pop up and, like, untouched, non-contact injury. You just run a route and, boom, there goes the ankle again. There goes the knee. There goes that hip. And now you're down to needing John Mechie even more. So whether these guys play or not, a healthy John Mechie, who, by the way, John Mechie was on the injury report yesterday with his shoulder, wasn't it?
Shoulder. He missed a game recently.
So I mean, he's not 100%. So it's Texans are going to be shorthanded any way you slice it.
All right, that is the latest from an injury front. Again, as we are live here, Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy, Park Row location. Make your way on out here. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. Good times being had out here. All right, Clint, what's at stake? What's at stake for this in this game? I think a lot of us understand the obvious. Hey, the big thing is the Houston Texans. In their history have never gone past this round. They've never been in the championship game round. But even more, what's at stake for this game Saturday?
Well, look, I think it starts with CJ, right? I mean, that's the headliner here, really, year in, year out, week in, week out with the Texans. I think the ship has sailed on CJ being mentioned in the top three to five quarterbacks in the league right now. I don't.
You mean right now?
Right now. Yeah, he can get back in that mix, but it's like the body of work over 17 weeks last year and 2 weeks in the playoffs is what put him there. And this time, to me, the body of work this year is kind of what sunk that ship, and he's on a different tier right now. I don't think one playoff game, even a win against the Chiefs on the road with a monster performance and filling up the box score, I don't think that conversation is going to be had. But I will tell you this: he can damn sure shake the sophomore slump narrative.
Nobody would even remember it.
Yeah, forget about it. Like he can shake that 100%. I think you look at Bobby Slowick. I think Bobby Slowick's job security, a win this week against the Kansas City Chiefs.
Bobby Slowick might get real. I know he interviewed for the Jets today. He might fool around, not only keep his job here, fool around and get a head coaching opportunity.
He can damn sure get himself out of the doghouse around here with any of the fans that have a little bit of sense. He can damn sure get himself out of the doghouse. And then I think the Texans as a whole, for me, Ron, I think the Texans as a whole can get back in the conversation of the best the AFC has to offer, right? And look, some people may say, well, no crap, they're going to the AFC Championship. They're clearly one of the best. Yeah, I get it. The Titans went to an AFC Championship before, too, as well. I don't think anybody looked at them beyond that and was like, boy, this is the class of the AFC. Like, I'm talking about the Texans being in the conversation every year, possibly even replacing the Bengals with what the Bengals have been the last 3 years in terms of every time you hear Kansas City, Baltimore, Buffalo mentioned, everybody mentioned Burrow and Cincinnati. The Texans with a win this week could potentially not just get back in that conversation organizationally as one of the top AFC teams, but I think you could potentially pass the Cincinnati Bengals after beating them a couple times, as well as making a deeper run in the playoffs and beating the Chiefs. I think you could establish yourself legitimately in that top 3-4 teams in the AFC.
Yeah, I don't think he would deserve to be mentioned in the top 5,
CJ?
but I think he would. I think people, if he won this game, because
in the league?
Clint, it is some sort of an extra boost that you get for beating the Chiefs in the playoffs.
And you should.
And at home. Yeah, right. Like Joe Burrow.
As you said,
Burrow
and Brady?
Yeah, Burrow and Brady are they're 15-3 in the Mahomes era. The only two quarterbacks are Burrow and Brady. And Joe Burrow has, I think, even through kind of up and down injuries, Joe Burrow, the one thing that people will say, oh, yeah, Josh Allen, Lamar. Yeah, but Burrow went to a Super Bowl. Burrow beat Mahomes in the playoffs in a way that those two other guys haven't been able to do. So I think the conversation around CJ, based off the body of work, I don't know if he would, but the conversation about CJ, it would be, he went in and beat Mahomes in Arrowhead with Diggs hurt, with all the injuries, that offensive line. Yeah, it would jump up and increase.
It would headline year 2 for him, right? I mean, it's been a rough stretch here for C.J. Stroud of late. I mean, you mess around and beat Pat Mahomes in Kansas City on the road. All of a sudden, your resume year 1 is Rookie of the Year, best touchdown to interception ratio, led the league in yards per game, and I mean, you did some like, really, to be honest with you, unbelievable things your rookie year. This year, the follow-up, the sophomore slump, has been just that, right? You knock off Pat and the Chiefs, all of a sudden, boy, you put that on a resume, and nobody gives a rip what the first 18 games that you played, what those games were all about.
Yep. All right, coming up, Bobby Slowick, he spoke yesterday. And you know when Clint gets football horny.
Hey, come on.
Bobby Slowick gave him something that brought it on out. We'll let you hear what that is and discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all. Underdog Fantasy is live and well, and it is in Texas, right here in the Lone Star State. It's available to
Guaranteed for life. The best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and the Drive on a Shoppers John Deere Reaction Monday. Game analysis, inside info, and your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shoppers John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
You're gonna get hard.
It's a Thirsty Thursday playoff edition with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off Park Row in Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in from the text line. Y'all some scary asses. Next man up. Let's go. I like when you send that in. Are you serious? Like they got to call up John Wayne, and Evan Erickson. I don't know if that young man's first name.
I think it's Alex.
Yeah, I know what John's first name is either, but he's going to be John Wayne. John Wayne and Evan Erickson up to have to play receiver after you didn't like you got Nico and potentially John Mechie and Hutch and then Wayne and Erickson. Like, look, hey, nowhere do we say, oh, it's over, but damn, like, you in your mind, you just like, hey, next man up? Like, I understand you have to do that, but you ain't like, damn, man, next man up. Is that what you do if it happened? Hey, Davis Mills got to play next man up.
Yeah.
I mean, is that where you are? Like, I mean, damn, it's I think, worth the discussion. We some scary asses. You ain't that don't concern you a little bit?
Yeah, I have a very hard time relating to a sports conversation being responded to as y'all some scary asses. No, we just talking about the wide receiver room, man, and how depleted it is, and who's gonna need to step up, man. I ain't nothing scared about it. It's just the reality of it is John Mechie's gonna have to have a monster game.
It's an issue.
Yeah, I mean that's all.
That's not how you want to walk in, no.
That's all. Nobody's scary. Everything's fine on the home front.
Yeah.
We got a Stroud helmet to give away and a Petrie football to give away over here, man. We're good.
Yeah, I would imagine that D'Amico didn't just say, hell, Jalen's out. Next up. Oh, hell, Jimmy Ward's out. Next up. How about it, huh?
They called a little meeting to try to figure things out.
No biggie. Yeah. Diggs is up. Next up. Oh, man, get up out of here with that thing. All right, Bobby Slowick. He's media and had this to say about maybe different ways to use one of his major weapons in this game, Joe Mixon.
I think he's a really good receiver, actually. I know, we worked it a lot in camp. Like, I'm sure all you guys saw that. We did a good amount of it in camp. We did some of it early in the year, and I think as the year has gone, probably have gotten away from that a little bit. Wanted to make sure he was fresh for some of his carries, but without a question, that's something that's on my mind and been on my mind. Like, how can we make sure we make use of a guy that we think is an excellent player?
Yeah, listen, you know what I hear when I hear him say that is, hey, man, this was a regular season. Now, baby. Now, I don't care about. Hey, I got to monitor his touches and carries, baby.
Yeah.
Now
I just answered this one also, but
yeah. Well, that's what, when I heard Bobby, because I always go back and listen to Bobby. We play it live on the show, obviously, but it's. I like to go back and listen to it when there's not a lot of going on. We're not moving on to the next segment and just kind of process it all. And when I heard that particular audio, I just thought, okay. Now I understand why. Again, I don't need to agree, but I understand the method of the madness of why he wasn't used more during the year as a slot receiver or a wide receiver catching the football out of a 2-point stance, flank left or right of the quarterback. I understand. And on the flip side of that, it sure seemed like we fixing to get us a nice little dose of Joe Mixon in the pass game. And so, yeah, Bobby had me good and worked up about this potential of pass because I think it changes the entire offense. You want to talk about getting mismatches. You want to talk about getting him an open space, whether he's running the ball with physicality or running away from guys. He is really good. He's better than Bobby actually said there, for being completely honest. I think he's better than that. And coming into the season, I think anybody that watched training camp expected a ton more of Joe Mixon. We got it in flashes throughout the season, and it was really good, and then all of a sudden it disappears for 2 or 3 games, right? Really for more than that. But that makes sense. Not having a backup running back that you trust, not having a backup running back that's healthy, and knowing that he's going to potentially, depending on how the game goes, he could potentially be a mid to high 20 carry guy in any given game. You might want to make sure he's fresh in the fourth quarter, so that makes sense. But
and I'll be honest, Clint, in this particular game, I mean, with the Chiefs getting their number 2 corner Jalen Watson back in the game, which is a big deal. They went from being a top 3 defense when he was playing. Then when he got injured, their pass defense really dropped. With them getting him back, when you got McDuffie out there, you got Watson out there, I think guys like Justin Reed can probably – they feel pretty good about him and matching up against Dalton Schultz. Hell, Joe Mixon, outside of the Nico matchup, Joe Mixon against a linebacker where the Chiefs have struggled to cover, that might be the next best matchup. That might be the next best place where you can create separation and win a matchup behind Nico. And the best because they may just double Nico and try to take that as an option away.
I'd be shocked if they don't at least tilt their coverage that direction. And look, we've talked about it. The counterpunch to Nico Collins is going to have to come in some way, shape, or form. Now, it may be, Ron, it may be collectively as a group, 3 or 4 or 5 different guys have to contribute. I would think that Joe Mixon would be, in that, if not first, he would definitely be second in that group of guys that need to contribute in the pass game. Now, I say all this to say Bobby got me good and turned on yesterday with this talk of 28 catching the ball out of the backfield, and then today I show up and all of a sudden this ankle injury, whatever happened at practice, has turned into 2 straight days of him being limited at practice with the ankle.
Bobby. So 1 day limited, today just flat not practicing.
Yeah, okay, there you go. Thanks for making it worse, Ron. 1 day limited, 1 day not practicing. Man. Yeah, so I mean, it's like you talk about a buzzkill, man. That injury report is a damn buzzkill for me.
Yeah, from the text line, should they use Pierce more in the passing game since we are short on receivers? Like, just say that in your mind. Like that, there's got to be something before you arrive there.
I think that the ship has sailed on that. I think
got to use him in the run game. First.
That was the positive spin on this thing. I think there is a negative. There needs a negative comment that leads to a statement that needs to be made in the sense of the Texans brought this on themselves. I mean, not handling their backup running back situation better, not handling their nickel. Their third down running back situation. I just hope this isn't the game that it bites him in the ass. You hope that Dameon Pierce comes out and he's more Tennessee Titan Dameon Pierce and less ultimately 2022 or 2023, 2024 Dameon Pierce and what we saw the struggles that he had. So I hope for D'Amico's sake and Bobby's sake that this running back situation doesn't become an issue in the biggest moment of the season.
All right, coming up, the Texans obviously have a huge game on Saturday, but for most of the country, the big game of the week is happening in cold-ass Buffalo coming up on Sunday night. We got to look in that thing right there. Who is it? Who do you think between Lamar and between Josh Allen? Because those are this game ain't the Bills and the Ravens. Generally, for a lot of people, this game is Josh Allen versus Lamar Jackson. Who needs this bad boy the most? Who needs it the most, Lamar or Josh? We'll discuss that as we continue live right here. Buffalo Wild Wings, Katy Park Row location. Make your way on out here live here on The Drive.
371-3330. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Playoffs? Yes!
It's a Thirsty Thursday playoff edition with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off Park Row in Katy, here's The Drive with and Hughley.
Let's do it, baby. Come on out. Hang out with us as we are live right here in Katy, Park Row location. The Bud Light girls, they'll be out here very, very soon, and you can be out here. Food, drinks, TVs all over the place. Any kind of sauce or rub you want on those wings, that probably came off. That probably came out.
Well, as long as you finish it properly, you're right.
Hold on, Joe.
Any kind of sauce or rub you want.
Sorry, Larry.
On your wings.
Finishing properly is most important.
Yeah,
dude.
if I land that, you hit that dismount right. You know, if you just say, hey, come on out here, baby. We got plenty of sauce and all the rub you want, baby.
The showman. My question, what kind of establishment we're at?
Yeah. Hell, they might get in their cars quicker to get down.
We should do a live show from a shake joint one day.
I would not.
I mean, you could.
Tyler, that is a great idea. Now, obviously, you'd have to remain in your space.
I typically do, just like today.
Tyler, I mean, you want to talk about Tyler getting out over his skis.
Guys, that would mean I'd have to be out on location. So just relax.
Tyler, if they did this thing and they said, hey, man, we're going to do this thing live from we're going to be at Onyx. That's where we're going to be. We're going to be at Onyx. Hey, Tyler wouldn't be, okay, all right. And then,
he wouldn't crack the mic one time.
No, this is what he would do. Tyler would not say nothing. Tyler would then just go about connecting with one of our producer backups. We would not even go through the bosses or the proper procedures. He would just, hey, Chris Santiago, I'll cover Area 45 tonight. Let's just switch up. Can you get this for me real quick?
Nah, I don't want to work that late. It'd be more like, hey, Santiago, you want to make a quick Benjamin, bro?
Yeah, that's right. He got that money. He'll go ahead and just
maroon money.
Be like, yeah, Tyler's up there. Or Tyler would state his case on how pivotal that it is that he is here along with our engineer. And
I mean, it would be our first show at a shake joint, so I felt like it would be important. I need to make sure we stay on track, we sound good, and keep an eye on y'all.
713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, what's the odds of you coming out if we did a show, a Football Friday from Onyx? What would be the odds of you making your way on out here? 713. Listen, we're just doing kind of a focus group here to just kind of see what the thoughts would be if we were at a shake joint, as the fella said. What would be the odds of you making your way on out there? just to see
live from Treasures. It's the drive.
We get a good enough response here. Maybe it'll pull it off now. Boss lady told me she could sell anything.
She could sell anything.
Okay.
This ain't a hard one. This ain't a hard one. Pun intended. All right, but no, come on out here, guys. As you got a chance to win autographed football from Jalen Petrie. You got a chance to win an autographed game-size helmet signed by C.J. Stroud. Name in the raffle box, and you can come hang out with us and do your thing. It is divisional round playoff football as the Texans have a huge matchup. Speaking of the other matchups around the NFL, Clint, the big one here outside of Texans Chiefs is Ravens Bills. I think most people think that's what we're going to be talking about going into Monday is what happened in that game. You've got Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, 1 and 2 in the MVP race. One of those guys will win it. I don't even know who is favored at this point, but one of those guys will win it. And two, both of those guys, Clint, have been in the when are they ever going to win the big one? When are they going to? Neither one's been to the Super Bowl. Neither one, both of them have made one appearance in the AFC Championship game, and they both lost in those games. Everything talked about them is they can't get over the hump. This is a huge game in between the two of them, and you can text your thoughts in on this as well. Who do you get the sense needs this game more, Clint? Who needs this game to you more, Allen or Lamar?
Since it's so easy for you, I'm gonna let you have this one first. I'm torn. I don't know how in the hell this is an easy pick for anybody. You're talking about slaying the dragon. And both of them are up against, unbelievable careers. You're talking about Super Bowl caliber quarterbacks and teams if it weren't for one guy, right? There's a lot of teams that could say back today. Now it's Pat Mahomes. And so you're talking about a chance to slay the dragon once again, which both of these guys need desperately. So, man, I don't know, Ron. I don't know. I got to hear your take of why it's so easy to pick one or the other.
To me, it's Lamar, and as you sit there, for me, it's easy. This is just my thought. It's not even an age thing. Clint, one, Josh Allen has played well in the postseason, right? That's not really his deal, right? They've just been, quite honest, I've watched every one of them. For the most part, man, he's just run up against that damn Chiefs team right now.
He's put his best foot forward.
Now, and it's been opposite because Lamar's running to him as well, but Lamar did not play well. Like, you can look at the game last year against the Chiefs, his only AFC Championship game, the only time he's played them, and say, Lamar was a major reason why we lost the game. Like, in terms of mistakes, multiple turnovers in the game, and just, they scored 7 points or 10 points in the game. That's not the thing with Josh. Josh is just them. Like, if Josh could go out there and play some defense, maybe they'd have a chance in some of these games. So that's one part of it. But the other part for me, Clint, is I don't know if Lamar is going to play on a better football team than he is this year or next or last year. Like, the last 2 years, they were really good last year. The number one defense, giving up like 16 points a game at home, and then they take it up. Derrick Henry, we'll see how long he continues to play this way or if he's still there. But I don't know if he'll play on a better team when you start to think they got to make some more decisions on guys. Josh Allen, I don't think Josh Allen has played on the best team that he will play yet. I think they've started to rebuild this thing. They're doing it right now. And here in a year or two, they're going to have money where they can go out and spend and do other things. I think Josh Allen's best team that he'll play on has not occurred yet. I don't know that Lamar is going to play on a better team than he's been on the last 2 years. So that's why, to me, it is a big need for him to get it done right here.
Boy, that's a good.
Because Coleman, the guys that are around him in 2 years are going to be much better than this, right?
Well, this is the second team that Lamar's had like this. Back when they were running the football, and I don't remember the numbers, but just putting up ridiculous numbers, doing things the league had never seen with Mark Ingram and them fellas back in the day.
His first MVP, but he wasn't like
he
this.
was, right, yeah. And now all of a sudden this team that you've got, as you mentioned, a better Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry. The defense is significantly better the last 6 weeks of the season than they were the previous 10 weeks. And so, yeah, I think that's a great point, man. I got to agree with you. I didn't know which way to lean, just individually, which guy needed it more. But you're right. I don't know that Lamar's going to be surrounded by more talent than he is right now. And I think it's pretty easy to get it to a place where there's no question. Josh,
the deal, Joe, and that division. Yeah. I don't know who the hell's coming in the East with them, as they will just get better. So that's for me from the text line. Christian said, to me, it's Lamar, especially this year with Henry. He might not have a better chance. That's just my thing. Is I just don't I don't know how he could get better than the parts surrounding him.
Yeah.
Right now. I thought it last year, Clint, and then they went and got Henry, and it got even better. They're not going to be able to keep all. They got like 6 All Pros on that team. Like, they're going to have to start making some decisions as money goes up as well. By the way, here from YouTube and Twitch, Robert Thomas says first in line at Onyx. On the way.
Attaboy, Rob.
Immediately coming off the text line, 100% showing up, especially on game day. Throw in playing squares and a raffle, and I'm staying open to close.
Well, that is a great. I wonder how many shake joints around Houston are selling squares and drink specials for the game.
The good ones.
The good ones. The smart ones.
You think we'd hear about
the
them.
ones James Harden went to?
Harden ain't looking for no drink specials.
Give me 610, them Onyx wings, and
and
the entertainment. Let's go. Let's go.
Ron's on to something here, man.
I'm telling you, man. I just
I mean, it was my idea, but
okay, Tyler's
that's
on
fine,
to
Clint.
Here.
You know,
I think
just give Ron the credit. It's fine.
I don't know how well it will be received if it comes from you, Tyler.
But listen,
that's a great point.
I do want to. I don't want to be technical. I think Tyler threw up shake joint. I brought it home.
Yeah,
no, Clint's right. This was you, Ron. This was all you, bro.
I formed it and really brought it home. But
I think it's got a better chance of landing if the married man brings it to the table.
Honest to God, I think you probably got to be the one leading it in. And then
we got to put a package together, see if we can't sell this, boys.
Yeah. And maybe Tyler, you support us from outside of the office on this one. But yeah, I think
I'd love to.
There was a time when I'd slide on in and have a little have a little back office conversation this evening, see if it's a real possibility. But them days are behind me, boys.
You're not talking about from 610s in.
No. I'm talking about that shake, that back office at the shake.
Let's see what we get done. All right, coming up as we continue live here on a Thirsty Thursday here, Buffalo Wild Wings, Katy location, Park Row is where we are. Make your way on out here. I want to have a conversation about what Clint and many people believe is the most important person for the Texans in this game coming up, C.J. Stroud. We'll discuss that coming up next.
it for less at Harbor Freight.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Well, hey, boys.
It's a Thirsty Thursday playoff edition with our friends at Buck on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off Park Row in Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live on The Drive and on location for this Thirsty Thursday. Welcome in, come on out and enjoy yourself as we'll be here till 6 o'clock. We are at Buffalo Wild Wings. Of course, it's Thirsty Thursday, so where else would we be? And we are in Katy, the Park Row location, so make your way on out here. I know we got some, anytime we're on this side of town, I know we got a couple of our Katy regulars that'll find their way in here.
West Side.
That's right. Won't you come in here and join them? Join them, and you'll have a chance to win some nice Texans gear or Texans products. You can go win an autographed football from Jalen Petrie, Stafford's own, and you can win an autographed helmet from C.J. Stroud. All you got to do is make your way in here and put your name in the raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win. Coming up later in the 4 and 5 o'clock hours. So do that when you get in. If you're on the way, you might want to do it when you get in. And if you're in here and you have not done so, there is the raffle box right there as we continue. All right, Clint, you said yesterday C.J. Stroud has to bring his A game. You talked about this being a game where you need a big-time performance. We said, if we're being honest, CJ had probably formed better than he did in the game against the Chargers. And I wonder from you and the people, and again, this is just a question in which I think there are people who are on both sides of this thing, and I would love to hear your thoughts around 713-572-4610. Those who are on YouTube and Twitch as well, jump in on this thing. C.J. Stroud, do you have any concerns about him in terms of handling this moment, handling, all eyes on him, handling all of this coming up in this game on Saturday? Because last year I would have never, ever thought this would even be a question, Clint. Based off the poise and everything we saw from him. But, I mean, if you kind of really look at it this year, the closest thing that we have to pressure is the standalone games, the primetime games, the games like that. And the Texans haven't had great performances, and C.J. Stroud hasn't had great performances. If you look at the standalone primetime games, the Bears, the Jets, the Lions, the Cowboys, the Chiefs, Ravens, and then last week against the Chargers, the Texans are 3-4. Stroud is 5 touchdowns to 7 picks, and also this plays a part. He's been sacked 25 times. Now, in all fairness, in the playoffs, he's 2-1. The Texans have scored 29 points a game, 65% completion, 240 per game, 6 touchdowns, 1 interception in his playoff career. But we've seen what's happened. We saw how it started off against the Chargers. It was shaky at times. We've seen it shaky. Do you have any concerns about C.J. and how he's going to fare in this moment?
Yeah, absolutely.
You do?
Yeah, I mean, not necessarily in – I don't want to make it about the moment of being in the second round of the playoffs and the pressure that comes with that, or the moment that Pat Mahomes is across the field from you and it's that kind of matchup. And I don't worry about, him from that perspective at all, not one bit. I think overall, I've said it throughout the year. I think there have been moments this year when C.J. Stroud has been a fragile quarterback, a guy that was somewhat lost and doubting himself and doubting a lot of what was going on, I think. I don't know that. I'm just from a 30,000-foot view watching the guy, covering the guy. It strikes me as there's been moments like that. We've heard from the team multiple times, Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans and Bobby Slowick and all these guys needing to reiterate how we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for C.J. Stroud. I've been that guy before. I fumbled the ball in my career in the biggest moment, and boy, for the next year, everybody's telling me, "Oh, Clint, don't worry about it, man. We wouldn't have been there without you, man. You know, it was impossible without you." Like, I know what those kind of comments from the organization mean and what they're really trying to accomplish. And to me, that's been the roller coaster that C.J. Stroud's been on this year. And so I just worry about that roller coaster in a big, hitting a low, and not worry as in, oh my gosh, how's C.J. Stroud going to be? The worry of like, hey man, it's this team is ultimately going to live and die with C.J. Stroud's performance. And I don't think this is a game where the defense can carry you all the way to victory like they ultimately did last week.
And I think we're kind of in the same boat. And I'm seeing some people text in. One of my concerns is, can the defense play as good as they did on the road? We're talking about kind of CJ, and someone texted in as well. I have concerns about my 23-year-old handling this kind of pressure. I would have that concern in any profession. For me, I want to make it clear, Clint, and I think you're saying the same thing. I don't think CJ is scared. I don't think CJ is going to just become overwhelmed and just absolutely fall apart and not be himself. To me, it's more of a just maybe is he ready right now for it? The best way that I can describe it is, you remember Kobe? And I don't know if many of you remember, he had that playoff game against the Jazz, and he just came, this is before they start winning, and he said, man, I'm not afraid to take the shots. I'm just going to keep taking them. But he wasn't taking the shots that he probably should have taken. He's just banging up threes, just going up. He was fearless. Kobe wasn't scared. He just wasn't ready for that moment. And to me, that's a concern that I do have. And I'm surprised I'm having that, because last year that's not what we saw or witnessed, and I would have not thought that would have carried over. But there is a deal of CJ, and that's why I use the Kobe example, trying to do too much. There is a feel of the aggressiveness, trying to go down. Like, for instance, the hey man, first down and 15, we're up. I'm going after Dalton Schultz and against the Derwin James matchup. Just trying to do a little too much and not just playing in the moment. That is, to me, the concern. I don't think he's scared. I don't think it's any of that. I do think maybe he's not quite ready for what this moment brings.
Yeah, see, I don't worry about CJ in that light. I think coming from Ohio State, he's played in a lot of monster matchups. Since he's been here in Houston, he's played in a lot of big-time matchups. Obviously, in the playoffs twice, and this will be his fourth playoff game to prepare for. I don't worry about the CJ. I worry about is the guy that comes out and maybe this is to your point of trying to do too much. The guy that comes out and instead of just taking what the defense gives him is trying to force the ball down the field and ends up putting you in bad predicaments and end up running 16 plays in 5 drives and that kind of thing. That's the part, and I don't think that's a pressure of the moment or big stage. I think that is just the inability at this point to commit to what he was great at last year and ultimately what wins from the position. So look, what you're saying in the very same of trying to do too much.
Yeah, because it's like Justin Herbert last week. I don't think Herbert was scared. I do think he didn't read the game situation and was putting his team in situations.
He pulled that old Framber Valdez in audible, didn't he?
Yeah, he did it. Just firing the ball across body and not managing the game. I didn't come away from that thinking Justin Herbert was scared. I came away from Justin didn't manage this game the way that he needed to.
Well, there's a tendency to make things a lot more difficult for young quarterbacks, a lot more difficult than they need to be. And CJ has proven this year to fall victim to that a lot. And granted, he hadn't had the most help from a play caller perspective all year long. Injuries have been an absolute monster. The protection has not been good. And so he's had plenty of factors that have led him to this. But the reality of it is CJ is the only – and this isn't an attack on CJ. It's the reality of playing the quarterback position. CJ is the only guy that can make Bobby Slowick right. CJ is the only guy that can minimize the mistakes that this offensive line is going to be highlighted for after this ball game, right? CJ is the only guy that can minimize the risk he takes with the football by throwing it to Granny instead of throwing it back across the field and into coverage. Like the answer this season and the answer right now for the Texans to play winning football is in the hands of C.J. Stroud any way you slice it. And the reality of it is I think it's not the inability or the concern of that, boy, he's not good enough to get it done. We all know that's the case, so he can get done. But it's the inconsistencies of managing all of what I just said. Last year, him and Bobby Slowick did an unbelievable job managing the injuries, managing the risks that you put on your offensive line, overcoming injuries at the wide receiver position. Just overly committing to that boring brand, safe brand of football, and it allows you to win a lot of games. They got to figure out a way to do that for 4 quarters. We've seen them do it for a half. We saw them do it for a half last week. We've seen them do it for quarters and halves and even 3 quarters. We've yet to see them put a full game together, and that's what it's going to take this week against the Chiefs.
Yeah, we've given examples. I just think it's a lot of, like, we did this with Josh. Josh Allen would kind of would try to do too much. I think Lamar Jackson has gotten in his head in years past of, do I got to throw myself in here? Do I use my legs? Do I like it? I don't think they were scared. I just think they needed. Someone texted in. I thought it was good. I don't think he's scared. I think he may lack some experience in some of these moments. And like I said, the primetime games have been weird this year. I think a lot of it has to do with pressure that he's been receiving. 25 sacks in those games is a big one.
Well, look. Here's the deal: again, I don't want to oversimplify it, but I think when you're in the middle of it, I think players in particular and coaches make it a lot more difficult than it really is. This boils down to, hey, man, that play that boring brand of football and picking times to be aggressive. That's what Pat does. That's what Josh Allen has learned to do and then forgot and screwed up, and then he learned to do it again when offensive coordinators got fired.
Forced him to do it.
Yeah, it's just – now Lamar's a little bit of a different animal because, Lamar had some deficiencies in terms – I don't think it was talent. I think it was just, forcing him to throw the ball to the sideline, taking away the middle of the field. He had to work on that and get better at that right there from time to time and throughout his career. And so that's a little different animal there. I think it's a little different approach. But you're just talking about young quarterbacks in general and kind of how they develop. Yep. All of these guys, they pick and choose, they set defenses up, they minimize risk, and then when it's time, I'm going to stick this dagger in you. And some teams can do it 3-4 times a game. Some teams wait till the fourth quarter to do it. And CJ has done it, and has done it at an unbelievably high level. It's just, we're a damn season away from it at this point.
Yeah, and listen, speaking of CJ and where, he can make some hay in this game and maybe start to feel confident. I've seen some people text in, all right, Ron, this Chiefs defense is really, really good. Where are the spots that the Texans can take advantage? I just want you to keep in mind there are 2 numbers I want to give you to kind of watch for in this game. The first number is number 27. The second number is number 13. I'm going to tell you what right now, even though the Texans have some issues with their receiver group, those 2 gentlemen, number 13, Johnson, number 27, Shamari Connor, they can be had. They can be had, and I'm telling you, if I'm CJ, if I ever see those guys matched up, and especially as one-on-one, if it is Nico, I would, which it better not ever happen, but if it's Nico, I would be all over the place. Those guys are the clear weak links. Those are the weak links in coverage, and every last one of them. 27's been beat by running backs, tight ends, wide receivers, anybody. He is those 2 guys CJ can exploit in the passing game. And I'm sure the Texans and Slowick and them have seen it. Those are the struggle. But 13 and 27, those are the numbers. If you can get matchups against those 2 guys, CJ, it's sometimes you talk about a quarterback of hey, man, I don't even got to really think. I ain't got to get confused. Hell, if I see John Mechie on 27 in the slot or 13, I can make some hay there. Hutch, any of them.
Yeah.
Those 2 guys suck. in coverage. I just want to make it clear. Mom, am I lying? Those are awful.
Hold on, Joe.
Awful. 27 shouldn't be on the field. He's a linebacker that can't cover.
Yeah.
Like so those two numbers.
Go back to my Joe Mixon take. Damn.
Yes, if Joe Mixon will kill him. He's been banged on wheel routes. He's a safety. So those two guys, they came into the season thinking Shamari Connor could be a slot corner, and they quickly had to stop that. All right, I mean it's Brock Bowers did a number on him, and that's a tight end. I'm talking 5-yard separation. I mean immediate. So 27 and 13. Those are two guys that C.J. Stroud and Bobby Slowick can really exploit. Coming up in the game if they get those opportunities. All right, as we continue to get you ready here, Turds list coming up at the bottom of the hour.
The Turds are back.
Turds lists are back, and there are plenty of candidates, so stay tuned for that as well. And we know about at least two guys we talked about. Joe Mixon, Nico Collins. Who is going to be the third guy? The Texans are going to have somebody else step up because I'm telling you, Steve Spagnuolo and any defensive coordinator are going to try to take away those two guys. Who is going to be the third guy? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out, man. It starts with a nuisance, and you just put up with it. But
Following Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and the Drive on a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday. Game analysis, inside info, and your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Thirsty Thursday playoff edition with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off Park Row in Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
You know, listen, no matter who ends up on 12, I mean, I'm talking about all 11 sets of eyes on defense need to know where he is. He's what we call a game wrecker, and if you let a game wrecker on offense wreck the game, that's not going to be good. So he's a guy that we're concerned about.
All right, that's defensive coordinator Steve Spagnuolo of the Kansas City Chiefs referring to Nico Collins, and that's for damn sure. Nico Collins, we've seen it. Nico Collins, this is not the first time, Tyler and Clint, that we've seen Nico Collins be the primary and sometimes feeling like the only threat in games, and he has still gotten loose, just like he did last week. Got loose against the Chargers. We saw him last year in that de facto playoff game against the Colts where he got loose, where there were injuries. We saw him against the Browns get loose. We've seen him get loose to the point where he's a Pro Bowler this year and had a great season. But as we know, when you start, you've said this a lot, Clint, when you start to run into really good coaches, especially really good defensive coaches, and you get into the playoffs and teams with experience and better teams that have guys, teams are going to try to take away what you do best, right? Not everybody can be like Belichick. Belichick used to always say, I want to make you left-handed. I want to take away the best thing that you do and try to make you beat me other ways. And to me, it is clear, and we have talked about it, the two things that the Texans have going for them from an offense perspective. They got two Pro Bowlers. Nico Collins is one, who we just heard Steve Spagnuolo talking about as a game wrecker, and it is real. And Joe Mixon is the other. We talked about it yesterday. Those guys have to perform, but Clint, I don't know if that will be enough, right? If that will be enough for them to perform, they need at least somebody else to step up to be a threat. They need somebody else to be able to come to the party when they, I think, employ ways of just flat trying to take Nico away or flat trying to take Joe Mixon away. And by the way, this has been one of the best rushing defenses in football this year, going in it to begin with. So I ask you and the people, who is the third person? Who is the person that you feel most likely and needs to be the guy that steps up? There are candidates out there. Mechie, we'll see if Woods plays. Hutchinson will have a bigger role. Schultz, who is the third guy to you?
Well, I think the third guy should be your $12 million a year tight end Dalton Schultz. That should be, but I've seen all I need to see from Dalton Schultz. He's not creating separation. He's more of a possession tight end. I mean, I watch football every Sunday, Thursday, Monday, and I see tight ends that I don't even know who the hell they are, making more plays and impacting the game in bigger ways than Dalton Schultz. And so, it should be Dalton Schultz given what that contract looks like, but I don't have any confidence that it's going to be that guy. I believe it's going to be John Mechie. We've talked a lot about John Mechie today, and I just tell you, there's something about John Mechie that I got a really good feeling about. And that's hard for me to say, because typically when you go to fumbling and dropping the ball and the team continuing to give you opportunities, I typically bow out a little quicker than the team does. I think there's something with John, starting to see him create the separation necessary. There's clearly some chemistry there with C.J. Stroud. And, again, call it what you want. Being the quarterback's best friend when you're a wide receiver or a pass catcher of any kind is never a bad idea. And so I think there's going to be plenty of opportunity given to him from the team. I think there's going to be plenty of opportunity in the moment given to him from C.J. Stroud. And at the end of the day, we've seen Dalton Schultz open several times this year, and C.J. Stroud is looking elsewhere. I just think John Mechie ends up being that guy, Ron. I think it's a fair question to ask in the sense of, do they have enough weapons and who is that weapon? But I'm going to be honest with you. I think it's fair. I'm not worried about it. Whether it's Dalton Schultz or John Mechie, I'm still going to lean back into, Ron, what we said early in the season when all the injuries started hitting these wide receivers. C.J. Stroud and Bobby Slowick have done their best work when they worry about getting the ball to one guy, and that's number 12. Move him around, put him in the backfield, throw him the screen, leave him outside, throw him the screen, throw him the quick game, throw him the mid-range game, throw him deep. When they got one guy to worry about getting the football to and then everybody else kind of just plays off of them, those two guys operate better. I'm not saying it should be that way because you'd like to think that Diggs and Tank and all these other pieces, Dalton and all these other pieces would make this offense more explosive, but that just never came to fruition. That's not the case with this group. The best Texans football that we've seen, Nico Collins was without a doubt, first and foremost, the priority on this offense. And so, I lean back into that of seeing, what have we seen, 30-plus games, 35-plus games of Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud, and their best work was done when number 12 was the only guy that was ever made priority, and everybody else was an afterthought. Everybody else was, if we can't scheme Nico open, then I'll get you a couple touches. So I just feel like there's a good chance that if they're going to win this game and they're going to put their best foot forward product-wise offensively, is that we just need to focus getting Nico the ball and let CJ play otherwise.
Yeah, yes, you definitely need to get him going. I think there's going to be points where they aggressively try to just force that not to be the case.
Sure.
And if you do, it's going to be big risk, and there's going to be matchups where other guys are one-on-one, whatever it is.
Well, now it wasn't the Chiefs, so I don't want to act like it was against one of the better defenses in the league. But at the end of the day, you and I have had this conversation a million times. Like, how in the world do you go out there and let in the first drive, if not the first play of the game, C.J. Stroud C.J. Stroud hit Nico Collins over the top on a post? It's the only guy you got to worry about. That's a number one problem.
No, they did it.
Like there were times last year when it was like, Nico's all you got, man, and we ain't real sure how real Nico is at this point. And Bobby's taking him out of the backfield and throwing swing screens to him and doing all kind of different things, getting him touches. Now he becomes hard to tackle again, and it's productive. So the question is, will we see that approach from Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud, not just focus on getting Nico the ball, but move him around and have Nico packages where he's hard to nail down where he's going to be. If they're going to tilt their coverage to Nico Collins, if you had Tank and you had Diggs, you can play their tilt. Hey, we're going to put Nico over to my left. I know you're going to tilt everything over there. We got now these concepts strong side are going to work tenfold better, right? You don't have that right now. So now the better approach is to take Nico and move Nico around and make them just get exhausted trying to chase him down and figure out where the hell he's going to be, and they can't tilt their defense to him. That is the way that we've seen Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud and Nico do their best work. I got to believe that's a big part of what they're going to do to Saturday.
Yeah, I know. I agree with you. I think they're going to need more than Nico and Joe, though. As someone texted in, I think Irv Smith is going to play a significant role in the passing game versus the Chiefs. Someone else texted in, the third guy must be Dalton Schultz. Must be. If Metch or X can do it, I'll eat crow on a video with glee. But it's Dalton Schultz's job. And I tend to agree with that, not just because he makes $12 million and not because he's the next most accomplished player outside of Nico Collins in the passing game. But, Clint, if you would look at one spot that the Chiefs have struggled this year, and that is covering tight ends. In 6 different games this year, tight ends have led in receiving yards. Brock Bowers lit them up twice. For 100 yards. Isaiah Likely, even the second tight end in Baltimore, lit him up for 9 for 111 and a touch. Kittle, I understand I'm naming some good ones. Kittle lit him up. To be honest with you, the last game they played against the Texans, hell, he had 5 for like 50 and a touch in the game anyway, did Dalton Schultz. So to me, the Chiefs, they have given up stuff from tight ends in this season. Maybe the thing that you can get them in the most. And Dalton Schultz has to be that guy to me. And in certain matchups, he should be able to beat some linebackers despite what you have seen this year. He should be able to do some things. But to me, it's got to be Dalton Schultz in this game to be the guy that relieves some stress to where, all right, if you're going to just be all over Nico, well, we got to release here, and we can get some damage here. Yeah. So to me, it would have to be Schultz. All right, coming up, Tyler's turd list. It makes his return, and there were several candidates. I got a feeling listening to things this week, I got an idea of who those candidates are, but Tyler's turds list coming up next as we continue live right here on The Drive, Thursday here, Buffalo Wild Wings at Katy Park Road location. But before
State. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Exclusive furniture, where low prices live.
It's a Thirsty Thursday playoff edition with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off Park Row in Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here Thirsty Thursday. Make your way in here as we are at the Park Row location here in Katy. You got prizes to win coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. We will hook some of the Jalen Petrie signed football, and in the 5 o'clock hour, C.J. Stroud, a game-size helmet autographed. We will hook somebody up with that. All you got to do is come on in and put your name in the raffle box. The Bud Light girls are here as well, as they will hook you up with some God, Tyler, man, we will hook you up with some some items as well.
Oh, was my mic?
Yeah, as you know, your mic was on.
Hello,
you popped the damn thing open. But no, you can enjoy yourself here, as TVs all over the place, food all over the place, and drinks as well. So come on out and have a good time with us. All right, as it makes his faithful return, as Tyler's turd list, and listen, there's no shortage of candidates this week on Tyler's turd list. I am patiently waiting. I saw throughout the week that people were giving Tyler suggestions for turds this week. Come on out and do your thing, Tyler. Let's hear it. It's return Tyler's turds list.
Pro athletes are sometimes a lot to handle.
We're just not good enough.
Maybe even a bit dramatic.
Altuve stole an MVP from Judge.
Turdish behavior will not be ignored. No one is safe.
I'm not going to let it take my joy.
It's Tyler's Turds of the Week on The Drop and Hughley.
That's right. It has returned, and there was, as Ron mentioned, plenty of turdish behavior out there amidst the sports world this week. A lot to choose from. We got a full podium, and if you're watching with us on YouTube and or Twitch, you see this golden turd trophy in my hand. Someone's going to get that first place spot. You'll find out in a second. But first, we're starting with the bronze medal. The bronze medal for Turds of the Week this time. It's happened before. Boys, it's one of our own. It's a member of the Sports Radio 610 team.
Oh, God.
Yep, it's happened.
You know what? I have not heard this story. I cannot wait to hear this.
Yeah, it's one of our own, and I'll go ahead and tell you. It is one member of Area 45 by the name of Sean Bijani.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that guy. Sean, I love you, man. I really do. Bijani's one of my favorite people up here at Sports Radio 610, but he really screwed me on Saturday, boys. Saturday, woke up, set the scene here for you. Woke up pumped. Wild card action in Houston. I'm going to NRG to watch these Texans end up beating the ass of the Chargers. Very excited, good feels, good vibes. Make a plan with Bijani to do a little tailgating, before the game. I wasn't going to be working. I was just going to be drinking anyway. Made a little plan with Bijani. I get out there to NRG real early. Probably got out there 3 hours or so before kickoff. But then I proceed to roam the parking lots around NRG Stadium and that POS Astrodome for the next, probably 90-ish minutes.
God, when you said POS, I thought you were talking about Sean.
No,
okay,
I mean, he's a turd right now.
He really did something.
Yeah, he's a turd, but I wouldn't use the POS on Sean. But no, Bijani, he's got to really work on the skill of giving directions. Because my man had me and the wife roaming around. By the way, I'm carrying a 12-pack of Miller. I'm not the strongest dude. I was sore the next day walking that long with 12 beers.
Tyler.
I could not find the damn tailgate Bijani was at. And you know why? This man kept telling me, right here in the yellow lot, this spot in the yellow lot, you do this in the yellow lot. Boys, Sean Bijani was drinking beer and eating food and tailgating in the orange lot. Now, I know orange is close to yellow. I know they're kind of, right there on the same color wheel. But, geez, Sean, I mean, he killed my pregame.
When did he figure it out? Because I got to believe you just walking in circles trying to find out where this nut is.
Well, I don't know if Tyler mentioned, but he had not did he only have the Miller Lite in tow, but he had wifey in tow as well.
Oh, that's right. Meg was there, so she's just walking too.
And she's just telling me like, I'm hungry. Are we almost there? Where are they? I got to get some.
Oh, and that was pissing you off just as much as anything.
I was fuming by the end.
From all angles. I got to be honest with you. I think you deserve it.
What?
You're owed this. You remember that time you had me sitting outside of that damn parking lot?
Yeah, it was my birthday and I was wasted.
It was your birthday. You kept telling me you was close.
And I apologized. I was very drunk.
But I said I sit out there parking lot for an hour. Yeah, you know what? You know what? The parking lot gods came back to get your ass, Tyler. That's where it is. Yes, it was turdish behavior from Sean. You got to know it. You got to have that.
Yeah,
you got to have that. Because I feel like, did he get up off his ass immediately and say, "Well, man, maybe where are they? Maybe I'm telling them the wrong spot."
Yeah. Look, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I don't know how clever Bijani is, but that sounds like a move that you do to somebody you really don't want showing up at your tailgate.
No.
And damn sure not 3 hours early.
And then he finally gets there when it's over.
Damn, kick off in 15, man. Let's go in.
You know how
we're walking in.
You know how I knew it was genuine is he finally, it's been the 90 minutes he's calling me. I answer the phone, and as I'm answering the phone, he doesn't realize I picked it up, and I hear him telling someone else, "Oh, yeah, man, I effed this up real bad." I said, yes, you did, Sean.
No, Sean's got to buy a couple of drinks.
Yeah.
He's got to buy a couple of drinks when we roll in there. At least some cotton candy.
Did you get like a three day afterward follow up? Like, hey man, I still feel pretty bad about that.
Yeah, just last night, whenever after our show, Johnny was like, "Dude, I really am sorry." I was like, "It's really okay, but you are a turd."
It's genuine.
Yeah, I would have bought you a bottle of $2 Chuck. All right,
he's a bronze turd.
Yes.
What's the silver? Who's the silver turd?
Yeah, silver time, and you can catch Sean on Area 45 tonight. By the way, 7 p.m.
Turding
it up, yeah, probably. Him and PC. Silver medal on Turds of the Week this time. If you missed it, there was a wide receiver, wide receiver for the Texans who they showed the door to this week. It was a short-lived stint for this receiver. It was Deontay Johnson. And if you missed it, D'Amico, his explanation of the Texans parting ways with Deontay was this.
Yeah, with Deontay, unfortunately, it didn't work out, and we're on to the Chiefs.
Those 4 seconds right there, that is all you need to know as far as why is this guy on the turd list with the silver medal.
Listen, we've heard reporting that, hey, after the game, after the 32-12 ball game in which Joe Mixon is lighting up cigars at the expense of Rex Ryan and everybody's having a good time, that he's going off pissed and mad in the locker room about his role. But I need to get down to the bottom of the specifics.
Yeah,
I want to find out exactly what happened from pillar to post, from start to finish, what happened on that thing. I don't know why that is so interesting.
Got to call Aaron Wilson.
Somebody.
Bijani's got a story, too, you might be interested in. But no,
okay.
Yeah,
please.
Yeah. Maybe you can make up for your turdish behavior, Sean.
Talk to him over the phone. I won't meet him anywhere. Yeah. All right, who's the gold medal winner?
That is the silver. Stop switching teams in one NFL season, man. You've been on 3 squads in one football season. You probably shouldn't be pouting. Deontay is silver.
He went back to a 4th because he got picked up by the Ravens again.
That's right.
Yesterday.
All right, gold medal time. Once again, if you're on YouTube, you see the golden turd. It is legendary. And look, most of the time here on Tyler's Turds of the Week, every Thursday right around this time, we mainly have fun. Obviously, having some fun at Bijani's expense there. It's mainly to have you laugh and give you some entertainment in that form. But this week's Golden Turd Trophy and its winner is a little bit more serious in my mind, because this dude is just a complete asshat. This is a grown-ass man who is in desperate need of an ass whooping. And I'm talking about the Eagles fan up in Philly that if you missed it, we talked a lot about it yesterday.
See you next Tuesday.
Yeah, this Eagles fan was using very inappropriate language, heckling, and giving you-know-what to a female fan of the Packers at this Eagles playoff game. He was saying things no man should say to a woman, let alone someone you don't know, a complete stranger at a sporting event. This Eagles fan needs his ass whooped. He's no longer going to be at Eagles games, but he can take solace in this Golden Turd Trophy and put it up on his mantle.
This dude is – hey, I've watched the video, Tyler, and I've heard it. Yeah, I mean, is there an age in which you don't want – like you feel bad about if this guy gets his ass kicked?
Nope.
Is there an age? It's 70. It's 75. Is there an age where you're like?
No, I don't think there's an age. I think to what degree. Like I don't want anybody curb stomping him or anything. But I would love to see just a one punch, fold him up,
maybe a swirly.
Just what is a swirly?
To put him in the toilet.
Oh, you're going to stick it? That may drown him, man. Hell, let's.
No, just the head.
Well, that's typically how people drown.
Like I was thinking the idea that you had,
just the
that idea you had to walk him up at the top, but then when you get to the top, kind of push him down the steps.
Well, damn, down the steps?
Yeah, that hurt real good, but he'd probably live. That's good.
You're trying to get arrested.
I don't want him to die.
I'm going to do everything I can in that moment right there to allow him to talk his way out of what he just did.
You think he'd have a different? Look,
I mean, you take if you don't end up, I mean, if you punch old buddy, there's a good chance you'll get arrested. Regardless whether you're right, wrong, or indifferent. Now, if you like sternly ask him to come up on level ground to talk to me, and then we walk back down there and he shuts the hell up the rest of the time, it's going to be blatantly obvious that I checked his old ass and he understands what the consequences and repercussions could be. And so it's really even better.
There's a part of it that you would love to have him have to come down there and apologize to her.
I actually did that one time in Fayetteville.
What you got coming up at the 4 o'clock? I'd like to hear that story.
I caught old boy walk by and did in the crowded bar, walk by and backhand my girl's butt. I saw it. Quinn Grovey had to hold me back from just curb stomping his ass. I said, I tell you what.
Shout out to Quinn.
I said, I tell you what, Quinn. I said, you go over there and tell him to come over here and apologize to my what at the time it was. I mean, ended up almost married old guy. I said, you come over here and tell her tell him to apologize to old girl, and he can walk out. About 5 minutes later, old boy walked over and apologized.
What does Quinn look like? Is that a guy that can force another person to come to apologize?
No, not temperament or he's a shorter dude. I mean, Quinn can hold his own, ain't no doubt about it. But he's a shorter dude. Looks like more of a.
And wasn't one of your offensive linemen?
No, it wasn't nothing like that. He knew him. He knew him and was partners with him. He went over and said, "Hey, man, you might want to go over and straighten this out."
All right.
And there you have it, baby.
What you got coming up at the 4?
Well, look, you remember back in the day when or several times when Tyler plays a song, and I tell you, man, that right there, if you don't bob your head, then something's wrong with you. I had a partner send me a video, and it's a song, Ron, and I just want to see how many heads get to bobbing. I ain't heard this song in a long time. I ain't gonna lie, it made my day significantly better when I heard this video. Right, I got to play it for the people, and I want everybody to let us know 713-572-4610 where this thing takes you. Number 2. Tyler didn't include any of these turds on his turd list, but we got to keep tabs on these clowns that keep wanting to pop off and be this week's Rex Ryan. Let's see who's at it on the Texans from that perspective as well. We'll do all that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
daily use.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
He is highfalutin.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, it is. Hey, look, we're having a nice little Thirsty Thursday out at Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy, Park Road Boulevard. Come on through.
That's right.
And hang out. We got some folks coming through. Ron just having a nice little solid convo in the break with my man Ernest over here. Texas
Shout out to Ernest in the building.
Coming through, baby. It is a Thirsty Thursday. Playoff football. Tension is high in the city, and it's absolutely beautiful. We want to give a big shout out to everybody out there listening. Look, if you're listening on the AM dial, the old school way, we greatly appreciate you. The FM dial, you can hear us on 100.3 HD2. That's how I listen typically when I'm driving in the city. You also could watch on YouTube and Twitch. We appreciate those folks as well. Being active on the chat. I'm sorry for not being as active today as I typically am. I don't have enough devices in front of me.
I got you.
I appreciate that, my brother. I appreciate that. Twitch and YouTube, that group is wild. Now, be careful out there. I know there's a bunch of y'all that listen via the Odyssey app. The really cool thing about the Odyssey app is you can keep us on your hip and take us everywhere you go, whether you're working out, you're at the office, you're in the car. Y'all know how the app game works. You can take us anywhere and everywhere you go. And there is a rewind feature on that. So if there's a certain segment that you want to get back to and check out, you can do that on the Odyssey app. If you haven't downloaded the Odyssey app, we would greatly appreciate it. AUDACY. Download that Odyssey app and stay plugged in. Big shout out to Bud Light as well. Bud Light gals are here.
I see you. I need one.
Plenty of Bud Light to go around. Come on through and hang. They know how to throw a little party here. We got a C.J. Stroud autographed full-size helmet that we're going to be raffling off, as well as a Petrie pigskin, a true game football, Texans game football with Jalen Petrie's autograph on it. We'll be raffling those off in the last half of the show, which starts right now. We'll be making that happen pretty quick here. Ron usually makes that decision whenever folks start piling in. So come on in and get in that raffle, hang out, have you some grub. Buffalo Wild Wings has some great grub. My man Andrew just walked in. Y'all come on through and hang out with us. Y'all look, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you something. I don't know that I had as much of a problem around bye-week comments last week as a lot of folks did. I obviously see how disrespectful it is.
Quite frankly.
But look, I agree, Nick. In hindsight, it really is. But let's be honest. If you watch the Baltimore game, if you watch the fact that they only played a drive or handful of plays against the Tennessee Titans, and really if you've watched the Texans for a stretch of football here, there's been some struggles, and you could understand why somebody would watch and say, hey, man, I don't think the Texans show up in the first round. It's not a crazy thought. Right? Rex got a little aggressive. It got away from him, but it's not a crazy –
A little.
Yeah, it got away from him. It's not a crazy thought just in general to think that the Texans would struggle in the first round. Clearly, he was wrong, and he had to circle back, and he had to eat crow, which is a beautiful thing about it. You go out there, you play well. Folks on the back end of it have to eat crow. Here's Rex Ryan, I guess – afterwards, after the Texans handled business in a very impressive fashion. Here is Rex Ryan walking it back.
Well, it's certainly not a bye week, is it? Oh, my goodness. I think Houston has a chance here, and because I'm not going to ignore what I just saw. I'm not going to ignore it. That pass rush was absolutely ferocious. And it wasn't just against the 5 offensive linemen. They kept shipping. You know, your superstar right tackle for the Chargers, I can't stand, is overrated as hell. But anyway, they couldn't block them. They could not block them. And so to me, yes, that's a problem. What's the Achilles heel for offense? Pass protection. This team, and I get it. I know they beat them by 8 points in the regular season in a game. I get it. But they look different. For some reason, something clicked to that football team, and they look different.
All right, well, there you have it. There's Rex Ryan. Hey, he clearly was made to look like Boo Boo the Fool, and it's fun when the Texans can make that happen. And look, they made me look like Boo Boo the Fool. I thought I predicted them to lose. In fact, I thought that the Chargers were going to win 24-13. So that they go out there and they handle their business.
I guaranteed it, just to be very clear.
You did. You guaranteed it. You got your nickname back on it. You were right, and I would imagine most folks don't want to talk about you being right. They just want to answer. They just want to get on you when you're wrong. That's okay. I get it. But in the light of Rex Ryan making the comment that he made last week and then having to kind of walk it back a little bit after the Texans handled their business, I think we ought to keep tabs on these clowns out here that are getting super aggressive. Now, I think it's the Rex Ryan effect. I think it's folks seeing how many clicks and how many views Rex Ryan got, how much attention Rex Ryan got with his comments. So I think folks are trying to double down and get the same reaction. But it starts with one of them old boys from Kansas City. One of them old Kansas City boys. Spent a little time in Houston, good friend of John Lopez. Spent a little time on these airwaves here talking to the fine folks of our beautiful city of Houston. Nick Wright. He's obviously a big Kansas City Chiefs fan, and nothing wrong with that. But Nick got a little aggressive with his comments about the Chiefs-Texans game this week. Here's what it sounded like.
Not a bye. It is, however, the Chiefs' final practice of the year.
You got to go hard.
And here, I told this to Greg yesterday, and we can show you Mahomes' numbers in this round. It's very simple. LeVar Ball style, never lost. Never turn the ball over. Just crush.
Bad omen right
But here's why it's not, though. Because you don't lose a game you're not playing, and they're not playing a game. They have one final practice before their season starts. And here's how the Chiefs' seasons work. It starts in the AFC Championship game. If they go 0-1 that year, they have massive changes. It's happened twice. Once they fired the defensive coordinator after going 0-1 in 2018, and once they traded Tyreek Hill after going 0-1 in 2021. If they go 1-1, win the AFC Championship game, losing the Super Bowl, they look at the team and say which unit needs to be overhauled, and they fix it. That happened in 2020 when they went 1-1 and they changed their offensive line. And if they go 2-0, they hold a parade. But the season doesn't start this Saturday.
Yeah.
It starts next Sunday.
That makes sense.
So, no, I'm not giving Houston a chance. I'm not.
I mean, Ron, he's got that KC blood running. This may be a little bit. This is a little more aggressive than Rex just kind of popping off on set. This may be a little more aggressive. I mean, a practice?
Well, much like any fan base, there's and I love Nick. Nick is I've had some moments with Nick. Shout out to a nice little drink that I had with him and his wife and my wife at Firefly in Westport in Kansas City. Had some time with
Nick.
Nick.
You didn't take him to Mercury Room?
It wasn't around then yet.
Oh, okay.
But
that's our spot.
But listen, there are different levels in in fan bases, right? There's an annoying side of fans. There's a level of overconfidence, like my man Ernest right here, who just literally told me as we were discussing that the Kansas City Chiefs at home don't have a chance. He doesn't see how they have a chance to win the game. My man Ernest, right? Like, I think Ernest is delusional, and I think that's over the top. Just like with Nick. When Nick says this, yes, we are both Chiefs fans. We are both from Kansas City. We both lived in Houston. We both lived in the Sugar Land side of the city when we moved here. That don't mean we handle things the same way. No,
Your nose isn't as big either.
No, but wider. But no, Nick's over the top on this thing, and he is. It's not a practice. This is a real game, and just because they played worse at times during the season wasn't a practice either. They struggled. They have the ability to struggle in games. So no, me and Nick don't see it the same way on that. I think we both see that the Chiefs probably going to win this game, but no, I don't think it's a yawner.
Well, I don't think Nick sees it that way. I think Nick is stirring the pot. I think where Nick is really good.
I don't know, man. I think he might see it.
Stirring them turds.
Where you're really. I mean, he does a really good job of how, no matter how outlandish the take is, He's really good at explaining it and getting you to think at least twice about it. You may not agree, but you can think twice about it. But I mean, that's just plumb ass silly. It's disrespectful. Now, look, I'll be honest with you. If we were playing Baltimore, and somebody in Baltimore said that, I would understand. I
think it's disrespectful too.
Well, no, it's still disrespectful, but I can't get mad about it. The way that they've gutted us over the years, I just can't get I can't get mad about it. But this particular situation, I just don't think it's called for. Now, he's not the only one. Paul Pierce, who, by the way, one of my, I mean, I don't know him personally, but love to watch him play the game. Him and KG and them boys in Boston was that was some of the best basketball that I recall watching. Yeah, back in the day, it was good times. Well, now Paul Pierce, and I don't know where the studios are that Paul Pierce works at, to be honest with you. So this 15-mile walk may be a little different if you're in New York or L.A. But either way it goes, walking 15 miles ain't it. Here's what Paul Pierce is putting on the line if the Texans beat the Chiefs.
If the Chiefs lose to the Texans,
It's memorable.
I live 15 miles away from here. I'm walking
That's
in.
what Paul was saying in the media room. Talking about I'm walking.
Don't do that. I'm walking in on the meet. I'm walking here. I'm walking here if they lose the Texans. I'm walking here 15 miles.
They could, though.
I'm walking.
I would hate to see you have to walk.
No, it's going to.
Because you know coming over that 405, it's a hill. And a hill.
That's okay. I'm going to get up at 5 in the morning.
Okay.
I think you longer than that.
Don't do that. Don't say that, Paul, because you're saying this. And if it happens.
I'm walking. I'm telling the world right now, you can look me in my face. I'm looking right at the camera.
8-hour walk.
Listen, I'm walking here on Monday. If the Chiefs lose to Houston, it's an 8-hour walk, and we're going to see what's up.
Okay, I'm going to just make sure we got a camera crew available and ready.
And we
But
should
the
have
camera
one.
crew will be in a car because
Right.
we're not subjecting them to this walk.
I'm walking.
8 hours to walk 15 miles. First of all, Paul, you are you're pimping that thing. If it takes you 8 hours to walk 15 miles,
I ain't gonna lie to you. That sounds like
he's dead serious.
That sounds like a bet that I could see myself duped into.
Will you make it right now?
No.
Let's do it.
You'll walk to work Monday. It's
I'm
gonna
down.
Be freezing.
I'll be starting
freezing.
Saturday. Is what I. No, but those that I might not bet money. But that feels.
You can park at the Galleria and walk.
That feels like the type of bet I take. I dye my hair blonde. That feels like take a walk. That feels like the type of just off the cuff bet I'd make.
Well, I mean, this is just wildly disrespectful. I understand the Chiefs and what they've been of late. I get it; they are absolute monsters. But damn, walking 15 miles and practice, I don't know if I can handle that one right there. But. We're going to keep tabs on this, Tyler. I know you. I can't believe you didn't have either of those guys on your turds list, man.
There's a lot of candidates this week.
I told you there's a lot of candidates.
Well, there'll be. I mean, look, there'll be another one pop up this evening. There's somebody else popping off and disrespect. We need to keep tabs on all these different clowns that are trying to compete with Rex Ryan. Hopefully, the Texans can make them walk it back on Sunday and Monday
and walk home.
And walk to work. I guess that'd be. That'd be tough. All right, like I said a little earlier, man, we're out here for a Thirsty Thursday at Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy off Park Row. Come on through and hang out with us. We're giving away a C.J. Stroud helmet and a Petrie pigskin, a Jaylen Petrie signed football. We'll be raffling it off in the next couple of hours here while we're at Buffalo Wild Wings. Come through, grab you some Bud Light, a couple Bud Lights, and get you something off the menu. What'd you eat today? Barbecue?
I just got some wings, plain wings. Yeah, man.
I went ahead and slid in, and Teresa gave me her barbecue wings. They were pretty good. Honey barbecue. I don't know if I would have ordered that off the menu, but it was pretty solid.
Yeah.
Hey, speaking of that, on the way in, Ron, I had one of those moments, man. Tyler, I had one of them moments. A buddy of mine sent me a video, and it was the Beastie Boys. It was the Beastie Boys back in the day. Turn that thing up, T.
That bass is quaking.
Hey, that song right there, that is definitely in my top 5 head nods. If you don't start bobbing your head when that song right there comes on, I just don't. I don't think our relationship has a chance.
Is this what do you call it? Park Street? Is it
Park Street? That's where I grew up. This one right here got a lot of run on Park Street.
That's a bop.
The Beastie Boys got a lot of run. Don't get me wrong, a lot of run. But this right here,
Ice Cube bumping his head to it in this video. I love it.
Hey man, when he starts out and it's just him talking, and then all of a sudden the bass kicks in, it's game over. If you don't bob your, even if you just bob your head, even if you're not a head bobber and you just, like if you're not drawn to bob your head for a couple of seconds right there, I don't know that we can go any further.
I think the Texans should warm up to that tune on Saturday.
Yeah, how do you
to
mix
that tune, huh?
I'm gonna tell you, hey, the back in the arena ball days, I played arena ball for 3 years. That was the best football ever for getting music involved in, like intros or moments in the game, because it's obviously a basketball arena. Oh, man, you could really get loose with it.
Get yourself good and loose.
Oh, man, that song right there.
Good list. Yeah,
I'm gonna listen to that tune on the way home, Tyler.
I know
Thanks,
you are.
man.
I think I am
listening
too.
to it in between one of these breaks.
Well, I was listening. A buddy of mine, a good friend of mine that knows the kind of music that we have similar taste in music. He sent that to me, and I was like, man, I usually don't appreciate the videos you send me. Usually, I'm like, it's an eye roller. This was good.
You know the name of that track off the dome?
Is it?
I don't. That's why.
Let's think about it
Low
through
and low?
the break. Let's think about it through the break.
Okay.
As we slide through here, the injury report is out. As Tyler prolongs it and poses a question to stretch this thing out, is what Tyler does. Tyler's going to roll too. All right,
You see
coming
that
up.
song got him out of his gourd, man.
The injury report is out. There are some designations for the game for two important guys, Joe Mixon, Robert Woods. We'll let you know what those are coming up next.
All right, y'all, look here. Along with that song right there, which is an old-time great, absolutely tremendous.
Analysis, inside info, and your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Thirsty Thursday playoff edition with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off Park Row in Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
As the text line rolls through, and that's what our listeners always do a great job of. New Style, that's the name of the song. Shout out to Ocho. Shout out to my man who tweeted us the same thing, Sean G. It's the New Style. New Style.
I don't think it's it.
Okay. I mean, I'm just saying multiple people have said it. Tyler said that's it. When
I may have jumped the gun. I just knew that was a Beastie Boys track title.
Yeah, you don't think that's it? Clint is disagreeing and frantically trying to find out the title of the song. I mean, we've lost Clint here. If we can reel him back in the segment while we're trying to reel him in, I know he's listening with one ear, so we'll go here. The injury report is out for the Texans, by the way, and there are 4 players with designation: Will Anderson, good; Danico Autry, who had been on the injured list earlier this week, no designation, he's good. Juice Scruggs, no designation, he's good. Shaq Mason, who's returning, I don't know if he's going to play, but he's good and available, no designation. The 4 players who do have him: Azeez Al-Shire is listed as questionable with the knee. Another person I just can't imagine not playing. I feel like he would do whatever it takes to play with that knee. He was limited on Wednesday and Thursday, did not practice on Tuesday, but he is listed as questionable. Joe Mixon with that ankle, he popped up on the injury report earlier in the week on Wednesday. He did not practice at all today. He is listed as questionable. Tegan Cotoriano, and this has some importance because of the recent news of Cade Stover having to be placed on IR. He is questionable in this game as they will look to try to take him off of IR. And then Clint, not surprised, and the one that's most concerning is Robert Woods. He is listed as questionable with a hip, and he has not practiced all week long thus far here for the Texans. So those are big ones. I think Robert Woods is, to me, the only one, Clint, to me, where I'm like, hey, this is one to actually have a little higher concern of him not being able to go. Al-Shire, I can't see that. Now, him and Joe, I can't see those two not playing in this game.
Yeah, look, when you talk about Azeez Al-Shire, it's limited to 2 straight days, Wednesday and Thursday. That's one of those that you're there, you're getting the mental reps. Yep. They just don't want to risk the knee. I hope that's what that is. But being limited, I would be shocked if Azeez Al-Shire doesn't play here. I'd be shocked if Joe Mixon doesn't play. But you're right, Robert Woods. When you look at the depth of the wide receiver position being an obvious issue here, he's going to be relied upon in that role as well as the punt return role. The punt return role, I don't want to just brush over that and glance over that. At the end of the day, the having a guy back there that you can trust to not catch the ball inside the 5 or inside the 10, having a guy back there that you can trust in critical situations to come up and catch the ball in the air, not let it bounce, not let them pin you inside the 5 or inside the 10, like that is critical just in terms of winning the field position battle. And then you also go into with Robert Woods being hurt, you look up and you got probably your top 4 to 5 guys that would return punts for the Texans are either out because of injury or are questionable in this particular game. So just who do they trust to get back there and catch punts at this point in time, much less execute the finer details of being a punt returner. So that Robert Woods situation could get awfully hairy if he is indeed questionable and ruled out.
Like honestly, if he isn't, because I mean, you got to take this one serious. Like if UC did not practice 3 straight days and it's not illness, like that's one where you're like, all right, man, they got some real major concerns. If you can go, who would be the punt returner? Like, if you were, like, who would – it's – because Mechie's the only one that I've ever seen that's left. I mean,
I would think Xavier Hutchinson.
Well, I know he's caught kickoffs, but I don't know that I've seen him there in punt return. Maybe you have. I'm going back to training camp and all those camps preseason the last 2 years. I don't remember seeing 19.
Well, look, I mean,
involved
I can. If you'd have just walked in and said, "Hey, Clint, who have you ever seen catch a punt in a Texans game or practice?" I would say Tank Dell, Steph Diggs, John Mechie is one that's active, Robert Woods, Des King, who's no longer a Texan, right? I mean,
Steve Sims,
who's no longer a Texan.
Deontay Johnson returned punts against the Titans in that last game.
So, I mean, you're down. It's slim pickings, man. You got John Mechie or Robert Woods, whoever's healthy.
God, he is killing them. That just couldn't work out, that Deontay Johnson thing.
Had to be bad, man.
Yeah, but to the note that Tyler mentioned earlier, they did bring back Erickson. Alex Erickson. I think he's had some time with the Titans. He's had some time with the Bengals. He's been in Houston as well before. They have brought him in Carolina, I think, where I really remember him returning punts. They brought him in, and he's on the practice squad. And Clint, if Robert Woods can't go, they've already pulled up Wayne to be an extra receiver with the Deontay Johnson departure. Now they probably have to bring Erickson up, and I think it is a sign that they are really concerned about the potential of Robert Woods in this game, with that being the person that they went out and brought to the practice squad.
Yeah, you go out and get a guy that is very familiar with the offense, that's been in this system before with DeMeco Ryans and along with other places, and, by the way, is a punt returner. Was he not returning punts earlier for some – he was returning punts against us for somebody.
I feel like that was last year. I feel like I feel like it might have been a couple of years ago.
Well, they all run together. Nonetheless, the point is the dude returns punts, and several teams have trusted him to do so.
Someone texted in, "Don't matter, put Damian Pierce out there."
No, I don't know. If he's capable, that'd be good. I'll tell you one. In a pinch, who I wouldn't mind seeing out there?
Who?
Stingley.
He did it a little bit at LSU. I don't know, man. Most important game of your year. I'd like to have somebody back there that has had a
game rep,
in the NFL catching punts.
Yeah.
Did he
Patriots, who he was with earlier
this year? Did he get in that game, catch a punt for the Patriots earlier this year? I don't know. People are saying Damian Pierce. You're saying Stingley. They may have to get creative with it. For them, hopefully not. Hopefully Robert Woods can get back. It is just not a great sign when you just miss the entire week of practice with a hip. Not there. All right, coming up as we continue, your chance to win autograph helmet from C.J. Stroud, autograph football from Jalen Petrie, and people are starting to roll in. You might want to get in this. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. But all you got to do, if you haven't done so, sign your name, put it in the raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win as we are live here, Buffalo Wild Wings, here in Katy, Park Row location. Come on out and join us. All right, these two teams played a month ago. We heard Bobby Slowick talk about it being good that they were able to see things and be at Arrowhead. They played each other. They've seen each other. The Texans lost the first game. Who do you think has the advantage in game two? Who do you think has the advantage going into it? Who benefits a rematch going into the second game? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, I guess I was wrong about the Beastie Boys. It is the new style. But I tell you what I'm not wrong about is McCarron.
important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Get a free estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
It's a Thirsty Thursday playoff edition with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off Park Row in Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
It is over at Arrowhead Stadium. The Houston Texans fall to the Kansas City Chiefs 27-19. Lose to Kansas City, dropping their record to 9-6.
All right, that is Mark Vandermeer. The last time these two teams played was just about a month ago in Kansas City, 27-19 in that game. As you heard there, the Texans dropped that one there. I throw this out to you and the people, Clint, Tyler, and the people. 713-572-4610. By the way, congratulations to Andrew, who is our latest winner, and then he hooked up because Andrew loves the kids. Him and Luke, they love the kids. They hooked him up with an autographed Jalen Petrie football. But shout out to him. Coming up here in the next hour, you got a chance to win that game-size autographed C.J. Stroud helmet. So you might want to get out here to Katy here, Buffalo Wild Wings, Park Row location, your chance to win. But Clint, they played about a month ago, and usually there's somebody that may have an advantage in a rematch, right? Usually there's a team in which you saw them once and you play them again, and there's a bit of an advantage somewhere. You might try something different, or you do some different things. And I'm going through it, Clint, and I'm wondering, just objectively, who has the advantage because if it's a rematch. A lot of times the team going for revenge also has like an emotional advantage there. So I think that would obviously go. If we look at this thing, the Texans, they were without major pieces. They were without Foley Fatukasi in that game. They were without, I think maybe the biggest one, without Azeez Al-Shire in that game. Their signal caller and you talked about it, their defense is just different when he is out there. Juice Scruggs wasn't in that game as well. John Mechie was injured and out of that game. Now they don't have Tank Dell, and he was probably the biggest offensive threat in that game for the Texans, and obviously he got hurt in that game. Chiefs, they didn't have Jalen Watson. It's already been reports that he is going to return. Humphreys, the tackle they had just signed, they didn't have him either. It was Hollywood Brown's first game back. So there's some different pieces in this game for both sides. Chiefs haven't played a game where their top guys, they have not seen the field since Christmas Day. So that there is some time there. They've seen and been to Arrowhead before. Bobby Slowick made reference to that. D'Amico's had a chance to see this team again. Andy Reid, Spags, Bobby, they've all had a chance to see and feel the speed. Who do you think the rematch helps the most? Who do you think gets the gains the most out of the rematch going into the game?
Oh, I think it's the Texans hands down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for so many reasons. You look, I mean, C.J. Stroud went out there and threw 2 interceptions in the first half, and you went into halftime down 17-10. You're right there neck and neck. You come out of the second half, and C.J. throws what would be I think is the best ball that he's thrown all year long when he dropped it in the bucket to Tank Dell and ties the ball, or should have tied the ball game up 17-17. And then obviously the injury happens. And look, it shouldn't have had the effect on the Texans that it did. I'm not making excuses. I mean, it's borderline embarrassing the way that the Texans responded to that particular injury, if I'm being honest. And the fact that it shook them so bad that you could see in the next drive there's delay of games. You miss the extra point, there's delay of games. There's this, there's that. That there's no doubt about it, that swung the momentum. It killed the momentum that the Texans should have had on what I think was CJ's best throw of the season. And then obviously the Texans didn't finish. They sleptwalked for a couple of drives and didn't finish. So I think the Texans, now I don't think the Chiefs are in a spot right now with their organization where they need to draw from this kind of motivation, if you will, but I think the Texans are. You can look at that game and say, one, we had some pretty good things going in terms of knowing what they were doing, getting some plus plays. If we hadn't turned the football over and really given them points in the game, then it would have been a different score at halftime. And had the injury not happened, we probably could have capitalized. We definitely would have tied the game up and probably could have capitalized on some of that momentum. There's a lot of – now, all of that is ifs, which you know what those are, right? I mean, at the end of the day, they're all ifs. But if you're the Texans, you're sitting there going, yeah, man, we moved the football. We scored points. We weathered the storm and dealt with adversity in a way that we were only down 7 1/2. I think there's a lot the Texans can take from this game, especially opposed to, like, to me, if you're Baltimore, it's so hard to find these kind of things. If you're playing Kansas City, there's some things you can lean into that we at least did well against them at their place, and we should be able to hopefully duplicate it.
Yeah, it's interesting. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, who do you think has the advantage in the rematch? Just going into the game, who benefited more from playing the game playing the game already? I probably tend to agree with you. I don't know if it's as hands down. I think it's a big deal that the Chiefs got to see the speed of the Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson, and that defense got to see Kamari Lassiter, right? I think for the Texans, what have we heard the last 2 weeks? Like, we heard it from John Harbaugh. Man, the thing that jumps off the tape is they're fast. They play fast, and I think to experience that already and kind of have an understanding of how fast the Texans fly around, I think is a help for them. But I also think it's a big deal that the Texans have gone into Arrowhead before. I think the atmosphere is probably going to pick up a little bit, as Bobby Slowick said, but it's not a foreign thing. They'll be ready and have experienced that before in a game. The one thing is, there are two players that didn't play in the game for both teams that I think are massive and change these teams. I think Azeez Al-Shire not being there is massive for this team. I think it completely changes a lot of who the Texans are offense or defensively. Jaylen Watson, the corner, that may be a name that many people don't know. But if you just look at the Chiefs' numbers from when he played and then when he got hurt, they look like a completely different defense. So those two players are huge, huge parts in this game that aren't there. I think it's big. Now another thing, Juice Scruggs, there's a little something there. He has not felt what it's like to go against Chris Jones yet. Yeah. So that's a big one, but at least everybody else has. So I would lean towards the Texans, because I would think if this was the first time you were walking into Arrowhead and you're dealing with how that starts, I think that feels a little different, right? I think since they've experienced that, and that part is not something I do. I think slightly I would kind of lean towards that. The revenge part, I don't think there's anything like that. The Chiefs deal with teams who want to beat them every time. Sure, damn near everybody. They deal with that. But I do think the atmosphere is a big deal that the Texans have been able to experience already.
You know, another thing that I think plays in the favor of the Texans real quick is the lack of chaos that they were able to create around Pat Mahomes. Like you said, was there a sack in that game?
1 sec, Christian Harris.
1 sec. Like you, if you're this defense, even though it is Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes, and he gets the ball out quick, you've got to feel like going into this game that history will not repeat itself. You got to believe that this team feels like, now whether it happens or not, we'll see, but this team feels to be able to get to Pat Mahomes early and often and at least hit him. Maybe it's not a sack, maybe it's after release. They're going to be able to create some chaos around Pat Mahomes. I got to believe that they look at that first game and go, again, man, we were right there and we played good football, but we were never able to make Pat Mahomes uncomfortable. And that's what this team specializes in.
And it's also something, like, I don't know how many of those guys on the field had seen up close Mahomes. Right, and to understand that, I think it's one thing going into the game and saying, hey, man, you guys have got to be smart in your rush lanes. You got to be smart in your rush lanes. And then to see it and see how he gets away, I think there is some advantage. I think there's advantages both ways to kind of see things as well. Now, the one thing, Clint, is in my experiencing covering the Chiefs and covering Andy Reid, the game plan may be completely different than in what it was in the first game. Like you may see Andy Reid attack this team in a completely different way based off of maybe what you saw on tape, and it may not look anything like what you saw the first time. So that is a wild card of what Andy and Spags will do. But I also think D'Amico got to see it, and I think D'Amico, who I think is on par with Spags as a defensive mind, will change some things up. We've seen D'Amico put together amazing game plans. Look at what he did to the Dolphins. Look at what he did last week to the Chargers. So I think it's a real close call with the advantages of these things. All right, coming up as we move to the 5 o'clock, we will give you the full injury report if you missed that. And I'm talking both sides because there's a player that is listed as doubtful for the Chiefs. We'll let you know who that is. How about them Rockets last night? I'm telling you, boy, what they did to another West team. They got the Nuggets last night, and Jaylen Green. I think he won Tyler a little money, so stay tuned for that. We'll continue to give you all the latest hits going on throughout the day in the sports world. That's coming up next in the 5 o'clock hour as we continue live right here on The Drive.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
Ready? It's a rematch at Arrowhead. Let's go! The Texans take on the Chiefs in the divisional round on Saturday afternoon. Cue the action.
Bets off. For Puerto Rico, 1-800-981-0023. Subject to eligibility requirements. Bonus bets are unrestricted rewards credits that expire in 7 days in partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Clint, I need a shot.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Blonde Tip Bomber, as well as T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest for you. And the latest is, this is 5 o'clock fire, and it is brought to you by Kirk Holmes. And we are live here at Buffalo Wild Wings. Let me hear you, folks. Let me hear you. Let the people. There you go. Live at Buffalo Wild Wings. I see a lot of our Katy people. You can still make your way on out here. The Bud Light girls are out here, so you can just hook somebody up with a nice Bud Light. My man right here had one down the pipe. St. Louis in the house. I ain't gonna hold that against you. He had one down the pipe. So no, man, it's a good time. I see Andrew in the building. He's talking to my mom. Just don't buy her shots. But it'll be a good time. I will take that a little bit.
What if Teresa wants to turn up a little bit, man?
I'm gonna tell you, a couple of times ago she was out here. I saw my mom taking some shots at an event we was at, and I didn't know who the hell that was.
That's awesome.
I said, hey, man, why don't you slow down a little bit there, champ?
Hey, she's out of town, baby.
Oh, man. I tell you, man, we got over to the Watson's house. I walked in there. She was 2 shots in. I said, the hell's going on?
Go and let your hair down, Teresa.
Happened to that lady that was in the choir teaching Sunday school. She out here taking shots of tequila.
Go and let your hair
you.
down, Mama.
You don't know my social calendar. Anyway.
Party. That's right. I trust Dusty.
There you go. Come on out. Have a good time. You still got a chance to win an autographed game-sized helmet from C.J. Stroud. That can happen coming up here in the 5 o'clock hour. We are in Katy, Buffalo Wild Wings, Park Row location. Come on out and have a good time. All right, Clint, the injury report is out. Many of you just maybe getting off work, get in your car at 5 o'clock. I'll give you the ones that make that are the headlines here. Azeez Al-Shire questionable in this game with the knee. If he doesn't play, I'll be shocked off my ass. Joe Mixon, this one's weird. He just jumped up on the injury report on Tuesday. He was limited in practice on Wednesday. He jumped on the injury report on Wednesday with an ankle. Nothing wrong with him at all on Tuesday. Today, he did not practice at all. So that's one to watch. He is listed at questionable with an ankle issue. And then there is Tegan Quatoriano. This one matters a little bit because of the injury to Cade Stover. He's questionable. And then Robert Woods, the one that is most concerning, has not practiced all with the hip issue. He is listed as questionable. Shaq Mason has no designation. And Clint, I still don't think that means he's going to play. As we've seen throughout the week, even the days that he has practiced, Clint, their starting 5 of the offensive line has been Tunzel, Titus Howard, Patterson, and it has been Juice Scruggs in at right guard with Blake Fisher, the rookie, out at tackle. So it has not been Shaq Mason, even though he's been healthy enough to practice. So it looks like that's going to be the starting 5, Clint, which I agree with.
Yeah, look, I don't have any problem with it at all. That's exactly how I would start it, based off of one thing, and that is the way that they ran the football in the second half last week. In terms of, if you factor in the opponent along with the product that we saw, I think that was the most impressive run game that we've seen. Not to mention, it was at the end of the game when everybody that was watching the game, along with every Chargers player and coach, knew exactly what the Texans were going to try to do, and that was take the air out of the football and just chew the clock. And they were able to do it to the tune of Joe Mixon getting over 100 yards and to the tune of Joe Mixon finishing in the end zone and really stretching that lead out and ultimately putting the Chargers to bed. And so, look, that was impressive. And if that got done with Juice Scruggs, the right guard position, then dang it, that's how I would trust this week's offensive line. Now, if anything happens, if Shaq Mason goes through a week of practice and everything is good to go, you get in a game, and for whatever reason Juice Scruggs is struggling, whether it's with the communication up front or it's physically struggling, because he is one that was, again, as you mentioned, has been on this injury report as well, then I don't hesitate to go to Shaq Mason if I need to. But I start out riding Juice Scruggs until he gives me a reason not to.
Yeah, I'm with it as well. One thing I do want to pass along before I get to the Chiefs story in terms of injury, Clint, is I think this is big too, right? We've talked about it. Robert Woods could be in or out. We know Deontay Johnson is gone. One person that has been on the injury list that's not on it at all is John Mechie. So John Mechie, who had been on with the shoulder, had missed a game. They are going to need John Mechie, as you talked about, Clint. He looks like he is fully healthy, no issue. I mean, as fully healthy as you can be right now to not be on the injury list. It looks like the shoulder is not a concern, and he is going to be able to go, and that is something that they desperately need right now, Clint.
Yeah, they absolutely need it. There's no question about it. Another monster opportunity for John Mechie.
Another, huh?
Yeah, well, I mean, look, I don't mean that negatively. I just mean
he's had a few.
It just like if you look at the way that John Mechie has been treated and the opportunities that have come his way, he's set up to have a monster day at some point. I mean, this isn't a guy that didn't get any run with the ones all training camp, and he was treated like a fifth or sixth wide receiver, and he didn't really have time to create chemistry with the quarterback. He didn't get a lot of reps in the offense. This is a guy that's been treated like a starter from jump. This is a guy that's been in the huddle with C.J. Stroud from jump. And so there's this guy is ready to play. There's no doubt about it. I think he's slowly climbing. He's showing improvement every week. I think last week was a step back given the fumble and the drop. I think those were two of his targets that went the wrong direction. But everything, the way they've treated him, the way he's worked, the way he's kind of kept just chopping wood, everything points towards this opportunity once again when the stage is the biggest and the lights are the brightest. This opportunity, it's all primed and set up for John Mechie to have a big day, man. Yep. At some point in time, the kid's going to break through. I hope it's this week. It would be phenomenal timing, but he is damn sure getting plenty of opportunity. That's for sure.
He had a big game against the Lions. He's had they'd be useful to have one of those type nights for the Texans for him if he can play that way. On the Chiefs side of things, Clint, the story there is they have one player listed as questionable. That's Jaylen Watson. He has been on the IR for 11 weeks. He is their number 2 corner, a big part of their team. It's been reported from most NFL folks that he is going to make his return off of IR after 11 weeks. So it's big that he's there. Mecole Hardman, who has been their punt returner, a guy that they felt was closer to coming back than Jaylen Watson initially, he is listed as doubtful with a knee issue. He had been their punt returner. Sometimes they use him in offensive sets as well. He was their punt returner. He looks to be doubtful in this game. So that's kind of the story there from the Chiefs standpoint. But everybody else seems to be in a good spot to be able to play on Sunday or Saturday.
All right. 5 o'clock fire.
Yes, not only to report it, those are scoring at home. All right, Clint, the Houston Rockets, the number 2 seed in the Western Conference, had another big game last night, and they beat the Nuggets, and they win 128-108 in Denver. And hey, Tyler, what was it at 23.5 yesterday with Jaylen Green? Is that what?
Yes, sir. Money.
And listen, man, I said, hey, man, I don't know. Jaylen can be really inconsistent. He had 42 his last time out. I said, I don't know. And Jaylen, I think Jaylen had hit 23. I mean, well into the third quarter. I looked up, he had 27, and it was about 8 minutes left in the third. So I said, well, Tyler went ahead and won that thing.
Gotta love it.
And he was really, really good again. The best player on the floor. He embarrassed the hell out of some kid and his family when he dunked on his ass in the middle of the lane. Listen. What I got to say is the maturity of this team, Clint, is yes. The Joker, the MVP of the league, Jokic, he was out of the game. Sometimes this team in the past, when certain guys weren't there, they've kind of dropped and you don't see the same intensity. Nope. They said, man, we out here to whoop everybody's ass, whether Jokic is out here or not. They took control of that game. That game was never a game. Really, to be honest with you, there was never at any point after the first quarter the Rockets didn't feel like they were in control. That is a next step to me, Clint, is they continue to be mature enough to play in that game, even though Jokic wasn't in it.
Well, I think the maturing process is this team, right? You're up 20 at half. You finish winning the game by 20 roughly. That's a huge plus. The Jaylen Green thing is fascinating, man, because clearly the dude's got superstar power, right? He's got superstar potential, and it's just a matter of can he do it consistent enough to actually be a superstar. And so, boy, the last couple of games, it damn sure feels like he is.
Yeah. Listen, I got to say right now, for Rockets fans, cherish this time. This right now is the time where it is most fun to be a fan of your sports team, because right now, Clint, we may not see after this season that every one of these games they care about, they want to play.
Right.
The Rockets are in a stage where they want to win every game. They care to win every game. They're excited to play every game. They've got so much to prove that they want to come out and play their best. Yeah. Once you start to get to a point where, hey, man, the only thing that really matters is your postseason, you're just trying to get to that point. No, this is the thing of you're in the middle of watching them build and grow, and they care every night.
Yeah. Well,
every team in the NBA, even the best ones, don't care to win every night. The Rockets are in a space where they give a rip to win every night.
When you're creating an identity, you got to do that. When you're learning how to win, you got to do that. Now, you got to earn the right to take games off. You got to earn the right to take regular season games lightly, and they just ain't quite there yet. I love the way Ime Udoka's running things right now. I love the path the Rockets are on right now. They're fun to watch. I'm motivated to go home and turn my TV on and watch the Rocket night. So, yeah, man, I'm with you. It is a stage where you don't have to watch them and go, man, they're load managing X, Y, and Z, and so probably not going to play tonight.
Or there's just a small, you think of who are the best teams, right? The Celtics, they don't care to win every night because for them it's about, all right, when we get to the playoffs now, that's it. OKC and the Rockets are in that place where I think the Rockets want to win as many games as they care about how many games they win. So cherish these moments right now as a Rockets fan as they continue to roll through. They're beating all kinds of contenders in the West. They've just beat the Grizzlies twice here lately, and then they go after the Nuggets.
Let's go, Rockets.
5 o'clock fire.
Oh, thanks, Maldy. Speaking of Martin Maldonado, Clint, the Cubs and outfielder Kyle Tucker, Clint, have agreed on a contract $16.5 million. For a minute there, I thought Kyle might get all that money. But they avoid arbitration, and they get $16.5 million. Clint, I may be wrong. I may be dead wrong here. And really for this baseball season and for you guys who I care about, I hope I am. This one, to me, feels like the one they're going to miss. Kyle Tucker, to me, in this season, we've seen them lose a lot of guys over the years, and they've been able to keep it going. And after maybe a month or two, you don't even really notice it. I feel like Kyle Tucker, Clint, is going to be one that they're going to miss in the middle of that order. We'll see what they do to replace him. I really feel strongly about that right now because their outfield reads Chas McCormick, Jake Myers, and I think Dubon. But Kyle Tucker, that's one that I will definitely be watching to see what he does this year with the Cubs, and he might be the first one that they actually miss.
Well, you got to define miss, right? I mean, if he goes out there and has a monster season, and then Chas McCormick is middle of the road Chas McCormick, he's not out of his gourd Chas McCormick like we saw a couple of years ago, then yeah, you're going to look back and say, boy, it'd be nice to have that guy that's healthy and swinging it the way he is. But the truth of the matter is, the Astros, whether you're looking at playoff Tucker or you're looking at injured Tucker last year, they won a lot of baseball games without Kyle Tucker. So hopefully that holds true, and we're not worrying about missing Kyle Tucker because we're winning games.
Yeah, hopefully not. But yeah, he'll be in Chicago, and that's one to keep an eye. Tyler, are you going to be watching Kyle Tucker? Are you one that's keeping tabs on what Kyle Tucker is doing this year?
I mean, I'm sure I will, naturally. I'm sure I don't think I'm never one to really just go seek it out, but yeah. I'm sure naturally I'll be looking at his slash numbers and stuff like that, see what the Astros potentially missed out on.
I'm going to minimize this as much as I can because I obviously love Kyle Tucker when he's raking. Don't get me wrong, when he's in an Astros uniform.
You think about that postseason Kyle Tucker?
No, I mean, it's not even – I don't even need to – obviously that's part of it. But I just don't – I've never been a huge, Kyle Tucker guy. Look, obviously he's a great player. I don't want to minimize his ability by any means, but I just have never, and this is probably wrong and unfair, I've never looked at Kyle Tucker and been like, yeah, man, I don't know what Stroh's going to do without that dude. I did that with Correa. Right, wrong, or indifferent, I did that with Correa.
You're just saying you personally.
Yeah, personally. Yeah. I did that when Verlander left. I did that when Cole left. I mean, it was just, it's one of those where you really wonder what this team is going to look like without X, Y, and Z. I personally have never put Tucker in that category for me. I mean, maybe it's just a favorite player category, maybe. But I mean, because clearly the bat is an absolute game changer. But I think Christian Walker could have just as much of an impact as Kyle Tucker has ever had on an Astros season.
You're one, and I could see it, but you're one that doesn't think if the Astros struggle and don't get to the areas that we're accustomed to seeing them get to, at the very least match what they did last year, you don't think it's going to be because, boy, they didn't have Kyle Tucker.
Yeah, they did it without him for the most part last year. Yeah, so I think there's several things. Like I don't look at major league players in a spot where it's like, oh man, these guys in the outfield are making an absolute difference. I mean, unless you're just a ridiculous outfielder that's got ridiculous speed or some monster arm that guys are afraid to run on, then I guess I can understand that. But I typically minimize like the defensive stats, the advanced stats of Jake Myers and his range and all that. Like I know that's important, but if you lead with that, then he's not my guy, right? I mean, he's not my guy. So I minimize the defense from Kyle Tucker. From a leadership, like alpha leadership perspective, I think he was bringing zero to the table. Again, that's 30,000-foot view outside the building. I have no clue, but I feel like that.
He's a loner.
And then when you look at it, I mean, injured a lot of the time, not good in the playoff for multiple years. It's like, what are you really going to miss? I know the beginning of last season was unbelievable, and if you had that guy for 2 or 3 years, yeah, you'd miss that. If he turns into that consistently and stays healthy, then hell yeah, we're going to miss him. But I don't know. Tuck has just never been a guy to me that's irreplaceable.
All right. As we'll be on the lookout with the Cubs to see what Kyle Tucker does. But let's get back to where this focus is right now in this city, and that is the Houston Texans taking on the Kansas City Chiefs coming up on Saturday. And it's an interesting thing. Can the Texans get by with just really, really having big games from Nico Collins and Joe Mixon? Can they get by, or do they need others to come to the party for them to win? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, man. We all take it for granted and square in the face, literally. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live well. It's a pretty simple concept. If you're in need of an ear, nose, or throat doctor, anything involved in that, Dr. Matoran is the way to go. So if you're out there and you're suffering from breathing problems, allergies, sinus, and sleep problems, day and or night, let me get you undivided attention, man. I got the solution. Dr. Matoran is the guy.
reactions 6 a.m. on Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Thirsty Thursday playoff edition with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off Park Row in Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in.
Can't hear you, Ron.
There we go. Welcome back in as we are live here at Buffalo Wild Wings here in Katy. Let me hear the folks out here. Let me hear it. There it is. We got a nice little crowd out here, and you can continue to make your way out here as we'll be here till 6 o'clock. TV's all over the place. Good food, good drinks, good people out here. I need my mom to calm down telling people old childhood stories right now. Let's
Teresa, you do whatever the hell you want.
Hey, man. Hey, Tyler, man.
Hell, you think you are giving your mother orders?
No, I am. I'd like for her to slow down.
Lucky we already did the turd list.
All right. Yeah, that's right. She might end up on it.
No,
all right, but come on out. Coming up after this segment, somebody will win the C.J. Stroud signed helmet. We'll do that as soon as this segment ends. If you're in the building, you've not put your name in the raffle box, you might want to do so. Everybody, hey, give our Bud Light girls a hand. They've been helping. Yeah,
hell yeah.
Things.
Atta girls.
I mean, that feels like Tyler's here. The way that he,
Dollar in the background. Hell yeah, girl.
It's the that a girl that gets me. You
girls,
hear a lot of that a boy, that a girls is what you
out there
hear
working so hard.
All right, this was interesting to me because we kind of talked about this a little bit, Clinton. I kind of want to just go right where you were. Is we're looking at it. You're like, do they have enough? Do the Texans have enough in this game? Your thought is, to hell with the do they have enough? They just need to do whatever they can to just absolutely almost force feed it to the guys they need to get it to, and especially in the passing game with Nico Collins.
Yeah, look, the common sense approach here is, I mean, whether you're looking back at what these guys have done well and when they've done their best work, or you're just looking at what you have available and going, okay, what can I do here, right? I mean, any way you slice this, I have a hard time arriving anywhere other than they've got to find creative ways to get Nico Collins the football. Let's be honest, the best work that the Texans have done offensively in the last 2 seasons, since CJ and Nico and Bobby Slowick have all been together, the best work that they've done, the most dangerous this offense has ever been, was when there was a slew of people hurt and it was about Nico Collins. They were moving him around, putting him in the backfield, running swing screens. They were moving him all over the place, and the defense wasn't able to zone in on just him, right? They had so many weapons early on, you could just couch him over here to the left to the boundary, and defenses can take him away. And if they do that, boom, you got Diggs, you got Tank, you got Dalton Schultz, you got a run game, you got all these other pieces. Those guys are injured. Whether they're injured or they're ineffective, either way, you've got Nico Collins, C.J. Stroud, and Joe Mixon. So I think there's just – in fact, I'll be honest with you, based on what we've seen this year, I'm more excited and feel like the Texans have a better chance to produce offensively and put points on the board when the options are limited. Like, Bobby Slowick's best work has been when, hey, man, I got to get this one guy. I got to move this one guy around. I got to get this guy touches at all different levels of the field, instead of, well, let me sit back. Well, I got Diggs over here. Let me make sure I got enough balls to go around to everybody. And fair, foul, or indifferent, that was not Bobby's strong suit. And so when I look at this, it's more about going into it, what's the game plan with Nico Collins, and how do we get him touches, not just the missile screen out, rocket screen, whatever you want to call it, outside at the wide receiver spot, but some of the stuff moving him around, the jet sweep motion that we saw Tank Dell and Xavier Hutchinson do. How about we try Nico Collins with a little bit of that? And how about putting him in the backfield and running some different swing screens and stuff that we've seen Bobby do before? To me, that's where it all starts. And then number 2, is it John Mechie or is it Dalton Schultz? Which one's going to step up outside of the run game to help C.J. Stroud? One of those two has to be a difference maker in this ball game.
So here's Guy Gene here, because I want you to clarify exactly what you mean here with this, because here's Guy Gene on YouTube and Twitch saying, find a way to force the ball to Nico Collins even if he's doubled or triple teamed. I see Clint put up Stroud interceptions. I don't think you're saying just be stupid and force things. You're talking about this is dependent on Bobby, CJ, and everybody, but especially designing ways to put him in a space that he does have advantages,
look,
right?
I mean, Gene, here's the deal. You don't see the Tampa Bay Buccaneers play without Mike Evans getting touches. One way or another, they're going to find a way to get him the football. You don't watch the Minnesota Vikings play, and now Justin Jefferson may not have 10 catches, but they're damn sure throwing in his direction. They're moving him around.
Whatever.
In fact, we saw the Minnesota game. Who was it they were beating on before the Detroit game? And Kevin O'Connell said, hey, the first time we played Green Bay, I think it was, the first time we played Green Bay, we left Justin Jefferson stagnant, and they were able to zero in on him. This game, we're going to move him around, and they can't zero in on him. They can't double him. They can't triple him. They can't play match on him unless they play man. And what happened in the first half? I think Justin Jefferson had like 7 targets, right? Now he had a couple of drops to go along with it. But no, of course I'm not talking about forcing the football. I don't want him to force the football at all. I mean, the truth of the matter is if Bobby Slowick, I don't think when Bobby Slowick and Nico Collins were doing their best work last year when they were humming, I don't think he ever forced the ball to Nico Collins.
I think what you're meaning is what we saw last week. We knew that the Chargers in the passing game said to themselves, we don't want to let Nico Collins beat us. But there were many times he moved them around and put them in good situations and matchups for Nico to exploit. And I think that's
look. When it's all said and done, if you listen to this show and we've ever talked ball, that you know damn good and well I ain't talking about forcing the hell. I don't like the ball and do low percentage things or take a bunch of risk with the football when it works. I didn't like the jump ball that Nico Collins caught against the Indianapolis Colts in the first or second game of the season, whatever that was. Everybody else loved it. Hey, that was a poor decision. There was 2 defenders around that guy. He just went up and made the tackle. So of course I'm not talking about forcing it to anybody. No, the only way that the quarterback ends up having to force it to Nico to get him the targets and touches is if you leave him stagnant. That's my whole point here, is that you don't. You move him around. You make sure he's the motion guy. Where Tank and Diggs were the motion guys early on, you make sure he's the motion guy, right? And you align him in different places, whether it's slot or bunches or in the backfield or different places, so that they can't get a bead on exactly where he's at. To be honest with you, I'm talking about exactly the opposite of what the texter's talking about there, in a sense of the only way you don't force the football to him is if your offensive coordinator gets creative and creates opportunities to get him easy touches.
And to me, off of that is because I do think Steve Spagnuolo and the Chiefs are going to try their best to take Nico away.
Sure, they should.
And then you'll have to find other ways to get other guys involved and play off of that and play off of them trying to take that and absolutely hurt them when they're trying to do that.
Well, before last week, teams had done a good job. However they were doing it, they did a good job of zeroing in on Nico Collins.
Dolphins, Jalen Ramsey, all that. Yep.
Keeping his numbers down to a minimum. Now, last week was a different animal. They were able to eat a little bit. That he was able to eat against the Tennessee Titans early on. So hopefully that's a thing of the past. But when it's all said and done, again, this is the hill I'm gonna die on. We have injuries. There's no excuse why this offense shouldn't be humming and hitting on all cylinders on Saturday. Beyond the Kansas City Chiefs defense being that damn good, but there's no injury talk, or we don't have this guy, or we don't have that guy, or we can't. No, I mean, we've seen this team. We've seen a lesser Texans team, because they're better this year than they were last year. We've seen a lesser Texans team absolutely do work and put up points. There's no reason.
How about last year?
Yeah, last year. There's no reason we shouldn't see that.
How many targets? How many targets for you in this game for Nico? In the last game, he was 7 catches, 122 yards, 1 touchdown on 8 targets. How many different ways or how many touches are you trying to get him in this game?
Oh, he needs 5 catches and a half. I mean, and now he may end up with 7. But it's a first half game for me for Nico Collins. Like you can't once the score and situation start dictating how the game goes. I mean, look, if you're up 10 points at any point late in the third or early fourth, Nico shouldn't see the ball again unless it's in a speed sweep situation. But yeah. Look, I just think that you've got to find a way early for him to really. Get started, get your best player touches. Don't let their defense take your best weapon away from you,
because
you're not moving him.
You get him touches early.
That's
you get first drive.
That's it. You get playing the game and you get the run game going, then all of a sudden now they got to, forget about Nico. They got to come down here and they got to try to stop this run game. Now we can play counterpunch. But out of the gate, the game plan going in absolutely has to be Nico Collins. I mean, and I'm talking about from alignment, like play creation and alignment, and your motions that you use have to be Nico heavy to keep Spags in this defense from being able to really zone in on him.
All right, somebody's about to win a C.J. Stroud autograph helmet. And as we continue live here on the road, Buffalo Wild Wings here in Katy, we'll get to T-Mill's best bets. And Bobby Slowick maybe kind of slipped out what could be a new wrinkle for the Texans. We'll let you hear what he had to say and discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, before we go there, I got to tell you about Low T Center, man. Fellas, it's 2025.
leasing before you buy.
It's a Thirsty Thursday playoff edition with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off Park Row in Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. Congratulations to Maria, our latest winner. She takes home the C.J. Stroud autographed helmet. So she wins that. Yeah, congratulations to Maria. That's somebody's mother, Tyler. Calm down.
That's just a Brooks and Dunn song, Ron. Calm down.
I felt like he was getting a little greasy.
That is a good Brooks and Dunn song.
Classic.
Good one.
That Brooks and Dong song. Brooks and Dong. That
Brooks and Dong song.
That maybe I need to calm down. That Brooks and Dunn song can have two meanings, Tyler. But no, congratulations to Maria. And thank everybody. Give yourselves a hand. Thank everybody for coming out, having a good time. A man came to me and said, "Hey, Ron, you need a plumber, man. I'll hold you down, baby. I'll get anything out them toilets out here. We're having a good time out here." I do want to thank everybody who decided to come out and hang out here at Buffalo Wild Wings. It's been a fun time. Thanks to the staff here at Buffalo Wild Wings. We always have great here. Clap it up for the people here at Wild Wings, the staff. We are thankful and appreciate all our winners. Also to our promo staff, as Osita and company, they do their thing, and it is very, very helpful for us getting the show on the road. Thanks to our engineer, Matt, who's done a great job keeping us on the air through multiple headphones, through acts of engineer God. He has kept us on the air as well on YouTube and Twitch. Somebody don't give my mom another drink now, man. She's in there getting a little excited, right? I can see it in her eyes. Teresa about turned the corner, Tyler. She's got that look that you have in your eye when you're about to go over there for that next whiskey and diet that just jumps right over to the next level.
Atta girl, Teresa, let's party.
Got that look in her eye. But no, we appreciate everybody here. Also, Tyler back at the station holding it down. My man here, Clint, earlier, he's a staple here when we come out this way. He said he was looking for the box to put his name in the Onyx box to let everybody know. Tyler, should we get a petition stating can 610 do a remote at the Strip? Can we get how many signatures will we get on that bad boy?
I got a pretty good feeling that'd be the highest attendance.
Yeah, I think we do. We'll do really well at that one. Come hang out with us tomorrow, as we will be at Little Woodrow's in Shook tomorrow for a little football Friday to get you prepared even more for that big game coming up on Saturday, Clint. T-Mill's Best Bet's coming up here in just a bit, so stay tuned with us. He's been rolling pretty well. He's had a hell of a last 2 days. He's been 80% the last 2 days, so he's on a heater. So you want to make sure you listen and take note to make a little money from T-Mill here in just a bit. All right, Tyler, Bobby Slowick, he spoke, and maybe he hinted. I don't know if Bobby was just talking, Clint, but maybe Bobby Slowick hinted towards maybe a wrinkle that we haven't seen before, the Chiefs haven't seen a lot of, that could be a difference in this game for this offense. This is Bobby Slowick talking about his running back, Joe Mixon, and maybe multiple ways he could be used.
I think he's a really good receiver, actually. I know, we worked it a lot in camp. Like, I'm sure all you guys saw that. We did a good amount of it in camp. We did some of it early in the year, and I think as the year has gone, probably have gotten away from that a little bit. Wanted to make sure he was fresh for some of his carries, but without a question, that's something that's on my mind and been on my mind. Like, how can we make sure we make use of a guy that we think is an excellent player?
All right, that's him in the passing game, and that was a part that we thought we'd see a lot more of. And then we saw it, as he said. I remember him lining up just wide and running routes that way, and haven't seen that a lot. Now, maybe that was the explanation. They're just trying to save the amount of carries and things of that nature, because he was really their only guy in the backfield they trusted. But, Clint, this is a wrinkle that could be a game changer. And when you look at the guys that they have out, and maybe the lack of
weaponry that they have on this team, that could be a wrinkle that changes at least something with this offense.
Yeah. This got me good and turned on, man. This is one of those where, for multiple reasons. Like, one, this is why I love the transparency of Bobby Slowick. Like, for one, I've been one every week with the exception about 2 weeks this year where I'm like, why in the hell is Joe Mixon not lining up in the slot and catching the slant over the middle of the field? And if he's not, then they're taking it away. Well, somebody else is open, right? I mean, it's like I'm just pulling my hair out going, Joe Mixon can be more. You're playing him every damn snap anyway, right? So what are we doing here? That, to me, that gives you a little peek behind the curtain of, you know, at least whether you agree with it or not is irrelevant, but at least that is their reasoning is, man, they were asking him to do less so he could play more ultimately, which makes sense in the big scheme of things. So that helps me to understand the method of the madness throughout the year with Joe Mixon. And now it made it sound like Bobby Slowick said, yeah, man, I get it. Dude's a really good receiver, and we did a lot of it in training camp, and we had to get away from it because it's a long regular season and we were asking him to do too much. But now it's time to either win or go home, and it got me good and excited about, hey, man, we may see some more Joe Mixon in the pass game. And I'm not just talking about the running back screen game. I'm talking about out in a two-point stance in the slot or even out wide. And even if he's just running a little controlled hitch route, if the coverage bails off to take away Nico, boom, you're driving the ball to a running back that now has the after abilities as good as anybody on your team. Really the best run after catch ability being Joe Mixon. And so that got me good and excited about what this game plan could actually be about. Because whether it's just you're doing the best that you can with what's available or you're looking for somebody that can counterpunch Nico Collins, Joe Mixon is a natural way to lean in that moment.
And I'll tell you what, I think this is a part of the offense in San Francisco we haven't seen yet, right? Because Bobby Slowick was there with Christian McCaffrey and what they did out of the backfield and using their running backs in the run game. And to be honest, somebody who has watched all of the Chiefs games, a struggle for them has been covering backs out of the backfield. That has been a struggle for them. That has been there have been games where Cook from the Bills have been able to take advantage of that and make big plays over the years. Like, I think they've got Nick Bolton's a really, really good linebacker for the Chiefs. He struggles in coverage at times. Drew Tranquil, pretty good. He struggles at times in coverage. So I think there's an argument that whether Joe is lined up as a receiver somewhere in the slot or wide or coming out of the backfield, that might be the best matchup. If they're flat doubling Nico, if they got McDuffie and a safety flat right there, or Nico, maybe they do what Texas did to that kid at Ohio State and just say, hey, we're just going to line three dudes up. Like, the Joe Mixon versus linebackers might be the second best, or if not, maybe the best matchup to get separation for CJ.
Well, I mean, not if you need another reason. Like for me, and I don't want to lean too much into the CJ Stroud legs and him running the football because I think that some folks are getting carried away with that from a design run perspective. That to me, that's silly. But I do think there's something there of going empty, right, and putting Joe Mixon out there and throwing your quick game and having quick concepts, but at the same time, I think lightening the box up for C.J. Stroud and telling him, hey, if you get a five-man box and they're all expanded on our routes and they're taking things away, don't be afraid to put your foot in the ground and get north and south and see if you can't go get a first down. So it could be a way to lighten up the box to actually utilize or at least provide opportunities for C.J. Stroud to impact the game with his legs. So, look, I mean, we've sat right here on radio and given you about 4 or 5 reasons why Joe Mixon being more involved in the pass game is a huge plus for the Texans. We'll see if they get it done.
All right, let's see if they do. Coming up here in just a bit right here on Sports Radio 610. We'll get to T-Mill's Best Bets and Area 45. That's coming up next, and that's coming up at 8 till midnight. Coming up behind us, John McClain will join Texans All Access. The fellas will hold it down. The general will give you their of this divisional matchup coming up 6 to 8 behind us. And then, as I said,
following that. Area 45 live, 8 to midnight. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, and Chris Santiago, they will be next after the guys get going here on Texans All Access. All right, T-Mill, big couple of days, Tuesday and Wednesday, 4 for 5, 80% the last 2 days.
Hell yeah.
You knocked them out. You've been getting some pushes as well, so you've been making some good bets. What do you have tonight? What are your best bets this evening?
Yeah, man, what's that old saying? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So we're sticking with NBA plays. Not as big a board tonight. Wasn't as much I liked comparatively to the last 2 nights. But I got 4 NBA wagers for you. Follow the heater. 3 overs. First, Pacers-Pistons, first half, over 111. Next, I got Suns-Wizards, first half, over 113.5. Then the hometown team, the Rockets, as they face off with the Kings, over 224 in total for that game. And then one spread bet for you, the Cavs. Cavs +3 this evening as they travel to OKC to take on the Thunder. What you think?
Good. I'm seeing that at 2.5 now, so you got it at +3. Ooh, boy. Cavs got them the last time. This is a rematch at the 2 best records in the NBA. I'll go with that. They got them the last time, and their best player, Donovan Mitchell, didn't even play well. He had 11 points, and the Cavs beat him. It's in OKC, but I'm with you. I like that +3. I like the Cavs. They are like the Rockets right now. Both those teams are. They give a damn about winning every one of these games, and these games mean something to them. I also like that Rockets Kings over 224. Looks like the Rockets are shooting the ball better and scoring better, so I like that bet.
What happened? You got off that Jaylen Green over point bet, man? What happened?
Honestly, I meant to circle back and go look at that. That might be one I put in there, but I need to go back and look.
Go